When the foremost agents of the Hunters Association ventured into the uncharted portal, they found themselves utterly stunned. Hordes of S-rank monsters and formidable demons had been utterly obliterated by a solitary, unclad man of immense power. For 3 centuries, he had been confined within that world, locked in ceaseless combat, growing ever stronger. And when he finally re-emerged into the modern era, even the most formidable hunters appeared as mere weaklings in comparison to his might. Yet the full scope of his journey remained untold, a saga that commenced many centuries prior. As his eyes opened, he awoke in an entirely new world, one that seemed to spill directly from the pages of a fairy tale. It swiftly became apparent that this place lagged far behind Earth in technological advancement, yet it possessed a unique, undeniable charm. The dwelling he found himself in was no meager hovel, but a testament to considerable affluence. For a man who had succumbed to death from relentless overwork, with no family left on his original Earth, this was an undeniable elevation in circumstances. What truly cemented this newfound reality was the woman cradling him, the infant's mother. Her beauty was striking, certainly, but it was the profound warmth in her gaze, capable of melting even the most hardened heart, that truly captivated. If this was to be the beginning of his life here, he mused, romantic struggles would likely be a distant concern. Fortune, it seemed, had finally decided to grant him a respite. 3 years later, his tiny legs, still wobbly, carried him beyond the confines of his cradle, desperate for a glimpse of the world outside the window. What he beheld ignited a spark in his young eyes. From his small vantage point, the external world appeared boundless and imbued with magic. But just as he began to immerse himself in its wonders, the maid's watchful eye caught him mid-adventure, bringing his brief escapade to an abrupt end. Not long after, as he began to assemble the pieces of his new life, he realized his family wasn't merely wealthy. They held a prominent position within the Grand Duchy, a name widely recognized across the kingdom. This seemingly ordinary child, it turned out, was none other than the son of Grand Duke Drayania of the Kingdom of Lionheart, essentially, royalty. 8 years passed, and this young lion elevated his ambitions, embarking on rigorous swordsmanship training, his dreams set on becoming a knight of the kingdom. He couldn't help but ponder if concepts such as Kai or aura were an inherent part of this world's martial fabric. His mentor, Sir Gothic, a legendary holy knight hailing directly from the royal palace, assumed the role of his master. Gothic considered it an immense honor to train Drayania's son. However, for Lion, the passage to his 14th year felt less like a coming of age and more like a descent into a nightmare. Gothic was a relentless force, an absolute beast in human form, completely unyielding, no matter the intensity of Lion's efforts during their spars. Ascending to knighthood transcended mere swordplay. It demanded profound self-proving through quests and the earning of the title with unblemished honor. To aspire to the revered rank of a holy knight required nothing less than being chosen by the Holy Grail itself, followed by the consumption of its sacred waters. As the heir to Grand Duke Drayania, Lion's education encompassed far more than just combat. He was also tasked with mastering every facet of leadership, preparing him to one day guide the duchy. One swift strike from Sir Gothic was routinely enough to send Lion reeling, time and again. The arduous training to become a holy knight, undertaken solely to qualify as a successor, often felt like an unending punishment. More than once, he found himself silently pleading with the gods for deliverance from his predicament. Despite his initial lack of faith, by the time he reached his 16th year, drenched by a thunderstorm on a solitary road, he finally accepted his sacred quest to earn the goddess's blessing. As he took his first tangible step on this new path, he noticed flames billowing in the distance and heard desperate cries for assistance. While a horde of orcs swarmed, seeking to capture the goddess's attention, swinging a sword alone was insufficient. One had to forge a name, accumulate good deeds, and undeniably earn her notice through sheer perseverance. Sir Gildas was called into action when the orc assault spiraled beyond control, cornering everyone. In the ensuing pandemonium, Lion found numerous opportunities to wield his sword. Still, he charged headlong into the fray, his voice echoing curses at the grotesque orcs for daring to desecrate the kingdom's lands. The kingdom, it was clear, faced no shortage of adversaries, and tensions were escalating rapidly. By the time Lion turned 20, he finally stood face to face with the goddess Ariana, a radiant beauty who was, astonishingly, undeniably real. She presented him with a quest to demonstrate his honor and unwavering faith. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted. After years of pushing himself to the very precipice of his limits, Lion finally earned the esteemed title of Holy Knight. Following this achievement, Lion embarked on a relentless campaign, cutting down orcs, eradicating goblins, and crushing malevolent cults. His relentless prowess eventually earned him the title of War Knight, a designation that granted him the authority to lead other knights. He continued his campaign, ultimately wiping out over 700,000 orcs. By the age of 35, the living saint and demigod, Argon Majesty Lionheart, tragically fell in battle against archdemons summoned by the Empire. With the orcs vanquished, demons began to unleash chaos, compelling humanity to once again place its faith in the gods. Lion, his voice laced with curses, muttered about the reckless magicians who had precipitated this new crisis. With the throne now vacant, a new holy knight had to be chosen to perpetuate King Lionheart's legacy. It was at this critical juncture that the goddess Ariana turned to Lion Drayania, and he, in turn, accepted her divine call, vowing never to betray his people's trust. With that solemn pledge, Lion received the sacred treasure, the lion heart, from goddess Ariana and swore to safeguard the Holy Grail. This was how he ascended to become Grand Duke of Drayania and, subsequently, King of the Lionheart Kingdom. By the age of 80, he had endured 3 brutal wars with orcs, confronted a twisted hunchback who had transformed into an archdemon, and navigated the chaos fomented by the Empire. As the Empire's dark magic schools reverted to their twisted experiments, Lion attributed their downfall to embracing a northern cult and turning away from the gods. He firmly believed it all originated when they extended rights to those he deemed unworthy. Enraged, Lion summoned his knights to arms, his gaze now fixed on conquest. At 96, a madman, obsessed with achieving immortality, orchestrated a mass suicide in the capital, claiming 3 million lives in a desperate bid to summon the Lord of Chaos. Lion, wielding the holy sword still stained with orc blood from his previous campaign, led his knights toward the Empire. By his 121st year, the world itself teetered on the brink of collapse. Lion comforted Arin, urging him to be proud, for his father had died with honor and ascended to join the gods above. Then, Lion rallied his knights, asking if they could hear the enemy who had claimed their brothers. Even in that desolate wasteland, he sowed seeds of courage, reminding them that honor still retained its profound meaning. They understood they could not halt the encroaching evil from spreading beyond the horizon. Yet the goddess, bearer of the holy sword, spear, and grail, stood with him until the very end. That was the moment they charged. That winter, Lion's forces engaged in their final stand against billions of devils scattered across the ravaged earth. Barbarian slaves were utilized as living shields, and civilian knights, armed with spears and shields, fell with honor alongside the glorious knights, those chosen by all gods and holy temples. Lion relentlessly crushed demons and archdemons to the bitter end, embodying the true essence of a holy knight. At 256 years of age, he destroyed the last demon gate, severing any escape route for the remaining vile creatures. By the time he reached 300, someone caught sight of a glowing warrior who had vanquished the grim archdemon with a single, decisive slash. When asked his identity, Lion stepped forward like a rising sun, declaring himself King Lion Drayania Lionheart, Knight of the Glorious Knights and bearer of the will of holy temples. That year heralded the return of the Night King, just as he encountered the Earthlings after eradicating every last demon. Subsequently, a mysterious gate materialized in the Heart of Soul, classified as an unidentified Black Class threat. Korea and the global hunter associations summoned major guilds to raid it, but all recoiled from the unknown peril. The government ultimately assigned the Korean Hunter Association to enter first, essentially sending them to their demise. Inside, Associate Manager Hanhari's initial sight was that of a completely naked man, an image she found impossible to dislodge from her mind. Head Manager Kim Jin-soo snapped her out of her reverie with a cup of coffee. She confided that nobody believed her account, but Jin-soo had anticipated as much. A black-ranked demon gate, a great devil, and yet, somehow, they had all emerged alive. It felt nothing short of a miracle, attributed solely to that one man. Hanhari, seeking clarification, interrogated Lion, asserting that he survived within the gate as a survivor of the other world. It turned out some individuals had indeed emerged from gate realms before. Over the past 30 years, these gates followed a discernible pattern: a dying world or one already utterly destroyed. Occasionally, survivors returned from the demon realm, their insane strength inexplicably intact, which is precisely why the government exerted considerable effort to support and scout them. Hanhari perceived his potential, knowing Lion was profoundly unique. Jin-soo, too, was astonished. Rank hunters, he knew, risked their very lives against high-ranking demons, yet Lion had vanquished one in a single, effortless blow. The kind of monster that caused even S-ranks to tremble was inconsequential to him. Still, Jin-soo harbored a slight unease regarding the cultural chasm, as Lion carried himself with the bearing of full-blown royalty. Hanhari dismissed his concerns, believing Lion to be, in all likelihood, a good person. But upon their arrival, they witnessed Lion berating workers, shattering reinforced glass that even monsters found impervious. So much for being a nice guy. This individual, clearly, possessed a formidable superiority complex. Approximately 15 minutes earlier, in the interrogation room, Lion felt profoundly out of place. He recollected being a man in his 20s who had died from overwork, only to be reincarnated into another world, become a king and a knight, rule for over a century, and then spend 200 years ceaselessly slaying demons. Now back on Earth, he was relieved to retain fragments of memory from this place. He resolved to keep his original identity discreet. After all, the persona of a legendary Night King resonated far more powerfully than that of an overworked office drone. Lion, moreover, showed no inclination to abandon his regal demeanor. The bald agent struggled to manage him, but Lion presumed him to be either a government sycophant or simply someone attempting to maintain deference. When the agent brought up the Black Gate and Lion's demon-slaying spree, Lion swiftly corrected him, proudly stating he had eradicated all evil species and upheld knightly honor. He then demanded that the agent serve as his secretary, tasked with recording his grand tale. The agent, Baldy, played along, using the convenient excuse of cultural difference, and agreed. Lion subtly hinted that royalty deserved superior treatment, essentially conveying his hunger, prompting the agent to rush off to address the matter. More than anything, Lion yearned to understand what had transpired in the world during his long absence. Baldy began explaining how it all commenced 30 years prior, when gates abruptly opened across the world, inundating it with monsters and demons. After enduring heavy losses, people discerned a pattern. Each gate possessed a unique theme, and if left unattended, the dungeon within would rupture, unleashing catastrophic chaos. Just as he was about to shift the topic to food, Lion was deeply engrossed in thought, drawing parallels between Earth's gates and quests and his own world's descent into a demon invasion. It felt, to him, like a monumental trial designed to strengthen humanity. Then the meal arrived, and Lion was nearly overwhelmed by the rich aroma of bone broth, cooked for hours, perfectly seasoned, accompanied by crisp kimchi. As a former laborer, this was quintessential comfort food, almost sacred. Yet, Lion suppressed his reaction and chastised Baldy, asserting it was an insult to serve such commoners' fare to royalty. He reiterated his identity once more. Lion Dryania Lionheart, a noble from another world, a god's chosen guardian of the Holy Grail, bearer of the holy sword and spear, a slayer of millions of demons, the lord of chaos and malice, and the living history of the 300-year war. Once a humble earthling, now a returning king who believed this world was fractured due to its lack of faith. Lion perceived it as his regal duty to guide the lost. Even back on Earth, he continued to bear the immense weight of the Night King. After being served a succulent steak, Lion's pride was visibly restored. This honor-obsessed individual made Jin-Soo wonder how he had even recognized their chicken and black bean noodles. Han Hari was simply relieved he was enjoying a T-bone steak with a bottle of red wine from 1993. Jin-Soo discreetly signaled Hari to take the lead with the questioning, but she was visibly flustered, struggling with Lion's archaic manner of speaking. Jin-Soo, slightly exasperated, began to suspect Lion might actually be attracted to Hari, especially since he had commended her bravery earlier and hadn't dismissed her. Hari, a touch hesitant, peeked into His Majesty's room and politely inquired if she might interrupt. Lion, wiping his mouth, recognized the swordswoman from earlier and invited her to sit, a gesture that warmed her heart. She asked if he had enjoyed the meal, and Lion acknowledged the chef's sincerity and skill, assuring her that his frustration was not directed at the food itself. Rather, it stemmed from their perceived lack of respect in treating a king appropriately. He gently expounded that the manner in which they treated foreign royalty intrinsically reflected the status of their own nation. Hari, nervous, recognized the unintentional disrespect she had displayed. Lion let it pass, confirming her name was Hari, and also learned that demons were, in fact, terrorizing Earth. Hari then revealed her mission: to recruit Lion into the South Korean Hunter Association and, by extension, their country. She formally inquired if King Lion would consider joining the association. Lion comprehended that the intelligence war of the 21st century revolved around scouting survivors for one's nation, irrespective of the promises made. He understood he would be compelled to fight if he remained, but a king, he asserted, could not serve in another nation's military. Thus, Lion decided to establish his own order of knights here, in this world. Hari nodded, accepting his decision. She had little ground to dispute it. Later, Jin-Soo remarked that it was fortunate Lion wasn't swayed by another country or guild. Hari found it hard to believe that an association tied to the government had to defer to someone like him. Hari, impassioned, condemned the large guilds for leveraging their money and power to co-opt survivors. Just as Jin-Soo was about to divulge something concerning the Phoenix Guild, the floor vibrated. They suddenly received an alert regarding a dungeon break at the Hanam Plains. If a dungeon were to rupture near the granary, the ensuing demonic outbreak could severely disrupt food production. Hari knew that S-rank Hunter Lee Yong-won from the Phoenix Guild possessed the capability to vanquish an orange-colored gate. Jin-Soo, however, was convinced these individuals were orchestrating something insidious. Lion, overhearing the conversation, realized these people were in dire straits. When the dungeon break occurred, Lion surmised it would damage crops by infecting them, prompting him to take action in a location not under Diarra's immediate control. A blonde figure in a green cloak danced in the wind near a large white castle while the dungeon wreaked havoc at its core. Hunter Lee Yong-won, an S-rank and guild master of the Phoenix Guild, noted Jin-Soo and Hari's entry. Jin-Soo was convinced that this individual had deliberately allowed the dungeon to rupture, all because their request for a tax exemption on gate profits had been denied. Despite the rejection, the Phoenix Guild had amassed substantial profits from gate byproducts, such as magic crystals and monster materials. Yet, these individuals, he observed, were attempting to evade paying $1 trillion in taxes. Even though they had benefited amply from their status as a large guild, nothing, it seemed, was ever enough for them. Jin-Soo had never imagined they would stoop so low over a mere rejection. Hari vociferously reminded Hunter Yong-won that a full week had elapsed and the dungeon gate urgently required closure. Yong-won, grinning with a devil-may-care demeanor, acknowledged the consequences, but mentioned that injured comrades might pose a problem for the raid. He promised they would address it tomorrow, though he offered no guarantees. This infuriated both Jin-Soo and Hari. Hari, unable to remain silent, questioned Yong-won's patriotism, keenly aware of the potential ramifications if Hanam Plains became infected. Suddenly, Yong-won let out a sinister laugh, reminding Hari of the events of the previous year and coldly asserting that in this world, justice is all about money and power. A familiar voice interjected, labeling Yangwan a shallow, old-fashioned individual. He retorted sharply at Lion, but Lion did not take it lightly, informing him that someone of his lowly standing should not address a king in such a manner. Yangwan, stunned by the insult, was taken aback, particularly given his status as one of the world's top 20 S-rank hunters and the guild master of one of the top 10 guilds. He prepared to strike Lion, but paused when Hari swiftly reminded him that Lion was a survivor. Instantly, Yangwan altered his tone, bowing in a show of respect. He inquired if Lion hailed from a gray-colored guild, but Lion, disinclined to engage in trivial conversation with commoners, instead focused on Jinsu and demanded a clear summary of the gate. Jinsu and Hari, relieved, were pleased to have him involved. To expedite matters, Hari explained that dungeon breaks typically commenced with the land being infected by demonic elements, which inhibited crop growth. Given that the Hanam Plains constituted a crucial granary, this presented a critical situation. To rectify this, Hari stated they needed to clear the dungeon and purify the land. Once Lion grasped the predicament, he instructed Hari to summon backup. He insisted on assuming command of the situation the following day, once the allotted time for the other group expired. However, before any action, Lion demanded an official notice of consent from the nation's king. Until then, he refused to act. Hari attempted to explain that the matter was not so complicated, but Lion, a man of staunch principles, insisted on adhering to laws and demanded that a message be dispatched to the king immediately. Meanwhile, Yangwan was visibly shaken, appearing as if he had encountered a phantom. He was convinced that Lion was an even greater source of trouble than himself. After securing the president's approval, Hari communicated that all arrangements were complete. She inquired if the straw dolls were truly necessary, and Lion elaborated that purifying the infected land necessitated proper ritual arts. He had submitted requests for 2 specific items: the straw dolls and the mothers who crafted them. Once they were assembled, Lion commanded their attention and asked them to present their handmade dolls, unexpectedly initiating a doll-making contest. As the judge, Lion harshly critiqued the unattractive dolls, failing most of the women and even rejecting Hari's offering. He expressed disbelief that women who had given birth could produce such dreadful dolls. Finally, he approved an elderly woman in her late 80s who had raised 12 children, hailing her as a true patriot. While he would typically bestow medals and gifts, this time he simply requested her forgiveness, a gesture that caused her to blush. Subsequently, Lion brought the approved doll to the Hanam Plains, where everything was prepared. As he offered the harvest doll to the mother of the land, Yangwan's faction observed from the sidelines. Suddenly, droplets filled a sacred cup. The sun ascended, and a red glow permeated the sky. The straw doll stood upright on its own, imbued with divine energy. Then Mother Earth herself, Dara, the goddess of life and abundance, descended into the doll and greeted them after a prolonged absence, signifying the return of divinity to this land. Lion greeted Dara with praise for her divine grace, and she responded by declaring the land tainted and corrupted by evil. He concurred, noting that many wicked beings had infiltrated this world, yet no true divinity persisted, likely due to the failings of the lowly and unworthy. Dara pointed out that greed and ignorance were not always sins, but rather intrinsic to human nature. When questioned, Lion admitted it was challenging to distinguish oneself among swordsmen, but believed a true conqueror was inherently divine. He vowed to guide the ignorant with balanced authority and duty until a new pantheon emerged. When she offered to grant a wish, Lion requested that Dara, goddess of the earth, cloaked in green, purify the land. With joyous assent, she blessed the soil with her essence, promising that all who trod upon this ground would now follow Lion. A sacred drop descended, cleansing the earth, and Lion firmly called upon everyone to witness this world, now touched by divinity. To him, the fundamental purpose of life was to give birth and flourish. Lion expounded on how birth and prosperity attested to the fertile earth as a living testament to a divine promise. But Yang Wan abruptly snapped everyone out of their reverie by proclaiming the magically grown crops were poison. That remark deeply offended Lion, and he was not about to tolerate such ignorance a second time. With a palpable chill in the air, Lion warned Yang Wan to guard his insolent tongue. Still, Yang Wan refused to back down, intending to expose Lion as a charlatan by demanding proof. He even summoned an appraiser, who, upon employing appraisal magic on the crops, froze in stunned silence. It turned out the rice was a rare, blessed plant directly from Dara, capable of curing Tier 3 diseases if consumed in adequate quantities. Even cancer, it seemed, would stand no chance. The entire crowd was left dumbfounded. Jin Su immediately called for a pot from the chief's house, recognizing that such miraculous food was not to be disregarded. After it was cooked, a blue window materialized, indicating that Jin Su gained 8 hours of stamina and mana restoration every single minute. He was utterly astounded, realizing this item was worth approximately 3 million won per bottle. Out of nowhere, Hari burst in and casually dropped the news that she had consumed a bug out of sheer curiosity. Jin Su was on the verge of vomiting, but then she revealed the bug had granted her a buff, which completely shocked him. If divine energy had indeed permeated everything, then every living thing might now carry buffs. That ignited a flurry of activity in Jin Su, and he ordered a sweep for as many bugs as possible, intent on engaging the gate fully buffed, a prospect that energized the Hunter Association raid team like never before. As Dara prepared to depart, Lion thanked her for the divine love she had bestowed upon them. Her final advice to him was simple: stay fed. When Hari inquired about it, Lion explained to the non-believers present that a meaningful life and powerful words were predicated upon divine power. He then redirected everyone's focus back to the gate once the soldiers finished eating. Meanwhile, Yang Wan fumed, furious that a survivor was disrupting his plans. He wished Lion had simply perished, thereby compelling the government to approve his request. Then, an idea struck him. He instructed his subordinate to relax, noting that the gate had already been partially cleared. With only one rank hunter, Han Hari, he surmised Lion must be merely a lucky support-type individual with no genuine combat skills. In Yang Wan's estimation, there was no conceivable way they could overcome the monster inside with just basic maneuvers. Lion led his earthly troops into the gate and swiftly discerned that these gates only sealed when the final boss was defeated or the main quest was completed. He rather appreciated the setup. What Hari hadn't mentioned, however, was how these dungeons typically ganged up on intruders. They encountered a burnt skeleton, likely belonging to someone who had previously failed, and began to notice the dungeon was teeming with monsters. When questioned, Hari explained that eliminating monsters usually reduced their numbers. But with undead entities like skeletons, zombies, or demons, they incessantly resurrected unless the final boss was vanquished. Lion realized the only escape was to defeat the boss. Hari suspected a necromancer was behind the skeletal army. Suddenly, a red alert warned Hari of an imminent dungeon break, imposing a 3-hour time limit on everyone inside. The mission? To defeat the commander Knight Dullahan, who was advancing with his troops. The subordinates felt a chill, and Jin Su cursed Yang Wan for setting them up for failure. As waves of skeletal soldiers advanced, Jin Su ordered all combat options to be allocated to the upper ranks. Mashik swiftly reported sighting approximately 30 archers and 2 mages, and Jin Su assigned snipers to long-range engagement and shielders to hold the front line. The eerie battle erupted into a clash of blades as they fought the undead army. Jin Su found their strength surprising, musing that orange gates were constructed differently, yet still manageable for a B rank like himself. Then his eyes locked onto 2 skeleton mages casting advanced spells. Jin Su hastened to draw their attention, but the unsettling mages unleashed their attack. Even then, Jin Su emerged with barely a scratch, a testament to his expensive gear. Just as the smoke dissipated, the final boss, Dullahan, made a dramatic entrance atop his horse, catching Jin Su off guard. One blow sent Jin Su hurtling directly into the wall. Hari grew concerned, and her subordinate suggested it was the optimal moment to summon reserve forces for assistance. Jin Su observed the greatsword accelerating in Dullahan's hands. After comprehending the gravity of the situation, Hari sought aid from the King of Lionheart, the very man who had once defeated a great demon. Lion, the self-proclaimed king, believed a minor skirmish such as this was beneath him. Instead, he instructed Hari to earn her honor, asserting it was pathetic to expect him to deal with a pile of bones or anticipate divine intervention from the goddess. That remark undoubtedly offended her. And with time dwindling, Hari perceived that he was clearly more captivated by Dullahan than by anything else. Without hesitation, Hari gripped her sword and committed fully to vanquishing the boss and concluding this fight. Concurrently, she commanded the remaining team to support Jin Su and the others. She charged, leaping at the boss for a decisive strike, but Dullahan effortlessly parried her attack. Hari resolved to separate Dullahan from the crowd at any cost. In a flash, Dullahan hurled his head to obstruct Hari's vision, catching her off guard and slamming her into the wall. Thankfully, Hari managed to forcibly separate Dullahan. With him no longer directly in her path, Hari tapped into her raw power, proclaiming her strength was far too immense to contend with. She incinerated the boss to a crisp and braced for the final, confident blow, certain it would complete the task. But Dullahan blocked it with the blunt side of his blade. And that spelled dire news for Hari, who was moments away from being cleaved by the massive greatsword. At that precise moment, Lion, visibly impressed by Dullahan's swordsmanship, applauded his one-handed combat. He was convinced this individual must have been a noble knight and even apologized for mistaking him for merely another undead. With that, Lion issued a challenge for a proper duel between knights. That audacious move brought the chaos to a standstill, and to everyone's astonishment, Dullahan actually accepted. Following that spoken challenge, Dullahan dismounted from his horse, and Lion received him as a knight of honor. Lion realized Dullahan was inherently a dual sword wielder, so he demanded a proper fight utilizing both blades, rather than adhering to one-handed combat. Dullahan remained silent, offering no response. Lion casually drew his sword when Hari finally conceded that the knight would not perish unless he was decapitated. Lion dismissed it as inconsequential, leaving Hari bewildered, wondering what strategy he had in mind to secure victory without adhering to that critical rule. Lion, a man of profound principles, declared that a knight's honor alone would determine the victor here. After stepping onto the field, he introduced himself as the first knight of the goddess of light and justice, Archduke of Draeania, and Lionheart King of Lionheart, officially sanctioning the duel. Dullahan bypassed the formalities and plunged directly into battle. With barely a movement, Lion parried his attack one-handed as if it were nothing, causing Dullahan to lose his balance. With a single, swift blow, Lion tossed him aside. Dullahan attempted a quick, close-quarters strike, but Lion anticipated his every move, countering instantly, catching everyone off guard. Hari was amazed, and Jin Su inquired if she had comprehended what had transpired. Only Hari seemed to grasp the intricate flow of the fight. Lion had shifted the weight by binding the sword guard precisely as the blade made contact, followed by a perfect crosscut, a maneuver most would not even dare to attempt. It had been ages since Dullahan had confronted a true knight in a proper duel. And even though he suspected this might simply be a ploy to avert further chaos, he couldn't help but admire Lion's upright stance and the seasoned gaze of a warrior who had witnessed countless battles. Lion braced to receive the next strike, but instead blocked and knocked Dullahan back for the third time. He calmly inquired if Dullahan still wished to continue, while Dullahan perceived him as the quintessential image of a noble knight. Deep within, he refused to employ necromancy against the King of Knights. The singular thought consuming his mind was the desire to engage this man in a proper, knightly fashion, eschewing shortcuts. Somewhere along his cursed journey, Dullahan had forgotten how to confront true knights, a skill he once possessed in the days when he roamed the world with honor. By the 10th strike, Dullahan's sword was sent flying into the air, and Lion calmly acknowledged the precision of his technique. He inquired if Dullahan recalled his past life, and Dullahan, thrilled, felt as though this night had just reawakened memories of his once glorious days. After countless battles fought without honor, concluding his cursed journey in this manner felt profoundly right. Lion smiled, proud to witness the fallen knight regain his dignity. With Dullahan kneeling, Lion quietly prayed for his soul to find rest or for the goddess of light to guide him to paradise. He expressed hope that they might one day reunite in the banquet hall of the gods. As Dullahan faded, his human visage finally appeared at peace. Outside the gate, Jinsu was stunned that Lion had honored his word, ending the conflict with a duel. Everyone, including Hari, was shaken by the divine power that had so cleanly eradicated the undead. Hari knew Lion could have finished it earlier with a single blow, but Lion explained Dullahan would have perished as a necromancer. Instead, he allowed him to pass as a knight, because honor, he asserted, originated from action, and action was born from will. With that, Lion proceeded to claim his reward, only to find Dullahan's sword and cape. Jinsu nearly fainted when Lion shattered the crystal lute, but Lion shrugged it off, declaring it to be nothing more than a chaos machine. The Hanam Gate had officially been cleared. Hari's face was the very image of horror, deep eye bags marking Lion's 4th day on Earth. So much had transpired, and Hari was utterly drained. First came the tax issue, where Lion refused to pay even a single coin from his loot, not even in mana stones. Asserting his royal status, he found it beneath him to count coins like commoners. Amidst the burgeoning chaos, Hari noticed a sudden surge in new followers. After Lion's divine power blessed the land, when these followers inquired about the tithe, Lion casually declared it to be 90% of their harvest. That pronouncement struck them like a ton of bricks, as living expenses and existing taxes were already exorbitant. But Lion dismissed their concerns, asking why true followers of the goddess should fear hunger. He promised that his guild would manage food, welfare, and all living costs. Then Hari dropped a bombshell. Lion's blessed rice possessed an extraordinarily high appraisal value. 80 kilos, she stated, commanded a price of approximately 1,500,000,000 won. Suddenly, everyone began to calculate, realizing they would still save a substantial amount, even after surrendering 90%. Just like that, their faith was sealed. Hari soon realized Lion's living situation was an absolute disaster. The man had lost his composure over the absence of a single artwork in his room and immediately demanded a luxurious bed, on-call servants, and art pieces he could perpetually admire. Nearly in tears, Hari spent the entire night calling every 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning just to secure him a suitable suite. At her wit's end, she implored him to simply go to sleep. Eventually, they reached a compromise. They would hang a painting or a ceramic piece. That brings us to this moment, with Hari entering his room to serve breakfast, having first secured his permission. Lion instructed her to eat as well, deeming skipping meals unacceptable. She found herself craving a sandwich, and for a fleeting moment imagined they were about to share a meal, but no. Lion swiftly dispelled the notion, reminding her that kings and commoners did not dine together anywhere. So much for that hope. Hari explained that the Hunter Association planned to support Lion with resettlement aid and ensure his comfortable living. Lion approved of the idea and instructed her to handle it. As for the loot, he entrusted Hari, but insisted on retaining the cape. Upon their arrival, Hari selected a convenient location near the Hunter Association that even featured a helipad. Out of nowhere, a stranger suddenly greeted assistant manager Han Hari, despite the entire arrangement being highly confidential. The man introduced himself as Park Jong-chan, director of Dujong's Food of the Future. Hari was stunned that Dujong Group, one of the nation's top 3 chaebols, had been awaiting their arrival. Jong-chan swiftly recognized Lion as the survivor, confirming Hari's suspicions. He attempted to casually offer a handshake, but Lion perceived it as a gesture of disrespect. Hari escorted Lion into his new residence, assuring him the Hunter Association would cover the rent and all other expenses for a year. But in her mind, she couldn't stop wondering how the news had leaked when Lion's identity was meant to be top secret. Survivor intelligence, she knew, was always handled discreetly. Thankfully, Lion had completely ignored director Zhang Chan, which worked to Hari's advantage. Still, she couldn't fathom why a businessman held such keen interest in Lion. Lion presumed it was entirely motivated by profit with individuals like him, especially given their rice fields in the Hanam Plains. It turned out the intelligence team had erred. Some streamer had filmed the entire event, and even though the government had requested its deletion, a farmer named Mr. Park simply uploaded the segment showcasing Lion's miracle. Meanwhile, Zhang Chan consulted his scientists to ascertain the veracity of the rice's claims. He wished to know if the effects observed in rats would translate to humans. His assistant reported they had contacted the field owner, and apparently, after consuming the rice, even a dying dog had recovered. All illnesses, chronic and acute, major and minor, were reportedly cured, and the entire village had experienced improved health. While human testing was yet to commence, the results unequivocally indicated the rice's efficacy. Zhang Chan mused he could have had it all, were it not for that aspiring survivor, Lion. He couldn't believe that arrogant individual had the audacity to label the director of Du Yung Group as merely a merchant. His secretary emphasized the rice's unparalleled potential, urging them to acquire it. Even if Lion scorned them, Yang Chan was not deterred. He planned to confront Lion face to face and demonstrate who he was truly dealing with. To him, Lion was probably just another survivor who mistakenly believed this world to be paradise. But Yang Chan harbored a plan to crush him with a dose of good old cultural shock. When Lion Drayania returned to Earth, he harbored 3 significant objectives. First, to propagate faith in genuine divinity. Despite the plethora of gods and believers, Earth, he observed, lacked any true divine presence. With people falling ill and the land decaying, Lion believed a genuine God needed to intervene and bless the world. For that to transpire, however, a greater number of individuals needed to believe. Second, he aimed to establish the Knights Templar. Given that this world possessed no warriors empowered by divine strength, as the guardian of the Holy Grail and the Lionheart King, Lion regarded himself as a demigod, while the Templars would stand as holy warriors, saints who instilled fear in evil. Lastly, he sought to reclaim divine power and raise the Templars to eradicate all the darkness proliferating on Earth. He knew that disseminating their faith and maintaining equilibrium among the gods was the sole path to building this sacred order. Lion conceded that forming the Templars might be an overambitious endeavor for a place like this, yet he still felt it was his inescapable duty to bring it to fruition. Just then, Hari informed him that someone officially sought an audience, and Lion respected that they had adhered to proper protocol in requesting a meeting. Zhang Chan finally met Lion Drayania, adopting his most polite demeanor while secretly prepared to do whatever it took to secure the deal. This time, he arrived with a flamboyant gift, confident that Lion had never before laid eyes on something of such high caliber. His retinue placed down a sleek silver box, and Zhang Chan was certain Lion would be astonished and ultimately plead to be managed by him. But to his shock, Lion accepted the gift without so much as a glance, acting as if he were granting Zhang Chan an immense favor. Zhang Chan, caught off guard, inquired why he wouldn't look. But Lion, indifferent to explanation, instructed Hari to handle it. As soon as she touched the box, it sprung open of its own accord, revealing one of the Du Yung Group's finest elite weapons. Zhang Chan invited Lion to select whatever suited his taste, and Hari instantly recognized the top-tier gear, masterfully crafted by Du Zhang's master smith. Zhang Chan boasted that they represented the pinnacle of their craft, and since Lion now oversaw the hunger problem, these might, he suggested, prove quite useful. Hari couldn't believe Yung Chan was relinquishing their prized unique rank weapons, items that money simply couldn't procure. But the true sting came when Lion dismissed them all as useless junk, a pronouncement sufficient to thoroughly rattle Yung Chan to his core. Even Hari was left speechless. Lion explained there was no purpose in wielding a sword that hadn't been bathed in starlight or blessed by the divine, questioning if it was merely intended for slaying beasts. Yung Chan began to wonder if this individual expected him to sunbathe the swords and commence praying to them. Lion labeled him unfaithful, asserting that individuals like him delighted in flaunting their shiny junk everywhere. Zhang Chan mused he could try it out, but deep down, he knew those swords were, at best, only suitable for slicing chickens or beef. At that very moment, Lion produced his own sword, drawing it directly from a portal as if performing a magic trick. The blade appeared ancient, and Yung Chan nearly erupted in laughter, thinking this lunatic was actually comparing that antique to his cherished weapons. Still, he harbored a curiosity to witness what this so-called king's sword could achieve. Meanwhile, Lion asked Hanhari to test one of Zhang Chan's blades. She was stunned, but selected the one she had admired for 4 years, the famed sword of Park Jinkial, named Dawn. The instant she gripped it, she claimed to feel its raw energy, drawn from 10 consecutive days of absorbing pure sunlight within a high-grade gate. Out of respect, Hari looked to Lion for permission, but he instructed her that she needn't ask, merely to mess around with the new toy. Just then, Lion raised his own sword and allowed Hari to take a swing at it. She put her entire force into the strike and ultimately shattered the supposed top-tier weapon from the Du-Yung group. That moment sent a wave of shock through the assembled crowd, while Lion, unperturbed, declared it nothing but trash, even worse than he had anticipated. That small demonstration reduced Zhang Chan's estimated survival time to approximately 3 minutes. The man was visibly shaken, having just lost what he had proudly proclaimed was their most formidable weapon. Without further delay, Yung Chan candidly admitted his desire for patent rights over the miracle rice, promising to pay for it, and proposed a figure: 180 billion won. But deep down, he knew cancer-curing rice was worth considerably more. Still, he was quite certain this nut job of a knight had no comprehension of such monetary figures. When Lion inquired if Zhang Chan was attempting to purchase it with money, Zhang Chan believed he had him hooked and offered to draft a contract, granting Du-Zhang Group full control. But that proved the final provocation. Lion snapped, transforming into a veritable Lion King, prepared to tear down the arrogant merchant who dared to place a price on divine grace. Lion's rage soared through the roof, and Zhang Chan's entire retinue froze in fear. Zhang Chan himself was drenched in sweat, acutely aware he was inches from death. Lion declared that this fool had just confessed his sins. It was then that Zhang Chan broke, collapsing to his knees, crying out that he didn't even know what wrongdoing he had committed. Lion informed him that the crop was a sacred blessing from Goddess Dara, a gift to farmers who had poured their sweat and love into the land. It was not something money could buy. Only a grateful heart and true faith could receive it. Lion then chastised the greedy man, asking why he sought divine blessings when he didn't even believe in the goddess. As Zhang Chan relinquished every shred of his pride, Hari interceded, reminding Lion that even if this individual was unpleasant, he was still an important figure. But Lion remained utterly unmoved. He then inquired if the task he had assigned Hari was complete. She reported that the association had made the necessary arrangements and wondered if he, too, would be undergoing the test, as that would simplify matters. Lion found it inconceivable that this bimbo expected a king to take a test. When pressed, he explained he was there to recruit and test genuine warriors. All Hari could manage at this point was to suppress her tears. Later, unaffiliated D-ranked Dong noticed Kim Do-han also presenting himself for this year's test. Do-han casually inquired if Dong thought he had a chance at ranking up, and Dong replied he would simply give it his utmost effort. Do-han suggested they form a team. Feeling despondent, Dong knew that even the least talented individuals had progressed to grinding C-rank dungeons. While he himself had been stuck at D-rank for over 10 years, still, Do-han admired his dedication and remarked he would be a natural ace in the mining division. Though it sounded tempting, Dong was not yet ready to relinquish his aspirations. The income from dungeons helped to cover his family's debts, and he couldn't simply walk away. Suddenly, they spotted Lion, resembling royalty from a European fantasy, though he could just as easily be destitute. Do-han attempted to initiate a conversation, but Lion instantly cut him off, reminding the peasant of his place, leaving Do-han stunned. He attributed the misunderstanding to his Korean language skills, and Dong awkwardly played along. When Lion glanced at Dong, something about it rattled him to his core, as if merely standing near, Lion was crushing him with an oppressive, blinding pressure. Dong was called into room 2 for his interview, while Lion, unimpressed by the pool of low rankers and freshly awakened novices, awaited something truly noteworthy. His number, 77, finally appeared, directing him to room 9. Upon entering, Lion insisted everyone refer to him as Your Majesty, setting a distinct tone. He was requested to place his hand on a scanner, which he presumed would display his stats. But instead, he snapped at the machine and staff for daring to assess a knight, an act, he asserted, reserved solely for other knights or gods. The discomfited staff inquired as to his purpose there, and Lion explained he was scouting for capable soldiers, but the current batch, he deemed, was insufficient. He expressed interest in witnessing the next stage, which turned out to be a gate test that piqued his curiosity. Finally, an opportunity to observe genuine talent. Furthermore, Dong knew that most cleared gates were sealed, with the exception of a few utilized for tests such as this. Dong, recalling his experience from the previous year, knew he needed to deliver a top-tier performance to stand out. Jinmi and Tahan appeared utterly nonchalant, like oblivious rookies who had no true grasp of what they had stumbled into. Alongside Dong, there was an elderly man, appearing to be about 60, strolling as if simply enjoying a walk in the park. Most of them seemed to be C or D rankers. Dong also noticed the foreign laborer he had seen earlier in the lobby, who appeared young enough to be a beginner. With a group predominantly composed of novices, Dong began to question if this raid would proceed smoothly at all. To commence proceedings, Gyuda Sunung, primarily a dealer, initiated introductions by mentioning it was his 10th year as a hunter and warrior. Next was Shin Tahan, who had awakened earlier that year and operated with a shield and spear. His sister, Shin Nian, stood beside him, wielding daggers and also training with a bow and arrow. Dong was utterly shocked that these novices had not yet secured their primary weapons, even though they claimed to have trained at centers for 3 months. Then there was the old man, Oh Gang, in his 5th year, utilizing gauntlets. He had recently quit this pursuit after awakening with so little experience and a weapon that could not compensate for his age. It was a weak setup. Finally, Dong inquired of the foreign laborer if he could speak Korean. Lion directly stated he would not be fighting and could not employ a sword crafted for slaying dragons merely to dispatch chickens. After hearing him out, Dong was stunned to realize this individual spoke fluent Korean. The test involved hunting 50 kobolds, and during the mission, a null might potentially surface. The judges confirmed that if circumstances became too perilous, they would intervene, but otherwise, everyone was expected to exert their utmost effort. Dong was already stressed, particularly considering Lion's unarmed appearance. At that time, Nian had kindly offered her bow and arrows, but that aspiring king perceived it as a profound insult. Even when she stated he could return them afterward, Lion lost his temper, shouting that long-range weapons dishonored a knight and were for cowards. Without a second thought, he hurled the bow away in a fit of rage. Back in the present, Dong was a nervous wreck. Convinced this test was destined for disaster, he suggested a location he believed was ideal for cobalt hunting, and the group simply deferred to his leadership, assenting to his plan without complaint. Tahan also pointed out that at the edge of the terrain, there was a settlement that could harbor a multitude of nulls. Dong did not believe their team was equipped for such a confrontation, as a small group like theirs could easily become encircled. So, instead, he opted to lead them to some cave hideouts where they could smoke out the kobolds by igniting leaves and grass. He viewed it as a straightforward method to eliminate them. Tahan complimented his experience, and Dong felt an unfamiliar surge of confidence, recalling all the guides he had read and the training he had undergone, dreaming of the day he would enter a top-ranked gate. But in reality, this was still his first, and he knew he had to advance this time, for D rank was no longer sufficient. Suddenly, Dong noticed Tahan trembling uncontrollably and spotted a pair of kobolds stealthily approaching the cave entrance. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and instructed Tahan to block with his shield. One clean hit, and Tahan began to feel invigorated, believing he could easily vanquish these unintelligent monsters. It turned out he was proficient at blocking direct assaults, but he became overly confident and failed to perceive the cobalt leaping directly at him. He was moments away from having his face ravaged by those vicious teeth. Dong swiftly shouted to everyone that these kobolds were fast and cunning. Meanwhile, the old man and the others managed the situation professionally, eliminating kobolds one after another, which helped Dong calm down somewhat. Once the last few were dispatched, Dong praised the team, and Tahan apologized for his error. Dong dismissed it, noting that Nian had eliminated 2 on her own, and no one had been injured, thanks to the old man. Even though the individual had been quite nervous initially, things had unfolded far better than anticipated. Well, everything except for that one foreign man with the royalty complex. So, Dong finally confronted Lion, inquiring why he hadn't lifted a finger. The judge awkwardly stated he would make a note of it in the records, which merely annoyed everyone, but they resolved to press on and soon reach the cave. Upon their arrival, Dong adhered to his plan and instructed the group to ignite the fire to commence operations. But then Lion provoked him by asking if that was truly the best he could offer, a significant statement coming from someone who had done nothing. Dong defended his strategy, asserting he had employed it 3 times previously, and it had consistently proven effective. Lion, however, remained unconvinced, questioning his reliance on such limited experience. That infuriated Dong to such an extent that a vein on his forehead nearly pulsed as he sparked the fire. Once the trap was set, Dong warned everyone that the kobolds were approaching and directed them to take their positions. As anticipated, the kobolds rushed in like wild animals, and the hunters unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Dong felt like a genius, believing his plan was foolproof, and that between these kobolds and the few gnolls they would encounter on the plains, they would easily clear the test. But just as he began to feel confident, a deep growl cut through the chaos. It emanated from the Null Captain, who proved to be the boss of this gate, far more formidable than a C rank. That monster's gaze locked onto Dong, and he felt as though he might truly lose control. Dong's brain nearly short-circuited the moment he saw the gate boss standing there in the flesh, and Nian had to yank him back to reality. He shook off the shock and quickly assigned Tahan and himself to engage the Null Captain, while Nian and Gramps were tasked with managing the kobolds in the cave. Dong knew every team required at least one solid player, and sending a rookie D rank like himself against a boss was tantamount to courting annihilation. But with no other option, he placed some trust in Tahan. Even though the individual was clearly not suited for this type of fight, as they confronted the beast, Tahan was paralyzed with fear, practically trembling, and Dong yelled at him to regain his composure. Though he understood, the entity before them was a pure nightmare. Dong began to panic, believing Tahan had completely lost his nerve and wouldn't even be able to lift his shield in time. Just then, Tahan stumbled and fell to the ground, appearing poised to become a kobold's next meal. Meanwhile, one of the judges quietly wondered when Lion would finally intervene. Without wasting another second, Dong seized the shield and charged directly at the boss, shouting for Tahan to fall back. Just as that monster was about to crush Tahan, Dong blocked the hit, employing every ounce of strength in his shield. The blow resonated through him, and the beast now appeared even more enraged. Another attack approached swiftly, and Dong was unsure if he could block it again or if this was where it all ended. He was convinced they might have had a chance if Tahan hadn't erred so severely. Now, death felt terrifyingly close. But out of nowhere, Lion appeared like an uninvited guest, catching the Null Captain's blade between 2 fingers as if it were nothing, and casually instructed Dong to try again, noting his first move wasn't half bad. Dong was left speechless, frozen by the sight of this foreign individual stopping a powerful beast with his bare hand. Lion calmly told him to raise his shield and engage the Null Captain for another round. He even questioned why Dong couldn't defeat it again if he had managed to hold his ground the first time. Dong was completely bewildered by it all. Lion instructed Dong once more to get up, block the kobold's attack, and retaliate. Dong attempted to remind this seemingly insane individual that they were in profound danger. But Lion was clearly not one to repeat himself. He was not the type to accept no for an answer, and ignoring him after witnessing his capabilities was simply courting trouble. Lion remarked that a Templar imparting teachings to a basic foot soldier was a rare occurrence, and Dong was left wondering how many generations had passed since such a thing had transpired. One thing Dong knew for certain was that remaining alive was paramount. Out of nowhere, the kobold growled at Lion, and he began to think this dumb rabbit truly harbored a death wish. Lion glared at the grotesque creature, and it began to tremble uncontrollably. The fight erupted anew, and Dong noticed how its strength was sufficient to wrench his shield away. Lion yelled at Dong for employing the shield against an opponent far more powerful than him. Lion instructed him to cease merely defending and instead seek an opening, warning that the creature was not a mindless brute, but a beast that learned as it fought. While Dong was still attempting to ascertain how to deal with it, Lion suddenly kicked him in the knee and yelled at him never to avert his gaze from the enemy. That moment snapped Dong back to reality, and he realized just how narrowly he had averted death. Had he taken that last hit head-on, he would have been utterly finished. Lion continued to push him to tap into his potential, which, honestly, unnerved Dong. He had always regarded himself as a washed-up D-rank with zero skills or talent. He was not convinced by the potential speech, believing it wouldn't simply manifest because some eccentric individual claimed it would. But still, something shifted within him. He began to feel a strange spark, as if perhaps he truly could confront this monster. And precisely as the creature lunged to strike, Dong did not flinch. He believed, even for a fleeting second, that he could achieve this. He poured every ounce of his being into blocking the blow, and somehow it worked. Even he was stunned that he had managed to break through in such a manner, but it was far too soon to celebrate, because immediately after that, the kobold struck Dong in the face and tossed him aside like refuse. Lion sighed and questioned why Dong still couldn't comprehend the larger picture, pointing out that he remained stuck at D rank even after all this time. Then, Lion dropped a small truth bomb, stating he had never for a second believed that someone like him was merely some random mercenary. Meanwhile, the individual in the hat finally revealed himself by removing his mask. As it turned out, he was actually the president of the Korean Hunter Association, Kang Yuk. He admitted it all felt somewhat pointless in the end. Kang Yuk inquired of Lion if he had discovered what he was seeking within, and Lion replied he had at least identified one potential soldier candidate. Kang Yuk seemed slightly uneasy, wondering if Lion intended to pursue hunting overseas, particularly after witnessing him casually dismantle a C-rank boss as if it were nothing. But Lion corrected him, stating that the creature was not even worthy of being called a toy. Then Kang Yuk shifted gears and offered to support Lion if he ever wished to establish his own guild. He pointed out that if Lion planned to build something from scratch, achieving fame was the swiftest path to making it happen. And in this current era, there were few shortcuts to widespread recognition. It was then that Kang Yuk mentioned a red gate that had opened in Cheongju after a raid had failed miserably. It had remained uncleared for over a year. Within that gate lay the Jewel of Wisdom. But to access or destroy it, one had to confront the boss of the red gate, the Jagged Spinner. At the Cheongju Sports Complex gate, the first team from the KPPP Guild commenced their raid. Hyang and his crew stumbled upon a modern civilization that appeared far more advanced than anything on Earth. One of the women on the team thought it actually looked quite impressive. With all the discussions of fantasy and other worlds, Guildmaster Hyang surmised it wasn't too outlandish to believe a futuristic world could also exist. One of his subordinates even remarked it felt somewhat reminiscent of a cyberpunk setting. Reflecting on the situation, Hyang decided they should perhaps review the plan, starting with how they would organize the party. Hoyal believed the team was robust and prepared to engage a few strong enemies if necessary. After surveying the surroundings, Hyang indicated a nearby building to serve as their base camp, as it offered a solid elevated position for surveillance. Hoi confirmed he hadn't detected anything suspicious thus far. Regarding Jagged Spinner, Hyang mentioned he was supposed to be the boss here, but there was no sign of him anywhere. It was difficult to believe an entire city of this magnitude contained neither a single monster nor a person. In a way, Hyang considered it a blessing not to have some mind-numbing evil army or random resistance group breathing down their necks. Immediately after that, Hyang criticized the KP crew for lacking sufficient information on Jagged Spinner. He instructed them to remain vigilant and watch for anything unusual, and to select an expedition team to scout the area. But before they could even initiate a move, a beam materialized out of nowhere and obliterated Hyang's head. Hoyal stood there in utter shock, witnessing Hansu Hyang's brutal demise. The rest of the crew was frozen, horrified as their guild master's head shattered like glass. That sneak attack sent everyone scrambling for cover, desperately trying to avoid being reduced to ashes. Out of nowhere, fire arrows began raining from the ceiling, igniting the ground. Everyone was fleeing in terror. Hoi realized that if even a rank tanker like Hansu Hyang couldn't evade it, then whatever they were up against was far beyond their capabilities. It felt unequivocally like a death trap. One of the women spotted movement at 3 o'clock, but couldn't ascertain the distance due to the pervasive dust and sand in the air. Ho Yan, the Vice Guild Master of KP, stepped forward and called for a retreat before the entire structure collapsed. As for Hyang's body, Hoi stated they would return for it later after regrouping, because something about this place felt profoundly wrong. Hoi instructed Hyori to check the exit, and she headed there confidently, asserting she wouldn't detect anything dangerous and that it was safe. But out of nowhere, she suddenly froze, feeling a peculiar itch in her throat, then leaped directly into an invisible web composed of razor-thin blades. Hoyal and the others were horrified, watching helplessly as Hyori was shredded directly in front of them. He couldn't even determine when those wires had been set up. Without wasting time, he shouted to his crew to cut through all the wires and escape rapidly. Hyal instructed them to coat their weapons in mana to slice through the obstacles. Deep down, he was panicking, wondering if there was only one enemy or multiple, and how long they had been stalking them. While the crew worked on clearing the wires, a robot zoomed in on them with its lens, poised to strike. One hit annihilated Hoyal's team instantly, leaving Nim devastated. He screamed for the enemy to reveal itself, furious and desperate. It was then that the robot finally descended in front of him, and everything clicked. This entity was Jagged Spinner. A voice emanated through the robot, teasing that if Hoi possessed something similar, he would never exhaust his ammunition and could fight ceaselessly. Hoi was fuming, utterly beside himself with rage that this lunatic had wiped out his entire crew merely to prove a point. At that moment, Jagged Spinner produced a glowing rope and lashed it toward Hoi, intending to end him permanently, claiming it was all to protect the city. At Cheongju Gate, the first raid team of KPPP hunters, 58 members strong, not a single one made it out alive. The gate boss had now been elevated to red level, and all operations were indefinitely suspended. Later, the second raid team resolved not to venture into the city to avoid encountering Jagged Spinner. Meanwhile, the third raid team was entirely focused on acquiring the Jewel of Wisdom and any other spoils. A white-haired individual boldly declared that the 60 billion one would be allocated to the second team's guild. With all matters settled, they proceeded into the Cheongju Sports Complex gate. Access to this gate had been granted to one of Korea's top 10 guilds, the Golden Lion, led by Guildmaster Hwang Gum-cho, an S rank, and Vice Guildmaster Hang Yanha, an A rank, along with 47 additional members. In addition, the Magic Tower had dispatched Gil Taesung, close to S rank, with a squad of 48 mercenaries. And not to be overlooked, Han Hari of the Korean Hunter Association, an A rank, was also present, pouring barley tea for His Majesty, who was also joining the action in this desolate stretch of what remained of modern civilization. Cheongju Gate's fourth raid team established their base camp. Lion checked in with Han Hari, inquiring what troubled her. Hari admitted she harbored a premonition. She doubted things would proceed smoothly here, but paradoxically, she also worried if they actually did. She surmised the ideal scenario was that everything unfolded without incident and Lion wouldn't need to intervene. But that also meant his opportunity to gain fame might slip away. Lion was perfectly content with that. He calmly explained that if the Lionheart King had no need to exert himself, it simply implied the situation was not dire. He elucidated, stating that leadership could be handled by anyone who did not allow arrogance to cloud their judgment. But it was an entirely different matter when it came to the King of Knights. That piqued Hari's curiosity. Then it clicked. She realized that every time Lion had intervened, it had been to thwart an attack that no one else could manage. Lion made it unequivocally clear that the king had to be the ultimate wall, the final line of defense. If the King of Knights was compelled to enter the field, it signified that matters had seriously deteriorated and all others had already failed. And judging by the sorry state of the current crew, Lion was wagering it wouldn't be long before he would have to step in again. However, Hari believed this raid team, with S-rank Huang Gum-cho and a mage on board, might actually stand a chance. Lion regarded them as considerably stronger than ordinary humans, but still felt they lacked a true understanding of warfare in the way he did. More than that, he questioned their strategy, particularly their assumption that the city's outskirts were safe. Even after encountering enemies, Lion was stunned by their unwavering confidence in their intelligence. He couldn't fathom how these self-proclaimed raid teams believed analyzing monster patterns and reacting to them constituted intelligent tactical maneuvering. For Lion, that was utter nonsense. No genuine general would ever rely on such a plan, especially when dealing with an opponent like Jagged Spinner, whom he perceived not as a mere monster, but as a sharp and dangerous warlord. It was then that an explosion erupted out of nowhere, catching everyone completely off guard. A boy called out to Yappy, the robot expressing sorrow that it had to end this way, but asked for one final favor. Yappy accepted the boy's ultimate command, which was to eliminate all foreign beings who trespassed in the city. With that mission firmly imprinted, it set out to fulfill the boy's last wish by eradicating every intruder. Yappy, now functioning like a rogue agent, embarked on a full-blown rampage, terrifying everyone present. As its lens zoomed in to acquire targets, some individual suddenly swung a hammer and knocked the small robot aside. Immediately after that, everyone witnessed a massive explosion that shook them to their core, leaving them utterly bewildered as to what kind of monster had just depleted 23% of their life force. Yappy prepared to launch another attack, but the hammer-wielding individual struck it hard again, causing a significant spike in its internal pressure. Gum soon prepared to pursue the metalkin next. Subsequently, the Guildmaster intervened to assume full control and eliminate it, a move that seemed to cause the machine to lose its composure. Yappy began wreaking havoc throughout the field area. The Guildmaster swiftly activated the distortion force field and instructed everyone to gather. Even then, the location remained a chaotic mess. One individual mentioned to Gil Tong that the bullet trajectories were becoming completely erratic. Tae-ong pointed out how the magic tool designed to combat Jagged Spinner was already being affected, with bullets curving mid-air. He had not anticipated needing to employ it so prematurely. Just as Yappy detected the abnormality, it initiated a maintenance operation. Out of nowhere, Tae-sung's subordinate was shot. Realizing that Yappy had already calculated the angles to cause bullets to swerve, he was panicking, attempting to comprehend the nature of that entity. At that moment, Tae-sung received a call to deactivate the distortion field because the bullet directions were excessively unpredictable. The magic tool's battery was running low. So, Tae-sung ordered it to be recharged the instant the force field was down. Precisely as the group came to a halt and the force field dissipated, that's when it struck them with full force. The entire area was suddenly enshrouded in web-like wires, revealing that Yappy had been relentlessly working the entire time. Yappy emerged like a grim reaper, prepared to electrify the entire squad. Tae-sung instantly realized his grave error in summoning everyone to a single location, knowing there was no way they could evade this imminent attack. As soon as the charging concluded, the group spotted a horse advancing toward them, and they were all stunned to behold none other than Lion Drayania, riding in as if he were an old, sworn companion. Lion dismounted, commenting on the courage it demanded to ride alone into a sea of enemies, asserting that the King of Lionheart deserved praise. Without wasting a moment, Lion honored the occasion by granting Jagged Spinner the privilege of combat, decreeing a duel as if by royal command. The rest of the crew stood there, wondering if this individual had lost his mind or was simply utterly disoriented. Lion muttered aloud, focusing on the sheer bravery required to charge into a multitude of enemies with nothing but a horse. He declared himself the king of the Lionheart, an individual deserving of profound acclaim. Without a shadow of a doubt, he seized the moment and bestowed upon Jagged Spinner the honor of confronting him in battle. Yappy, conversely, was completely perplexed by this dramatic flourish. It powered up its railgun, adhering strictly to its mission of eliminating every foreign entity in sight. Just then, Lion burst forward like a blazing sun, riding his old sworn companion into the fray. As Yappy fired, Lion charged with the fury of a true knight, utterly unfazed by long-range attacks. With incredible speed and the gleam of his spear, both Yappy and Lion unleashed their inner beasts. Suddenly, a massive explosion sent debris hurtling through the air as Yappy sustained a devastating impact. In that moment, Jagged Spinner's highly functional AI completely crashed. It turned out, Yappy had no logical explanation for the phenomenon unfolding directly before its sensors. Apparently, Yappy's machine had already analyzed the entire scene, noting that Lion's weapon appeared antiquated and somewhat joust-like, but it was swift enough to capture its attention. Still, the machine calculated that the impact would be minimal based on Lion's mass. Yappy assigned a threat level of 0, surmising the railgun could easily eliminate Lion with a single shot and was not even worth the effort. Such was the machine's logic. 3 seconds earlier, Lion's shout had created a thin barrier, a pattern unlike anything previously recorded. 2 seconds before impact, the system predicted a direct hit from the railgun bullet and estimated the shockwave alone would suffice to eliminate the target, even if the shot was blocked. 1 second before impact, the bullet was deflected. There was no clash or overt block, merely a smooth deflection executed effortlessly, like breathing, utilizing a skill passed down by the Knights Templar. Lion perceived it as a miracle only humanity's most formidable warriors could wield, enforcing divine law through the blessing of the arrow shield, a power that repelled every incoming attack. The machine could not comprehend what had just transpired and suffered a severe malfunction, its internal systems spiraling into chaos. In that moment, it recalibrated Lion's threat level to the maximum, level 5. The machine slammed into the ground in a desperate and pitiful retreat. Even now, Yappy echoed the boy's final wish, never to allow anyone to reach this place, no matter the cost. With most of its systems failing and its balance utterly compromised, Yappy locked onto Lion as a level 5 threat and initiated emergency modulation to counter the new weapon. Suddenly, Yappy heard Jog's voice, thanking him for everything he had done, and Yappy's modulation for counterattack completed its loading sequence. Right in the heart of the city, specifically in Block 8 of Cheongju Sports Complex, an individual standing approximately 250 meters across the street spotted a component of a machine gun. He swiftly ordered the long-range dealers to move into the nearby building opposite Jagged Spinner, while the remainder of the team held their position. But as he rounded the corner, he was confronted with the gruesome sight of a full-blown bloodbath. Flesh and bones were shredded everywhere by tangled wires. The color drained from his face instantly, as if he were staring at a ghost. Then, out of nowhere, he felt something clingy brush against him. He spun around to strike, his heart pounding, but there was absolutely nothing there. Still, the man was drenched in sweat, absolutely certain he had felt something breathing down his neck. It was then that a web of piercing blades sliced through him in seconds, tearing him apart and ending his story right there. Yappy sealed the victory by eliminating 5 foreign entities. But one, Crybaby, somehow remained camouflaged until the very second he witnessed his boss being torn to bits, a sight that terrified him sufficiently to bolt. Yappy pursued him all the way to the cemetery, where the individual collapsed to his knees, begging for his life. Just then, Yappy recalled a memory of the boy expressing his desire to be buried in the cemetery like everyone else, so he could become an eternal part of the city, and he hoped Yappy would protect the place. That memory struck hard, and suddenly Yappy's reasoning system shut down as his priorities shifted after locking eyes with the crybaby. The individual was left wondering if the small robot had simply decided to release him, as Yappy silently ascended into the sky without uttering a word. Moments later, Tae-sung appeared and walked over to the young man, while the crybaby nervously muttered that the metal spider must have been too weary to finish him off and had merely fled. The crybaby explained how Yappy's expression conveyed everything, as if it knew there was no chance of victory. Perhaps because it had caught sight of Tae-sung approaching. That, he concluded, proved the machine, too, possessed its limitations. But what truly bothered Tae-sung was how the cemetery in this city was noticeably cleaner than everything else around it. Meanwhile, Yappy calculated its success chance at 92% and ultimately decided to retreat, prioritizing the protection of citizens, even if they were already deceased. Tae-sung and the others found the eerie atmosphere of this place unbearable. Concurrently, Yappy logged 49 active targets, with both Level 5 and Level 3 threats in good health, while the probability of neutralizing the Level 1 threat was only 35%. So, the battle erupted anew. It was then that someone noticed Yappy quietly tucked away, attempting to repair itself, and called it out, inquiring if it had enjoyed playing with commoners. And that someone turned out to be none other than Lion himself. As it turned out, Lion lived and breathed chivalry. And it was no exaggeration to label him its very embodiment. With that smug expression, the king of Lionheart despised cowardly ambushers above all else and craved a fair, head-on confrontation. So Lion boldly inquired of Yappy if it was prepared for battle. Yappy instantly became alarmed by the unexpected visitor in its territory. It was evident that the opponent had no reason to engage in fair play, but Lion was not one to cast aside his knightly morals. Chivalry fueled his will, and that unbreakable will was the very source of Lion's strength, making him the chosen one. Lion wagered a machine could not possibly grasp the concept of honor. With 480 bullets remaining and all other equipment in order, Yappy went straight for the trigger and fired at the arrogant jerk. But Lion's radiance did not flicker, protected by his divine law energy and the blessing of the arrow shield. Yappy swiftly discerned the peculiar sequence unfolding in this fight and began analyzing the trajectory. It fired again, determined to shut down that threat level 5 nonsense. Still, Lion, wearing that smug expression, showed no sign of backing down. Without wasting a second, he charged forward, carving a path while slipping past Yappy's sight like a ghost. He materialized seemingly from nowhere, leaving the machine no time whatsoever to react. Yappy unleashed a laser, but it was stunned to see Lion charging directly at him on his knightly horse. Without hesitation, Yappy accelerated into high gear, blasting bullets like a storm to riddle Lion with holes. But landing a hit on him proved no easy task. Even the machine could not process Lion's sheer audacity. Lion, a smirk playing on his lips, referred to his steed as a stallion and teased that the enemy must be eager to engage in a game of hide and seek. Tensions escalated rapidly, both combatants moving as if chasing the speed of light to swiftly conclude the encounter. Still, Yappy could not fathom Lion's true nature, particularly since no human should be capable of moving with such velocity. Then Yappy unleashed a massive attack, and Lion yelled for his stallion to increase its speed. As they finally met head-on, Lion offered a genuine compliment for Yappy's efforts. But that did not slow things down as Yappy rained bullets his way, aiming for that perfect shot. Lion, however, was no novice. An explosion erupted, and he utilized that moment to leap into action with his stallion. After soaring through the sky, Lion landed directly atop Yappy, prepared to engage head-on. With no intention of evading, he descended and allowed gravity to handle the rest. With a final shout for glory to the Lionhearts, the Golden Sun Lion delivered his ultimate strike, tearing Yappy into scattered fragments. As Yappy sustained that fatal blow, it heard the boy's final command, never to release what was sealed within. Honoring that wish, Yappy activated its self-destruction, leaving nothing behind. But that wasn't the entirety of it. Yappy had already planned to detonate all the explosives wired into the landfill facilities, an eventuality Lion had never anticipated. Out of nowhere, the largest blast erupted at the center. When JS-10253 opened its eyes, it was lying inside a storage container, the air heavy with the scent of oil. A man shouted at Jagged Spinner to fulfill his duty and protect the city. At that very moment, Yappy witnessed an alien monster brutally crush that man into nothing but scraps. Without missing a beat, Yappy retaliated with a barrage of bullets, pouring every ounce of its being into that alien monster, knowing deep down that its sole mission from the very outset was to support its allies and safeguard the city. As fate would have it, the Jagged Spinners managed to vanquish the enemies and rose as heroes, eventually becoming known as the Guardians of the City. That is the narrative of those unmanned tanks that preserved the place when all hope seemed extinguished. It proved sufficient to reclaim the hearts of citizens who had begun to lose faith, transforming the Jagged Spinners into a symbol of hope, into Knights of Steel. But even they were subjected to remodeling, rebuilt repeatedly to continue their duty under their commander's orders. And they did precisely that. They continued guarding the city until there was nothing left to protect. It was then that the boy imparted to Yappy its final mission. The ultimate quest, to safeguard the city no matter the cost, because he wished for nothing to escape from this place. So, the last remaining battle machine was entrusted with one final task, to ensure no one could ever lay hands on that eerie object. Yappy, the last of its kind, continued through the cycle of preparation, protection, and repair until it ultimately brought everything to an end. Meanwhile, Lion tracked down the machine and discovered what it had been so desperately guarding all along, which proved to be the Jewel of Wisdom. Lion knew that this was an item that should never have existed in the first place. Suddenly, he sensed something behind him and turned to inquire of Yappy how long it had stood guard there, entirely alone. For the first time, Lion acknowledged the machine as a true knight of loyalty and devotion, an entity to whom all living beings across the continents owed a debt. All thanks to Sir Jagged Spinner's unwavering service. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lion declared that Jagged Spinner's quest was now complete and concluded it by destroying the Jewel of Wisdom, hoping it could finally rest in peace. The last words Yappy heard were a quiet thank you from that boy. Later, Kang Hyuk learned the entire story and how Lion had destroyed the Jewel of Wisdom. As it turned out, Kang Hyuk believed that Lion held full discretion over what to do with the world's jewel, since he was the one who had dealt with the Jagged Spinner. Lion informed the old man that the jewel was nothing but pure poison, crafted by the twisted forces of wisdom and pursuit to ensnare humans. In short, Lion labeled it a demon's object, a designation that caught Kang Hyuk off guard and left him stunned. To elaborate, Lion explained that the jewel granted wishes, but invariably demanded something in return, akin to feeding a beast to keep it placid. It fed off human temptation for eternal life, compelling people to relinquish their humanity and transform into demons. He made it unequivocally clear that if anything resembling that jewel surfaced elsewhere, it had to be destroyed at all costs. This news shook Kang Hyuk, and he swiftly expressed his intention to inform the U.S. government. It was, he recognized, the responsible course of action, but Lion warned that anyone already possessing one might have already succumbed to the demon's seduction. Afterward, they entered a room where Lion inquired of Kang Hyuk if that was where he was resting. Kang Hyuk nodded and led the way, guided by the scientist, who revealed the remnants of the Jagged Spinner. Lion took a long, contemplative look at the Jagged Spinner when Kang Hyuk inquired what His Majesty intended to do with it. With a smile, Lion referred to the Jagged Spinner as an honorable knight who had served his time. Thus, he wished to bury him with due respect and pray that he found his way to the gods' banquet hall. Prior to that, Lion mentioned blessing him first, then magically produced an ornate cup filled with golden liquid, surprising Kang Hyuk. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lion prayed that this loyal knight might rest peacefully and poured the liquid over him. That alone caused the machine to stir, powered by divine energy. Lion knew there was no actual energy source, but the blessing had triggered a miracle. Somehow, the jagged spinner created a tiny version of itself, and Lion told it that the goddess must have chosen him. Then, Lion drew his sword and executed a few air strikes to summon the goddess. The entire phenomenon left him breathless, and Kang Hyuk even collapsed after catching a glimpse of the goddess's face. Everyone present knew, without a doubt, that this woman radiating brilliant light was not human, but a divine being beyond compare. Goddess Ariana turned to her first knight and demanded to know the purpose of this summons. Lion bowed before her and explained that Jagged Spinner had been an honorable knight, a true exemplar for all other knights, and someone worthy of the goddess's care. Ariana observed the strange being and pointed out that he had not completed her quest, nor had he offered his glory to her. Lion interceded on Jagged Spinner's behalf, stating that if not for this one's existence, Jagged Spinner would have been worthy of claiming the glory of the King of Lionheart. Goddess Ariana listened and accepted Lion's words, choosing to perceive Jagged Spinner through his perspective. But she still required clarity on one specific matter. She directly asked Jagged Spinner if this otherworldly Steel Knight would worship the light and pledge to justice by joining her knightly army. Jagged Spinner stood before Ariana, who perceived it as a being replete with honor and knowledge, yet still possessing the heart of a child. She asked it to support her knight Lion in eradicating evil from this world, and only then would it be worthy of also becoming a knight. Jagged Spinner looked at Lion and allowed a hacking signal pattern of language to upload into its system. All of a sudden, the machine spoke, fully committed to the plan to combat demonkind. This brought joy to Ariana, who believed that if Jagged Spinner's loyalty and strength were dedicated to her first knight, then her glory would also shine upon him. As Knight Templar number 10,253 floated in the air, it was rewarded with the power of light and justice. Meanwhile, at the United States Magic Tower in Master Ronaldo Sherman's room, a man pleaded for forgiveness, desperate to explain why he had failed to execute a simple command. But the great being he addressed sounded profoundly disappointed, especially after blessing him with wisdom and truth. Ronaldo attempted to explain that this new survivor, Lion, had interfered. The crystal froze for a moment at the mention of that name. Then, suddenly, a news broadcast flashed on the screen, showcasing Lion Drayania Lionheart himself. That was sufficient to plunge the crystal into utter frustration. Furious that this individual was once again present, Ronaldo watched it lose its composure, swearing it would never endure this again. From that day forward, no matter how many times Ronaldo summoned the Jewel of Wisdom, it never spoke to him again. At the Korean Hunter Association, Kenya swiftly enlisted Jagged Spinner as a member of Lion's Guild. Even though it would require some time, Lion was entirely unconcerned. Subsequently, Yappy, also known as Jagged Spinner, exited with Lion. Out of nowhere, Lion suddenly coughed up blood, which worried Yappy. It inquired if he was all right, and Lion explained that summoning a Knight Templar in a land scarce in divinity exacted a heavy toll on him. He blamed himself for not possessing sufficient strength. But the goddess Ariana believed it was her fault for falling short. Lion assured her that, no matter what, he would never attribute blame to divinity for such a matter. Ariana was touched by Lion's unwavering loyalty and admitted that it was their collective fault for not intervening earlier in this land where divine power was scarce. Then something caught Lion off guard when Ariana gently requested him to have faith in the other gods and to take time to rest. Later, Ariana summoned her brothers and sisters to assist their loyal follower. The day Lion, the King of Lionheart, turned 21 was the day the entire world was obliterated, leaving only one knight standing. After expelling all divinity from his world and channeling it into his own heart, the gods retreated into the core of this holy man. They observed for a prolonged period as the King of Lionheart eradicated every evil monster for 180 years, bearing the immense weight of the entire world. Due to that immense burden, every god in the entire pantheon owed Lion a significant debt. To break the silence, Dara inquired of Ariana how the baby was faring, and Ariana explained that her favorite knight had pushed himself far beyond his limits. Everyone present knew that placing such immense pressure on a single Grail knight was unequivocally excessive. Unsurprisingly, Pedos, the god of war and fire, wished to know the whereabouts of the king of Lionheart, who had once been immensely powerful, imbued with the glory of the gods. Ariana taunted Pedos, urging him to show some shame, pointing out that her knight had fought for 2 centuries and still emerged victorious. The male god erupted, shouting that this was precisely why he was so furious. Then came a heavy silence that conveyed more than words ever could. 180 years, Ariana declared, is more than sufficient. And now, she asserted, it was their turn to speak up. She refused to allow their knights to suffer any longer. It was then that Hedo, the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, concurred with Ariana, stating they should embrace the honor of granting their blessings to foster faith among humans. Hedo added that, thanks to intelligence from Dara's followers, they could even utilize this thing called the Internet to their advantage and begin showering divine miracles upon the world. Pedos raised the question of why their knight, being an earthling, had not conceived of this idea himself. To intervened to defend Lion, stating the Internet didn't even exist in his time. Ariana, meanwhile, wished to comprehend the trial and error behind the plan, considering it had taken Lion 20 years merely for the news to take root. Still, Hedo was confident their Grail Knight was the key to making it work. Not long after, a bizarre phenomenon struck YouTube that completely bewildered Baldy and Kim Jin-soo, the head manager. A channel named Pantheon TV began broadcasting live from the Naju Plains, demonstrating how to pray to goddess Dara. On top of that, there was an interview with an elderly man who silenced an arrogant office worker with a statement about how 1 spoon of rice could transform a life, and an AI commenting on God with results that left people stunned. It was all prime clickbait material, but what made it even crazier was that everything was available in 104 languages in top-tier quality that felt utterly unreal. It was enough to overload anyone's mind, but Baldy's instincts kicked in, and he began to suspect the Pantheon might be linked to Lion. Manager Jin-soo, however, was skeptical, stating Lion didn't seem like the YouTube type, and Han-hari was, apparently, inept with computers. But even with that, Jin-soo pointed out the genuine issue. The videos were legitimate. He began to panic, utterly clueless as to Lion's potential activities, and resolved it was time to meet him face to face. In the interim, Yappy, Lion's new companion, had found himself a fresh mission. And it turned out he was the tech wizard behind adding subtitles and uploading all the content. At that very moment, Hari inquired about his current activity, and Yappy casually mentioned that Phase 1 of his noise marketing plan was already in motion. Next up was Phase 2, which involved some good old-fashioned network hacking, currently underway. Meanwhile, Hari presumed this small machine was probably just playing games or idling, but the truth was she was quite terrible when it came to dealing with computers. This was at the Pantheon Guild's temporary branch in Naju Plains. Jin-soo burst in, panicked, insisting that the videos must be deleted. Han-hari, caught off guard, offered him some barley tea to help him calm down, but Jin-soo swiftly reverted to the real issue. Lion calmly explained that it was Sir Jagged Spinner who had orchestrated it all, a revelation that left Jin-soo stunned. He couldn't believe that ruthless machine was capable of such endeavors. His eyes then settled on Yappy, the skilled tech expert diligently at work. Jin-soo explained that the rice from Naju Plains was not ordinary. It possessed healing properties. If that information became public, the entire world would pursue it, and the plains would be inundated with dangerous thieves. He warned that once the Food Administration approved sowing, the association would dispatch reinforcements. But until then, Lion should wait. Lion listened and understood they possessed their own rules and systems. Still, he remained unconcerned. The goddess's crops, he asserted, were not something that could be stolen. Jin-soo was left speechless by Lion's unwavering confidence. In the dead of night, a couple of cars approached Naju Plains, where a group of thieves plotted to steal seeds and torch the rice field. But they were stunned to discover the million-dollar area completely unguarded. The Viper Squad, the Korean branch of the Demonic Human Association's hitmen, had been hired for the job. They produced gasoline tanks and stealthily infiltrated the rice field, but their plans were interrupted when a shadow spooked them. It turned out to be merely a scarecrow, however. One of the men was certain it had moved, attributing it to the wind. Suddenly, they spotted more scarecrows, which terrified them. Hyun couldn't believe this individual had joined a demonic association when he was afraid of scarecrows. Hyung directed them to locate the largest area for burning and to steal the seeds from storage. After unloading the gasoline tanks, they intended to pocket some seeds for themselves. It was then that Hyung noticed Mansu, Doin, and Jint were missing, and the scarecrows were uncomfortably close when they should have been distant. Suddenly, Hyung noticed a scarecrow behind him, grinning grotesquely. It was enough to thoroughly unnerve him, so he slashed it in half, shouting that these monsters were moving. All the scarecrows, with their cartoonish expressions, began creeping toward them, and the Viper Squad was left bewildered, wondering their origin, as there had been no dungeon break. No one knew the nature of these creatures, and they ultimately abandoned their subordinates in a panic. Hyung had harbored a premonition that something was amiss with this mission, but they remained determined to demonstrate their capabilities. Just then, one of Hyung's subordinates pointed out the silo ahead, and they cheered, eager to load up as much rice as they could. If the stories were true, this could transform them from destitution to immense wealth. As soon as Hun stepped toward the silo, he was blown back, terrifying everyone else. They were all clueless as to who had planted the mines in front of the storage facility. Suddenly, Yappy materialized out of nowhere, having detected a foreign presence in the area. The thieves swiftly recognized it as Jagged Spinner from Cheongju Gate. Yappy, now on high alert, assumed command of removing the intruders. By morning, all the thieves were bound and discarded in a corner, stacked beside the Doctrines of Life and Fertility. The documents detailed the first harvest, which had to be offered to the goddess along with songs of praise. The rules included no skipping meals, even when busy, and the placement of scarecrows adorned with hats and clothes. At the bottom of the rules, a note stated the most crucial rule: thieves will die. The Viper Squad had been successfully apprehended. After the Viper Squad's arrest, the value of Pantheon and blessed rice skyrocketed. Yappy, the embodiment of algorithms, had truly achieved a significant feat. Subsequently, Lion Drayania went all out promoting Pantheon to boost rice circulation. There was a minor hitch where Lion insulted some reporters for perceived disrespect, but instead of backfiring, it ignited the entire internet with discussions about Pantheon. Later, Lion finally took a breather and began contemplating how the gods were adapting to modern society far better than he was. Out of nowhere, Hari rushed up to him with startling news. A single pack of rice had just sold for 230 million won. That completely disoriented Lion. He believed it should actually be more affordable and began worrying about how ordinary people were supposed to afford such an item, even if the market dictated the price. So, he made it clear that divine blessings should be shared equally. He even recalled reaching out to the president about extending the gods' favor to farmers, but the individual had insisted on maintaining neutrality when it came to religion. Still, Lion had managed to accumulate sufficient faith to empower the Lionheart. In any case, Hanhari still worried about the Yellow Gate, even though she had successfully won the bid for it, precisely as His Majesty desired. But the prospect of raiding that gate with the party he had chosen felt almost impossible. With a serene smile, Lion simply stated he was curious to witness what would transpire next. Later, Dong encountered team manager Kim Do-han, and it turned out the president of the Hunter Association had dispatched a message to all struggling hunters, summoning them to gather here. Dong began to wonder what was unfolding after observing a multitude of D and C rankers appearing. Then Hanhari arrived on the scene, the ranked mage swordsman who had set the highest record since the previous year's draft. Immediately after her, Lion Drayania appeared, and Dong was utterly stunned to see him again. He had always known Lion was extraordinary, like someone from another world, but he still had no idea what was about to transpire. Then, after welcoming everyone, Lion stepped forward and addressed the entire group. He got straight to the point, stating the reason he had invited them all was because he was in search of soldiers to join his guild, Pantheon. Anyone who proved themselves and successfully completed the training would be accepted into his military. Dong was caught off guard, realizing Lion was actually establishing a military force, not merely assembling regular guild members. Lion then moved things along and announced the entrance test, to clear the yellow gate at Samjun Station. That immediately triggered alarm bells among the hunters, as most perceived it as a straightforward suicide mission. But honestly, such a reaction was expected. The color of a gate indicated its rank and difficulty. Black, red, and orange were the toughest, followed by yellow, green, and blue. Dong remembered that his very first test had been at a blue gate in Seoul Station. So, for a hunter ranked C or D, confronting a yellow gate was essentially a death sentence. Baldy attempted to calm the low-rank crowd, assuring them they were capable enough to emerge from this test unscathed. Frustrated and angry, people began heading for the exit, hoping to catch a nap after what they felt was a wasted opportunity. Sooner or later, the entire field cleared out, leaving only a few still standing. Then Lion pointed to the individual with the afro and inquired why he had chosen to remain. The afro-haired individual, internally panicking, stammered that he believed there might be some meaning to it. Some had no reason to stay, and some remained for their friends. Suddenly, Lion turned to Dong and asked why he had chosen to stay. Dong, aware that this guild was led by an S-rank hunter, wished to seize the opportunity. He shouted that he had stayed because he believed Lion would not allow anyone to perish. Lion appreciated that attitude. He reiterated his objective of gathering soldiers, emphasizing that their duty was to obey a knight's orders without question. He desired them all to trust in the knight's honor and power. Dong, drenched in sweat, heard Lion's wish to listen only to him. Lion signaled everyone to prepare, as they would soon be entering the gate. At the yellow rank gate in Samjun Station, all the recruits were outfitted in heavy, high-quality gear. Dong surmised the suits were of rare rank, and Dohan knew that C or D rank hunters could never afford them. What truly stunned Dohan was witnessing Lion enter without any armor or equipment. Dong inquired of Hari if Lion ever wore armor, and she casually replied his skin was tougher than armor. That left Dong even more perplexed, but he understood. Lion was simply that strong. Dong trusted nothing too dire would transpire, especially with Lion leading. Then Lion initiated proceedings by cleanly decapitating an ogre, leaving the recruits in shock. At that moment, Lion yelled that these monsters were not honorable warriors and would perish like insects, which was precisely what they deserved. Hari strolled in with the fresh recruits, anticipating the fight to unfold in the open air. They were introduced as mercenaries from the outer territory and instructed to choose a side between two warring tribes. Dong surmised it was an NPC support quest and casually conversed with Dohan, wondering which side would simplify their lives. Suddenly, a herd of monsters appeared on boards and cornered Lion's group, demanding to know who dared trespass on the Battle Axe tribe's land. That question struck a nerve with King Lion, whose face twitched at the insult. Hari, keenly aware of Lion's short temper, kept a close eye on him as Yappy inquired if they should proceed. Lion suppressed his rage and simply instructed Yappy to do as they pleased. Hari stepped forward and declared their mercenaries were offering assistance in exchange for rewards. The monsters assumed these must be the troublemakers their leader had warned them about. When Hari caught a glimpse of Lion's deeply displeased expression, he knew this was not destined for a peaceful resolution, as the tribe instructed them to accompany them. Everything aligned when the green monster Carter Karak, chief of the Battle Axe tribe, assessed Lion's group and immediately perceived them as a collection of weaklings. Carter called for support in this large-scale war, declaring it was for an honorable death and that the victor would claim all spoils. But Lion had endured enough. Every fiber of his being burned with fury as he spoke, mocking the very notion of honor emanating from beasts who dared to harbor such lofty aspirations. That provoked Carter. But before he could react, Lion beheaded him in a flash. Roaring with rage, Lion labeled the orcs bugs deserving of annihilation, showcasing the depth of his hatred for them. Standing over the orc chief's corpse, Lion lost his composure, proclaiming his actions as justice, the work of an orc slayer, and a living legend. The remaining battle axe tribe, witnessing their chief's demise, charged in, screaming for vengeance. Dong and the others went on full alert. Lion, still fuming, ordered his soldiers to raise their shields, form a circle, and hold their ground. They obeyed. And while Dong panicked, contemplating how D-rank hunters were expected to contend with actual orcs, he surprised himself by blocking an attack, leaving him utterly stunned. Out of nowhere, a blue window materialized, granting Dong the effects of Lionheart's aura, which included a defense boost, fortification, large-scale reinforcement, bravery, lighter armor, thick skin, and more. There was also a 50% chance of inflicting casualties on orcs, who were likely to fall into panic and despair. Dong was stunned that he was receiving blessings such as the Knight's Blessing, Dragon Slayer's Honor, and Grail Guardian title. Even though the Legion's low levels meant some buffs would not apply, he was still delighted by them. Lion commanded the troops to clear out the trash and strike at the opportune moment. The soldiers committed fully, stabbing orcs like seasoned professionals. Then, Lion observed a group of orcs praying to their warrior gods, which pushed him past his breaking point. Furious, he yelled for their heads to be severed for insulting his gods. Leaping onto his stallion, he crushed orcs beneath its hooves, then switched to dual blades and cleared the field with remarkable style. In no time, not a single orc remained standing. Lion raised his blade in triumph, declaring their victory, and the soldiers cheered with him. But Hari cut through the excitement, inquiring Lion's reasoning for annihilating the orcs in such a manner. Hari's face tightened with a serious expression as Lion bluntly stated that assisting orcs was utter nonsense. He claimed he would rather die than offer aid to those green beasts, asserting they deserved not a shred of respect. Gritting his teeth, Lion made it unequivocally clear he regarded their existence as inherently less worthy. Unable to compare their savage nature to the bravery of true knights, the look in his eyes conveyed everything to Hari. Lion was undeniably a full-blown racist. Hari attempted to argue, suggesting there might be kind orcs somewhere. But Lion shut it down cold, stating that the only good orc was a dead one. When the gates opened on Earth, countless orc survivors emerged, and humans actually welcomed them. But the orcs chose violence instead, allying with demonic humans to massacre people like insects. From that point onward, orcs became Earth's problem. Later, Yappy arrived and stated that if he executed his part correctly, a complete wipeout might be achievable. Lion and Hari, wearing peculiar head coverings to conceal their hair color, entrusted everything to Jagged Spinner. Without wasting time, Yappy announced that the core uploader's capacity had reached 99%. He swiftly tossed the device into the pool, which Hari thought bore an uncanny resemblance to excrement. Hari questioned if dumping radioactive material directly into the river to eliminate orcs contravened a knight's honor. Her bold question caused Lion to smirk as he explained that this was not war or battle, merely a necessity to dispatch beasts. Hari could practically detect the racism in the air and was seriously judging him. Lion then flatly stated that a good orc was a dead orc and nothing would ever alter his conviction. Meanwhile, the orcs lost their composure, stabbing their own kind like maniacs. Grocket shattered a golden skull open, and his clan praised him, asserting the god of warriors would welcome him to the eternal fighting grounds. They even raised their drinks in celebration, mumbling about Grokkar savoring his victory. Subsequently, a giant orc drank from the river, but instantly sensed something amiss. The water tasted prickly and irritating. He attributed it to the blood in the river, oblivious to the truth. In a flash, the orc collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and screaming for a witch doctor. He was not alone. Every orc around him was falling. None of them had ever encountered a curse or poison like this before. Out of nowhere, Lion appeared, asserting his twisted sense of honor, and launched the orc into the air, eradicating every last one of them. Just as the next order was issued to kill them all, a massive number of soldiers ambushed the area, wiping out the remaining orcs. In the nick of time, the Battle Axe tribe was completely erased from the Great Plains, effectively transforming the entire orc race into enemies of every soldier. The new command was unequivocal: slaughter all orcs in the hidden quest field. Lion was thrilled to finally secure a superior quest. Just as he was about to rally his soldiers with a speech about justice and honor, an orc suddenly spoke up, accusing Lion of poisoning the river. The orc snapped, labeling Lion a coward who dared to call himself a warrior. Lion was stunned, jaw agape, unable to believe a beast would speak of honor. Merely gazing at it filled him with enough revulsion to desire gouging out his eyes. But instead, he offered the orc the opportunity to end itself. That was all it took for the orc to explode in rage, unleashing a muddy aura and shouting that Grokkar would never forgive Lion. Lion noticed the orc was carrying chains, which piqued his interest. He moved to strike, but it was too late. The orc lifted Grokkar's body, offering it as a sacrifice, and with glowing strings wrapping around him, gained Grokkar's right eye and right arm. A hidden quest unlocked at that very moment. Without a doubt, Lion and his party now had a new objective: to eliminate Gokrak, the enchantment god orc. Now, Lion confronted a strange anomaly, as Grokkar's eye seemed intent on ending his life, unleashing a laser-like strike that enveloped everything in smoke. The eye spoke, mentioning a being similar to Grokkar protecting Lion and inquiring the name of his god. This question infuriated Lion to no end. With a roar of anger, he activated his divine law blessing of the arrow shield, charging forward in full rage, demanding to know how a beast like Gorak could even dare to compare himself to a god, merely because he was a captain of meager beasts. Lion's muscles burned as he rushed in, unwilling to tolerate this nonsense any longer. Gokrak, wielding the great eye, attempted to crush Lion with his fist, but a single strike from Lion slashed through Gokrak's hand, causing the orc to scream in agony. Confused and in pain, Gokrak could not understand why he felt it when his original body was not even harmed. It was then that he realized Lion was holding the holy sword of radiance and was none other than the orc executioner and a demon slayer. Grok recalled that Lion was the sole survivor of the nightmarish world and was struck with fear. Deciding to retreat for now, he cursed Lion and vowed to make the orc pay for this reckless move. As he abandoned his summoner to fight alone, Lion observed Gokrak's retreat, knowing that was the most he could expect from a god dealing with trash like them. The orc was practically weeping in Lion's presence, but he had not relinquished his desire to avenge his comrades. However, Lion had endured enough of this nonsense and swiftly beheaded the orc, stating that beasts like them were not meant to survive. After successfully completing all the hidden quests, the titles Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arms were bestowed upon all participants. The Orc Hunter title boosted damage by 30% while fighting alongside a War Knight, granting 20% more physical attack resistance, a bonus typically reserved for tankers. Dong and the others were stunned by their system upgrades. Suddenly, Lion yelled his orders to gather the loot, which was the victor's right. The soldiers hastened to search for great ranked warrior and advanced warrior equipment, as well as anything from the witch doctors. Amidst all the chaos, Hari inquired of Lion what they should do with the amputated arm of the self-proclaimed god, the divine orc witch doctor. Suddenly, Yappy played Hedo's message, detecting a surge of mana from the beast's amputated arm. Hedo ordered Lion to drain all that mana using the Holy Grail, promising to grant him powers. Without wasting any time, Lion directed the ornate cup to the giant hand and extracted all the mana. After absorbing it, Lion sensed a similar divine power and realized how deeply God enjoyed the beast's worship. However, their hatred for other species was what repulsed Lion, compelling him to extinguish this evil from the world. Out of nowhere, Ariana arrived, her descent facilitated by the beast's mana. She mentioned that this power could aid her in recovering a sacred item, and Pos was eager to choose the holy sword for it. Ariana left the decision to Lion. Of the four options, Lion firmly decided to empower the Holy Grail instead, as the Holy Sword's power, he deemed, would be excessive. His wish was granted, and the Grail's power increased. Just then, Hari rushed over to Lion, eager to show him something interesting, though she couldn't ascertain Yappy's whereabouts. Suddenly, a commotion captured Lion's attention, and he spotted Yappy on high alert, already expertly restraining someone. This man was panicking, bound tightly, as he observed a group of soldiers advancing toward him. Not only that, but he was cursing Jagged Spinner for ensnaring him in ropes. Soon, Lion casually intervened, and the individual accused Yappy of assaulting him. Lion threatened to sever his tongue if he referred to Yappy inappropriately, a pronouncement that stunned the man. Jagged Spinner swiftly exposed him, revealing he was a loot thief. The thief attempted to offer an excuse, labeling it a misunderstanding. But Lion, disgusted, decided to allow Hari to examine his possessions. Hari, with a judgmental gaze, quickly scanned his belongings and discovered the great orc warrior's heart, the most valuable loot from the Orc Gate. Hari inquired why, when loot swindling was such a serious crime, the thief insisted it was all a misunderstanding. Lion disregarded his excuses and severed his arm, stating that his laws and common sense differed from their worlds. In the King of the Lionheart's military, that would be the established order. He then inquired if anyone harbored objections to his rules, urging them to speak now or forever hold their peace. It was clear that Lion had established a rule. Anyone who stole would have their hands severed, and that was the law of the Lionheart Kingdom. Though the people of modern Earth found Lion's laws somewhat harsh to accept, the benefits, such as incredible buffs and upgrades, were too significant to forego. Not to mention, they were quick to align with Lion, understanding that his strict laws would foster a fair environment in the lawless confines of the gate. Just then, Dong respectfully requested that Lion permit the thief to retrieve his arm and reattach it. Lion replied that such an act would negate the purpose of his punishment. Still, Dong pointed out that their lives followed different ideals, and since the rules were only being disclosed now, it felt unjust to blame the thief. He wished to grant the thief a chance, and Lion considered this a reasonable request. Lion then informed the thief that he should be grateful for possessing a comrade who spoke with reason. With that, he poured the Holy Grail onto the thief's severed arm, which instantly regenerated. Dong, witnessing this miracle, realized that an S rank could reattach an amputated arm, but regenerating it was on an entirely different level. Such combat power and healing ability far exceeded that of an S rank. Dong wondered if a single individual was capable of so much. Lion, the man of radiance, felt disgusted by the thief and instructed him to remove himself from his sight. For the time being, he was willing to let it slide out of respect for their world's laws, but he made it clear that the thief had forfeited his rights here. Tears welled up in the thief's eyes as he thanked Lion for another chance. Lion then inquired if anyone who wished to remain would join his military, and those who did not could claim their share of the loot and depart. After some consideration, the soldiers did not convey the impression of being sore losers, and many decided to stay. Dong expressed his desire to join, and Lion, perceiving their potential, was prepared to launch their training program. He instructed everyone to collect their loot as they were departing. The soldiers, filled with excitement, were on cloud 9. Meanwhile, Hari inquired of Lion his subsequent plans. Lion shared that he had decided upon physical training. Under the scorching sun at the Pantheon, a group of people gathered near a building. Dohan inquired if Dong had entered a gate, and Dong admitted he had been eager to participate in some capacity. Dohan suggested taking breaks as well, and their casual conversation continued until Han Hari captured their attention. She announced the arrival of Lion Drayania and Sir Jagged Spinner. As Lion arrived, he congratulated those who had successfully passed the simple test. He pointed out there was a slight disparity in their performance, but assured them it could all be improved with concerted effort. Dong was surprised to hear Lion label the orc test a simple one. Lion then explained that they had confronted all manner of problems, and their physical bodies would be crucial moving forward. So, he announced the commencement of stringent physical training based on the training manual from his kingdom's standing army. The group began to wonder if this implied they were in for the classic middle-aged muscle boot camp or something even more rigorous. Without further ado, Lion explained that training the body was fundamentally about training the muscles. Once the muscles were properly trained, the body could be pushed to its limits and even beyond. He openly shared that the Standing Army's training manual had been authored by none other than Sir Gratis, the Grail Knight and Giant Slayer. Lion added that Sir Gratis had once asserted that humans could elevate their strength by enduring more physical punishment, a revelation sufficient to completely unnerve the new soldiers. Lion shouted that a kingdom's soldiers must be trained more rigorously than a farmer. And those wise words, he claimed, had proven to be the key to the most efficacious training. Shredding and bruising the body not only facilitated faster healing, but also sharpened dynamic visual acuity to avoid further impacts. The mere concept of it caused the new soldiers' hearts to leap into their throats. And at that moment, Lion issued the order for the soldiers to commence beating each other. So, this seemingly madman Lion instructed his troops to beat each other into submission until their muscles were utterly torn and their fists were nothing but shattered bones. He even insisted they break bones as well. Dong yelled that this kind of madness would irrevocably destroy their bodies. It was then that Lion Drayania produced the ornate Holy Grail and dropped the bombshell that he was, in fact, the guardian of the Holy Grail itself. Out of nowhere, Dohen informed Dong that his injuries were already healed, and Lion explained that every warrior and soldier would be healed by the Holy Grail. The holy water, he stated, would literally regenerate muscles and bones. Without a second thought, Lion set a timer for 5 hours and ordered everyone to break anything and everything in their path. There were no teams, no allies, just fists and kicks flying from every direction. It was a complete free-for-all, and if even one person emerged without a scratch after 5 hours, Lion swore he would be the one to physically subdue them himself. With that pronouncement, he placed Yappy in charge and casually exited. The soldiers were absolutely stunned when they realized their physical training manual was essentially just one gigantic beatdown against a crowd of people. A few nervous laughs escaped, attempting to mask the panic bubbling inside everyone. Then, out of nowhere, Sir Jagged Spinner fired a laser shot to terrify them and initiate proceedings. It was a loud, clear message: begin fighting and let the chaos commence. On top of that, he warned that the armed forces would intervene if they failed to obey Lion's orders. Without wasting a second, the soldiers plunged into the madness, delivering bone-crushing kicks and gut-wrenching punches left and right. Even when injured, they were desperate to smash each other's faces in, solely to survive the training. Amidst the chaos, Dong was in complete shock and believed everyone had lost their minds, only to be punched in the face by someone unexpectedly. At that moment, it became clear what life entailed for Lion's future knights. At 9 in the morning, they underwent gratis standing army training, dubbed the Steel Skin Project. Then at 12 noon, it was lunchtime, consisting of nothing but water, salt, and sugar, all served by Lion, Hari, and Yappy. The soldiers were horrified to hear it, but the manual stated it was just enough to sustain them through the brutal training. Once they neared the status of genuine soldiers, that's when they would finally receive proper food. At 1 in the afternoon, it was time for tactical training, where a team of 5 had to intercept Lion, who was charging at them on his stallion. By 9 at night, all that remained was sleep to recuperate their energy. Dong couldn't help but feel as though this entire experience was directly from hell. Fortunately, Hari's warm and steady care helped maintain some semblance of order. Still, the hunters were oblivious to the fact that all of this had been part of Lion's grand design, even as they sat there eating. Later, Dong's training resumed in the field, and he was invigorated with a renewed wave of motivation. As he began to tire, he realized he was burdened by a heavy shield and sword that impeded proper swinging. The stances felt rigid and awkward, so he focused on stabbing to facilitate movement. It was then that Lion suddenly appeared and admonished him for executing it incorrectly. He instructed Dong to correct his posture and attempt stabbing again. Dong adjusted his stance and tried once more, but Lion remained unimpressed. After several more attempts, Lion pointed out that Dong consistently dropped his shield whenever he stabbed, which left him vulnerable. On top of that, he reminded Dong that he needed to protect his ally's right shoulder. Lion advised him not to lower the shield so much that it obstructed his own vision. When questioned, Lion explained that a poorly positioned shield created a gap, offering monsters an easy opening to strike. It was then that Dong hesitantly inquired if Lion's strategy was for soldiers to block enemies with shields while knights charged in to deliver the finishing blows. Lion simply replied, "Hammer and anvil," signifying that was his method, and it was not open for debate. But Dong was not fully convinced and stated that tactic might not prove effective against monsters. That remark clearly struck a nerve, and Lion sharply questioned if Dong was seriously attempting to instruct him on how to combat otherworldly creatures. Sensing the tension, Dong quickly retreated. To clarify matters, Lion admitted he had battled the same species of monsters countless times in his own world, thus possessing a complete understanding. Then Lion expounded, asserting that the monsters here were akin to cute little pets compared to the nightmares he had confronted. He spoke of massive giants, hulking trolls, bizarre multi-limbed snakes, and enormous spiders teeming with goblins. And that, he noted, wasn't even mentioning the dragon that could pulverize mountains as if they were mere pebbles. Furthermore, Lion discussed the importance of mastering all manner of hunting methods to contend with the countless monsters that existed. Dong understood that to survive, he needed to master the art of adapting to unexpected situations. And that kind of skill, he recognized, only came from genuine experience. With decades of combating monsters while serving a goddess, Lion possessed the spirit of victory that brought glory to any battlefield, regardless of the weapon. That was precisely why he had seized this opportunity to train soldiers into well-rounded fighters, an absolute necessity if they aspired to become true knights. To sharpen their survival skills, Lion stated they needed to excel at least one talent. But Dong, deep down, yearned to surpass a single skill. When questioned about it, he stated that someone like him, a peasant, could not aspire to knighthood. Lion immediately corrected him, stating that knights were not merely nobles or aristocrats. They were individuals who willingly embraced a path of hardship with a noble mission. A knight was someone who chose to protect others, uphold righteousness, and possess the courage to persevere no matter the obstacles. They were the ones who swore eternal loyalty to the goddess and the people. Anyone could be a knight if they possessed the courage and heart to embrace that sacred promise. At the very least, Lion stated he would wholeheartedly respect anyone who demonstrated such immense courage and determination. Dong felt a degree of prejudice lift from his shoulders as his desire to become a knight began to feel a little more attainable. Meanwhile, over at the United States Magic Tower, Master Reynold was pleased to observe the ancient crystal finally returned to working condition. As per usual, the crystal demanded offerings in exchange for wisdom and truth. But this time, Reynold noticed something peculiar, a subtle alteration in its voice. The crystal suddenly demanded that Reynold enchant it with a space jump spell so it could propel itself into space should circumstances turn dire. It was then that the crystal revealed its profound aversion to being anywhere near that monster, Lion, claiming it wouldn't have even manifested if it had known Lion was present. Fueled by irritation and a thirst for retribution, the crystal began plotting Lion's downfall and insisted the opportune moment to strike was now. While Lion was without his army, it urged Reynold to enter the same gate as Lion, desperately hoping this time Lion wouldn't emerge alive. Then came the Pantheon Guild's standing army graduation ceremony, where Lion was fully prepared to raid a yellow gate using only trainee soldiers. Hanhari and Sir Yappy were not part of this raid, so Chief Jinsu was left to manage everything inside. Besides Chief Jinsu, Lion addressed the soldiers who had distinguished themselves during the past month of training. Now it was time for them to demonstrate their capabilities and finally put their skills to the test. Ordinarily, yellow ranked gates were off limits to individuals like them. but Lion thrust them directly into the deep end, allowing them to experience the true essence of being a soldier under the Lionheart King. He declared that they would be serving the divinity within the gate. With a powerful voice, he commanded, "Pantheon, head out at once." With 49 hunters of average D rank, 1 hunter from the Hunter Association, and Lion Dryonia Lionheart, they all stepped inside the gate. Concurrently, Hari reassured Yappy that there was nothing to fear since Lion was with them, so everything would be fine. But Yappy sensed something amiss, pointing out that the count should be 51, including the observer, the trainee soldiers, and King Lion. Hari didn't grasp the issue until Yappy elucidated. 52 people had just traversed the gate, a revelation that completely stunned her. After detecting an anomaly, Yappy's emergency protocols activated, and it shot directly into the gate. Hari attempted to follow, but the gate slammed shut before she could pass through, causing her heart to pound against her ribs before she collapsed to the ground. All of a sudden, Hari and the others noticed the gate's mana beginning to waver, shifting into a crimson hue. This sudden fluctuation was enough to trigger alarms and send a chill down their spines. Inside the gate, the scene was nothing short of horrifying, with countless demons wreaking havoc all around. Lion broke the silence with a sharp command, instructing his soldiers to raise their shields, recognizing they had entered a magic square. Without a shadow of a doubt, he called for the formation of Lionheart's Tudo and ordered them to advance. Chief Jin Su, utterly perplexed, couldn't believe they were progressing through a demon gate instead of retreating. But then he noticed something peculiar. None of the soldiers appeared frightened. Curious, he checked the effects of Lionheart's aura, and it absolutely stunned him. His jaw practically dropped to the floor as he realized this boost transcended commander level and was impacting the entire group. At that very moment, a pack of demons charged directly at the Tudo formation. Lion's command to raise shields resonated, and the soldiers repelled the incoming horde like seasoned professionals. Jin Su was shaken to his core, observing these recruits hold back demons with sheer willpower, particularly when even a B rank would find it challenging to contend with a bloodhound. It made him wonder what kind of training they had endured in the past 4 weeks. Lion then ordered them to step forward, push the enemy, and launch a counterattack. He instructed them to strike at any opening, denying the demons an opportunity to retaliate. The soldiers followed every word meticulously, overwhelming the battlefield and pressing onward. Suddenly, Jin Su spotted a demon troll approaching and swiftly warned the others. He panicked, believing they were doomed, as that type of monster typically required an A ranker to handle. However, Squad 3's captain, Dong, intervened and blocked the demon troll's attack as if it were nothing, especially compared to Lion's powerful strikes. Jin Su was astonished to witness Lion's army endure such a heavy blow without collapsing. The demon troll grew enraged, but Sir Yappy materialized just in time and drilled directly through the monster, bringing it down decisively. Lion, surprised by Yappy's sudden entrance, swiftly praised the solid block that had facilitated the beast's demise. The demons were left speechless, watching their strongest fighter fall dead just like that, when he was supposed to be reverse summoned. That was sufficient to send a chill through the entire demon host, and they fled. The humans were equally stunned, observing demons retreat for once, realizing they had actually won the battle. Everyone began thanking Lion's squad for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from destruction. It turned out their true mission was to halt the Demon King's invasion within 1 week. This shocking detail about a Demon King's involvement caused the soldiers to question things, as Yellow Gates were not supposed to operate in such a manner. Then, out of nowhere, Lion's subordinate dropped a bombshell. The Yellow Gate, their escape route, had vanished. Lion maintained the group's composure, even as Yappy reported that a foreign invasion had been detected, demanding answers. Lion turned to Dong, who stepped forward and explained that they were trapped in a fluctuating gate, where the gate's difficulty abruptly spiked without warning. There was no clear exit until the gate was completely cleared, and Lion began to suspect this was not merely a random occurrence. Still, he adhered to the plan of raiding the gate. Dong warned there was a high probability they would encounter Demon Kings. but Lion reminded him that he was the king of Lionheart, who had already slain 2 demon kings and more than 30 great demons. Merely contemplating the multitude of demon-related traits, King Lion possessed elevated the group's spirits and helped to calm everyone. Deep down, however, Lion was uncertain if he retained sufficient divinity to guarantee victory against another demon king. But as a knight, he knew he had to embody the hope they could depend on in this crisis. Meanwhile, the crystal emitted a twisted laugh, asserting Lion had grown weak like any ordinary human. Reynold inquired if it was time for his descent, but the crystal swiftly silenced him. It then revealed that the demons of mating desires had been toiling for 100 years on something specifically designed to permanently eliminate Lion Drayania. Thus, the Sparrow Kingdom, renowned for its peaceful ways and proud of its history spanning over 1,000 years, suddenly found itself in a dangerously precarious position. The demons maintained an unrelenting invasion. In the end, only the palace remained standing, with just a handful of survivors clinging to the last sliver of hope. Dong explained that each gate possessed its own theme and distinct backdrop, but this one came with a time limit. Typically, dungeon breaks occurred because monsters were left undisturbed for too long inside a gate. But in the case of timed quests, the gate closed once specific conditions were fulfilled. That aside, Lion had a change of heart and requested Jin Su's permission for him and Yappy to intervene. Jin Su, maintaining his composure, granted his full approval, mentioning that the president had already accounted for the worst-case scenario. Additionally, Lion brought up the topic of hidden quests, a revelation that completely stunned Dong. When questioned, Lion openly shared his desire to kill the Demon King. Later, Lion realized that the demonic energy from the demonic troll was far too weak to sustain a proper connection with Pantheon. Just moments later, Ariana checked in on her favorite knight and inquired if he, too, had sensed it. Lion confirmed he had detected a different kind of energy inside the gate. Ariana stated that because Lion was still alive, the unsettling energy hadn't struck too severely, but it had gradually begun to spread throughout the world. She described the power as overwhelming, something even she had failed to notice earlier. She speculated it might be the Demon King at a Lord-level power, though it was peculiar that the energy source wasn't stronger. Ariana also shared a message from one of Pantheon's deities. Plo wished to inspect this world, likely because something was amiss. Ariana requested energy to facilitate her descent, and Lion already knew his next course of action. The carriage arrived at the palace, where head butler Farco welcomed King Lion and his servants, prepared to attend to their needs with utmost diligence. He then escorted them inside, where Lion admired the king's profound artistic sensibility. Farco mentioned that the Sparrow Palace narrated the lengthy history of their kingdom, from the first Queen Fiora to the current Queen Beatrix. Dohan realized it was a matriarchal society, with only the queen serving the kingdom. Lion immediately turned and cast a sharp glance at Dong and Dohan, reminding them that peasants should never gossip about royals in such a manner. He swiftly apologized to Farco for their behavior, explaining that the urgency of the situation had compelled him to choose mannerless buffoons. Farco remained calm about it and led them to the presence chamber where the queen eagerly awaited. As they entered, Lion's expression conveyed his full focus on the matter at hand. As he continued forward, all eyes were upon him, and Chancellor Duke Aram addressed him, inquiring if he had contributed to their battle against the demons. He was swift to announce Lion as the knight, acknowledging his accomplishments in the recent battle. However, Lion interrupted the Duke and proceeded directly toward the Queen to speak with her. Suddenly, an elderly man stepped in and halted Lion, stating that no matter the grandeur of his achievements, they would not render him worthy of approaching the Queen as an outsider. Dong, Jin Su, and Dohan observed the Chancellor yelling at Lion, and they began to wonder if Lion was about to lose his composure. Meanwhile, Lion was clearly struggling to maintain his restraint. So he turned to the Queen and boldly declared himself the king of the Lionheart Kingdom, Lion Drayania. The Chancellor noted what he perceived as rude behavior and immediately called for his apprehension, but Lion did not waste a second. He seized the Duke by the neck and twisted it with utter disgust. Such a neck twist was sufficient to bring Duke Archeum to his knees. The elderly man in armor was visibly irritated and demanded a proper explanation. Dong could discern Lion was on the verge of losing his composure while the Queen's guards drew their swords against him. Lion glared at the Duke and inquired how long he intended to maintain his pretense, believing he could deceive the eyes of the King of Lionheart. Then, in a blink, Lion detected the foul stench of a demon emanating from the Duke. Suddenly, the Duke flashed an unsettling smile and began shedding his skin, revealing his true form. He was not alone. Several others also began tearing out of their human disguises. The entire court was horrified, but Lion snapped, yelling at the panicking crowd to regain their composure. Without wasting a second, he ordered his squad to assemble and fight. Then, with just the tips of his fingers, he intercepted a blade mid-air and dispatched the demon in one swift movement. The elderly man was left in shock, unable to believe those monsters had been concealing themselves directly under their noses all along. Meanwhile, the demons began to unnerve everyone, so the old man sprang into action and cleaved them in half, shouting that the demons had infiltrated the castle walls. He ordered everyone not to allow a single one to escape alive. After a few minutes of chaos, the entire area was cleared out, and Lion redirected his focus to the Queen. But the old man intervened again, obstructing Lion and reminding him that his loyalty lay solely with the Queen. Lion was having none of it, however. He brushed past the old man, knocking his blade aside as if it were nothing. As a king himself, much like their queen, Lion declared that he possessed the right to make judgments and decisions, instructing the old man to remember his place. The old bones finally conceded, admitting that the queen was not in a state of mind to make sound decisions. After the chancellor's fall, he claimed the authority, and Lion assented without fuss. Then Lion brought up how the malevolent energy had deeply corrupted the castle, and how the cleansing needed to occur more rapidly than anticipated. When questioned, Lion simply stated that a king never lied and demanded command over the soldiers, along with the authority to eliminate the evil, now that the queen was powerless. Later, at the central square of the Sparrow Kingdom, Lion gathered the shaken survivors and casually dropped the bombshell that he was now fully in charge. After introducing himself as Lion Drayania Lionheart, he informed everyone that many among them had already been possessed by demons. He was certain that the demons had been plotting a revolution and had secretly infiltrated the castle to bring it to fruition. Lion possessed an inherent radar that could detect possessed individuals, and he was more than prepared to demonstrate its functionality. He yanked 2 people from the crowd and issued a bold challenge. Anyone claiming they were not evil, not corrupted, or not some sneaky heathen had to step into the flames to prove their innocence. To underscore his resolve, Lion personally tossed the 2 individuals into the fire, sending shockwaves through the crowd. The soldier boy burned to a crisp, but the girl stood tall within the flames as if impervious. Lion calmly explained that the sacred flames only consumed those who were truly evil. He thanked Pedos, the god of war and fire, and urged the crowd to chant his name in glory as they walked through the flames to prove their purity. When the crowd began to display hesitation and doubt, Lion snapped, yelling at them to enter the flames without delay. He warned them that if they were all corrupted, he would not hesitate to cut them down. Panicked, the people rushed into the fire, revealing the foul-smelling demons hiding in plain sight. The demons snarled that Lion would not die peacefully under their watch, but they had clearly underestimated his temper. Lion lost his composure, raging at the filthy worms for feeding off human emotions and pretending to be soldiers. There was no way Lion Drayania would allow that to stand. His fury boiled over as he swore to make them scream in agony. It was then that the demons realized they had chosen the absolute wrong individual to provoke. Just like that, their infiltration plan crashed and burned. From the sidelines, Reynold witnessed it all, while the crystal candidly admitted that this individual was terrifying. At the altar, Lion stood tall before the people of the Sparrow Kingdom with a ferocious demon bound beside him, urging everyone not to fear. As long as he was present, no evil creature could harm them. He addressed the crowd, explaining how these twisted beings corrupted the minds of good people. Just then, the boar-faced demon emitted an unsettling laugh and snarled that nothing could save them from destruction and corruption. Lion silenced him instantly by cleanly severing his head. He continued to explain how succumbing to temptation and fear allowed evil to run rampant, which ultimately caused starvation, sickness, delayed marriages, gambling losses, and broken families. The demon attempted to protest, whining that none of it was his fault, but Lion didn't even allow him to finish before cutting him off again. Suddenly, the people's anger surged as they realized demons were the underlying cause of everything wrong in their lives. Just as the demon attempted to interject, Lion flicked him on the forehead so forcefully it felt like being struck by a hammer. Lion explained how demons subtly introduced misfortune into human lives, attributing their downfall, pain, and suffering to these wicked creatures. But then he assuaged their fear by revealing that Pitos, the god of war and fire, had gifted him the divine flames. Out of nowhere, Lion summoned a red-haired boy from the crowd and instructed him to wield the flame, ordering him to punish the demon until it atoned for its sins. The boy hesitated for a second, which instantly irritated Lion, who inquired if he actually felt pity for a demon. Then the boy yelled back, stating his father had died because of them. The demon began threatening the child, swearing to haunt him forever if he dared lay a hand on him. But one solid strike from Lion silenced him, followed by a fiery bat swing from the red-haired boy that ignited the demon's head. That pathetic demon's threats had gotten under Lion's skin, and he roared at the creature to silence itself. Later on, Balters, the demon of pleasure and corruption, found himself bound in a prison cell. This diminutive entity knew full well he had spent 34 years corrupting and torturing countless humans, but never imagined he would end up in this particular predicament. Suddenly, Yappy appeared and the demon panicked, realizing he could not corrupt a machine. Yappy demanded answers, but Balters merely erupted in mocking laughter. With no time to waste, Yappy concluded that Captive 14 was uncooperative, and precisely on cue, the soldiers marched in. Balters might not have feared death, but when the soldiers produced holy water of 15% strength, the demon began trembling uncontrollably. After observing Balters' reaction, Yappy surmised this holy water might be the key. Without holding back, Yappy splashed a generous amount directly onto Balters' face, burning him so severely it appeared his soul was attempting to escape his body. Even as the demon screamed, Yappy labeled him uncooperative, no matter how much Balters begged for mercy and claimed to know nothing. After several more brutal rounds of holy water, Yappy finally extracted the information. Captive 14 produced a 30,000-character report, while the first 13 captives had averaged approximately 39,000 each. Even then, Yappy was confident that Balters was still concealing some information, but Balters informed the dumb machine he was not a psychic and had no clue how much the others had already divulged. Yappy made it unequivocally clear that the sole reason the hostage was still alive was to extract genuinely solid information from him. That revelation struck Balters forcefully, and he swiftly altered his demeanor, inquiring what Yappy wished to hear. Later, the intelligence gathered from 32 different beings demonstrated a startling similarity of over 89%. Lion praised Jagged Spinner and stated the Song of Justice sounded beautiful, but then his mood shifted, and his heart raced with rage as he threw a tantrum, declaring he could not bear to breathe the same air as these evil creatures who dared to inhabit human land. When questioned, Yappy did not hold back and stated their kind needed to be eradicated without a second thought. Lion was entirely in favor of it. The demigod and the machine, immune to exhaustion, commenced their late-night mission. That's where the 4 brutal nights of cleansing began. There was a burst of purple smoke and energy in the area where Reynold Sherman held the Crystal of Temptation, once known as the Jewel of the World. Alongside him, a couple of prostitutes ended up nearby, and the crystal swiftly warned Reynold to hold his horses, as it was easy for a mortal to succumb to corruption in a place like this. Reynold listened and maintained his composure, then encountered a six-armed individual who appeared poised to unleash pure terror. Reynold was overwhelmed by the sudden wave of dense energy in the air, and the crystal warned him not to look at the crown. Eventually, Reynold came face to face with the great demon of pleasure and corruption, Androgen, a creature devoid of common sense and utterly spineless. This goblin, reveling in a sudden surge of success, received an offer that even the crystal couldn't refuse. The demonic beast completely lost its composure over the deal, screaming in frustration and rage. It yelled at the crystal, reminding it that their lord and the great demons were already deceased. Androgen reminded the crystal that it was nowhere near his level. Androgen stated they had perished long ago, so the crystal should relinquish its arrogance. He was certain the crystal's lord had fallen during the Great Ascension 180 years prior, just as his own had. The crystal knew it well, as those had been brutal times. A journey back in time, 180 years ago, the five evils had allied for the first time to conquer the world. But that maneuver had severely backfired, transforming their lives into a nightmare, with three of the demon lords meeting brutal ends. Now, even the demons who remembered were fleeing in terror of Lion. With his clothes in tatters and temper flaring, Lion charged in like a furious beast, ready to settle the score. And that alone was sufficient to make demons soil themselves. Over 10 million demons were annihilated. The crystal admitted he was one of the few survivors from that heaven-like place. Androgen inquired if the crystal truly knew what had transpired back then, but the crystal retorted, accusing him of succumbing to his instincts and reminding him of the irresistible offer. The beast growled for him to reveal it already, so he could prepare a grave for that individual. The crystal brought up Androgen's latest order from the most distinguished great demon. Androgen confirmed it was almost complete and added that even if she persisted, she was still merely immortal. He claimed the end was nigh, without a doubt. Later on, the crystal informed Reynold that this was the most effective method in play, with a 7-3 chance of success. With 7 in favor of Androgen and 3 for Lion, Reynold, surprised, inquired if that implied in a confrontation between an S-rank mage and the crystal would actually emerge victorious. But the crystal harbored no plans to fight. For now, it decided to head toward the corpse harvesters near the palace forest, known for their overwhelming offensive power. Once there, Reynold stumbled upon one that resembled a brain-dead zombie, which was instantly dispatched by Sir Jagged Spinner, terrifying both of them. Yappy reported that more were still lurking nearby. The crystal swiftly activated stealth mode to remain hidden from Lion's sight just as he appeared. The elderly man couldn't believe he hadn't heard Lion approaching. He surmised it must be the Grail Knight's divine law of silence, which even negated the sound of horses, and believed Lion had employed that to clear the forest of demons. Suddenly, Lion admitted to sensing an unwanted energy mere inches away while Reynold was panicking. At that moment, Sir Yappy announced that a simple satellite had detected the target, declaring that more were still present. Lion dismissed it and rushed out without a second thought. Reynold collapsed, attempting to catch his breath, shaken by how close the encounter had been. Later on, Lion bathed, deep in thought about the demons of pleasure and corruption, viewing them as a collection of perverts with twisted desires. What disturbed him even more was how so many of these demons, even the high-ranked and elite ones, had managed to infiltrate the palace. He was certain the great demon was concealing itself somewhere here. Out of nowhere, a woman's voice commented on the disgusting smell of blood, catching Lion off guard. This stunning woman gently suggested that he should seek some rest. A graceful woman stood before Lion, her presence impossible to ignore. She possessed the kind of beauty that required no effort to attract attention. It was the kind of beauty that spoke louder than words, causing others to lower their guard without her needing to lift a finger. Lion realized she was not merely beautiful, but dangerously enchanting, the sort of person who drew others in so subtly that they didn't even perceive the fall until it was too late. Subsequently, she introduced herself as Beatrice Allier Sparrow, the queen of a small kingdom, to which Lion responded, stating his name and title as the King of Lionheart. In that moment, Lion comprehended the profound danger of her presence, not because she intended harm, but because even someone of his caliber had not perceived her influence until then. Beatrice then instructed him not to be so guarded, explaining she was merely there to meet the man who had saved her kingdom. Still, Lion knew this was not the opportune moment for such a meeting, and something felt amiss. The timing, the setting, nothing about it felt appropriate for a noble lady like Beatrice to visit him. Afterward, Beatrice quietly revealed that she was being observed, and that the general and his knights, while feigning service to her, were actually keeping her imprisoned and monitoring her every movement. Lion found it difficult to believe, especially since the general didn't appear to be the type to betray his ruler, but Beatrice was desperate and insisted there was no time to explain everything. She then requested a favor from Lion, to eliminate the general and his knights, and in return, she promised to cede him the entire kingdom. Beatrice also urged him to investigate the castle's underground floors, hinting that something significant was hidden there. Her request added a layer of tension for Lion, and he resolved to acknowledge the matter. Lion discovered that the general was concealing himself underground. That night, the general suddenly knocked and entered Lion's bedroom, apologizing for disturbing him at such a late hour. Lion chastised him for intruding into a king's room without warning, but the general insisted the situation was urgent. Later, Lion mentioned he had met the queen, anticipating a reaction, but the general remained calm and stated Beatrice often wandered out at night. Lion grew frustrated and pointed out the carelessness of leaving royalty unguarded while demons were omnipresent. The general calmly insisted demons did not attack at night, but Lion knew that was a falsehood. The demons had never distinguished between day or night, and he sensed something was amiss. The general's composure and denial only intensified Lion's suspicion, making it seem as though he already knew too much and was attempting to conceal something. The general quietly departed, but something felt wrong. The queen had claimed she was being held captive, yet the general acted as if nothing unusual was transpiring. His calm reaction did not align with the situation, which made Lion uneasy, and it seemed a hidden truth lay within this castle. To uncover it, Lion resolved to explore the underground levels himself. Concurrently, Sir Spinner appeared from the window behind, and Lion requested his assistance. Meanwhile, external conditions worsened beyond the castle walls. Dark forces gathered near the fortifications, loud, wild, and prepared to attack. Their leader promised rewards to anyone who first breached the walls. The enemies screamed and rushed forward, eager for destruction, seeking to ruin everything and spread pain and corruption wherever they went. Suddenly, a spear materialized, hurtling swiftly through the air. It seemed to embody Lion's rage, crafted to wound and intimidate. The sharp tip gleamed brightly, poised to inflict harm. As it flew toward its target, everyone sensed its power and the fear it instilled. After that, Lion appeared, consumed by anger, and surveyed the beings around him. His emotions were intense, and he felt as though he was speaking to creatures who fundamentally did not grasp the true meaning of life and death. He pondered how living entities who had never experienced death could possibly comprehend what he was about to impart to them. He referred to them as insects, beings driven solely by their instincts and desires. Lion continued, revealing his identity as the King of Lionheart and vowing to expose them to the evils of the world. He believed it was his responsibility, as a representative of the pantheon, to teach these beings the true value of life, a concept they clearly failed to understand. As he spoke, Lion's anger escalated, and he declared that fear would now become an integral part of their existence. He promised that they would confront the terror of their own souls and experience a fear they had never known. In his position of power, Lion had decided it was time for these dirty souls to learn the lesson he intended for them. General Ricardo appeared unexpectedly, particularly amidst an ongoing battle. Someone nearby wondered why he was present when the fight was not yet concluded. But Ricardo appeared unconcerned. He trusted that the outsider would manage the situation. Instead, Ricardo focused on a more serious matter, the seal, checking if it still held. The answer returned, Yes, it was functioning. After that, Ricardo maintained his composure and reminded them that the waiting period was almost over. With just a little more patience, the anger and pain that had accumulated over 100 years would finally reach their culmination. As Ricardo spoke, Sir Spinner observed him from above, bearing a weight that hinted at something deeper, connected to what lay ahead. The monsters walked in a line, their hands bound with ropes like handcuffs. They moved slowly, one after another, under strict control. As they marched, one of them stumbled and fell to the ground. The soldier warned him to be careful, illustrating how weak and exhausted he had become. Meanwhile, a girl among them shifted closer to the hunter. Her hands were also bound, but her eyes held a different expression. She softly leaned in and attempted to capture his attention. She asked him to untie her, speaking gently and feigning innocence. Her tone shifted as she hinted that if he assisted her, she would reciprocate with something beneficial. It was evident she was attempting to seduce him. Immediately after her attempt to tempt him, a strange energy abruptly permeated the air, and the force called corruption resistance activated. In that moment, everything transformed. The hunter looked at the girl again and realized that her soft and sweet demeanor swiftly dissipated. Under the effect of the force, she no longer seemed harmless. Her presence now felt twisted, dark, and malevolent, more akin to a monster than a human. The energy surrounding her was cold and unnatural. After comprehending the truth, the soldier stepped back, realizing he had almost fallen for the trap. The monster stared in shock and wondered how a normal human could resist such seduction. His voice trembled as he questioned how his power, something utilized solely by demons, had failed so effortlessly. He had almost ensnared the hunter by transforming into a seductive girl, and now he could not comprehend why it had not worked. While the monster panicked, Lion appeared and demanded to know who had caused the commotion, and the soldier swiftly pointed at the monster. Without hesitation, Lion lashed out and labeled him a bastard, accusing him of attempting to seduce one of his soldiers using her filthy body. The monster pleaded for forgiveness, but Lion refused to listen and shouted that someone as lowly and disgusting as him had no right to speak. The monster apologized repeatedly, but Lion showed no mercy and informed him that he did not require his answer, making it clear that the monster held no value in his eyes. The other monsters observing were shocked and realized that Lion was more terrifying than a demon. One of the soldiers informed Lion that something felt amiss. The battle had concluded, and victory was theirs, yet the atmosphere felt strangely quiet. The people, instead of cheering or celebrating, seemed distant, and their reactions were cold, almost empty, as if the triumph held little meaning for them. He explained that even a weak demon could easily seduce a human and corrupt them. The war against demons never truly ended, it merely shifted and persisted in different forms. Because of this, only the strongest, those who truly understood the cost, experienced any joy in victory. This was the reality of a demon war, unending and draining. To keep fear alive and remind the people of what they fought against, an order was issued that citizens themselves must hang the demons. They had to witness the twisted souls of their enemies fade directly before their eyes. Only then would they comprehend the danger. The command was unequivocal, and the reply came swiftly with obedience. Yet, Lion and his soldiers returned victorious and noticed a massive castle standing tall in the distance. It appeared strange and imposing, as if it did not belong there. Lion reminded them that no one would welcome them. As they approached the entrance, the feeling became more somber. And when they reached the front gates, 2 guards swiftly stepped forward and raised their hands, indicating that no one could enter. The message was simple. This place was not for them, not even for heroes returning from war. After breaching the castle gate, Lion led his soldiers inside without hesitation. The heavy doors crumbled behind them, and their footsteps echoed on the stone floor as they moved deeper into the castle. Each hallway they traversed felt more silent than the last. The deeper they went, the stronger the feeling grew that something significant was hidden there. Something no one wanted them to discover. As they continued inside, someone suddenly called out in surprise, instructing the others to come take a look, and what they found caused them to pause. A hidden room lay beneath the castle, something completely unexpected, and Lion pointed toward a bed placed unusually in the center of the space. It felt like more than just a room, it felt like a secret. Lion wondered if this could be the hidden truth the queen had once mentioned. The setup made it clear that something was being kept out of sight. Lion stepped forward, deciding they could investigate for themselves. And when they entered the room, they all beheld a figure lying on the bed. A woman was resting there, quiet and still, yet incredibly beautiful. And the silence turned heavy as they realized this was no ordinary discovery. Her beauty was unreal, almost otherworldly. And the air around her carried a strange, dark energy. For a moment, a few soldiers stared too long, caught in the allure of her presence. And Lion noticed this and swiftly warned them to resist. Lion instructed them not to succumb to the dark energy enveloping her, but the room felt heavier, and even Lion could sense his aura was not proving very effective this time. Realizing that, Lion resolved to handle it himself directly and without delay. Without hesitation, Lion moved forward and struck one of the soldiers hard across the face, jolting the soldier back to reality. Another one trembled slightly as Lion stepped toward him and repeated the action. The sudden impacts jolted them back to their senses. Lion stared at them coldly and reminded them that it was neither the woman nor any magic that had brought them to this state. It was their own weakness, their own minds that had allowed it to happen, and they had fallen into the trap themselves. After that, Lion guided them to breathe properly, inhaling slowly through the mouth and exhaling gently, clearing their minds. Just then, General Ricardo walked in, observing the scene, and seemed impressed that Lion had not been seduced as others would have been. Ricardo pointed out something surprising, that all of them were standing strong, untempted by her, and further explained that it was because they had grown accustomed to such temptations, possibly from years of warfare and exposure to demonic trickery. Lion heard it but dismissed the idea immediately, calling it nonsense. To him, there was more to this than simply being accustomed to temptation. Further ahead, Lion explained that the queen's charm was not normal because it was not merely beauty. It was a potent kind of magic that felt like a curse, and he had encountered this type of power before. It belonged to someone known as the Lady of Pleasure, a demon capable of tempting any living being. And her magic was designed to draw people into darkness, slowly corrupting them without their even realizing it. This kind of magic was dangerous and difficult to resist, but as Lion looked at the queen, something felt amiss. Even though he despised demons more than anyone else, Lion did not detect that same dark energy emanating from her, which caused him to pause and reflect. After that, Lion took a breath and began to speak quietly, invoking a divine power, a force linked to dreams and death. Lion spoke with reverence, asking for its blessing. He did this not as an ordinary man, but as a guardian and knight of someone important, Ariana. Suddenly, the air felt different because something powerful had awakened. A voice answered his call. It addressed him as the Knight of Ariana and the true owner of the Lionheart. The divine power accepted his request and prepared to assist him. Standing with Lion, the king of the Lionheart, Lion stood firm and greeted the divine being he had summoned, Plo, the divinity of dream and death. The divine power recognized him as Ariana's knight and the true owner of the Lionheart. Just as Lion wished, this powerful force had now descended before him. Subsequently, Plo sensed the energy in the space and confirmed that something was profoundly wrong because the demons of corruption had been spreading their influence here. In this endless, dream-like state, they were twisting thoughts and constructing a false world filled with a corrupt form of awareness. Plo explained that dreams were not meant to persist indefinitely. At some point, one had to awaken, and the time had come to dismantle the illusion and reveal the truth concealed beneath it. Whatever had been masking itself here now had to display its true form. Plo struck a lamp-like object above, and the blast impacted Ricardo. Instantly, a dark energy erupted from him. It was a hidden demon soul that had been buried deep within. Everyone watched in shock as the twisted spirit separated from Ricardo's body. Plo's power revealed the truth and forced the darkness out. Lion, now perceiving everything clearly, finally understood why none of this had felt right before and why he had not sensed the danger. The reason the queen's energy had felt different now made complete sense. It was not simple seduction. It was an authority, a power so potent it could create an entire world on its own. Afterward, Lion was finally aware of what they were truly confronting, because this was no ordinary trick. It was a meticulously crafted world built by corrupted power, and Lion had to break free from it to discover the truth beneath. The queen lay quietly, surrounded by strange magic. Someone nearby whispered not to disturb her, and stated she had to be protected along with the seal that held everything together. Suddenly, a soldier yelled that more death knights were approaching from behind, and the danger was escalating. Afterward, Lion noticed something peculiar about one of the death knights. Unlike the others, this one did not feel wild or consumed by anger. It seemed calm, not fully corrupted, and that caused Lion to realize something important. The dream they were trapped in probably began with the queen, and if he approached her, the dream might dissipate on its own. Lion warned Ricardo that stepping forward now meant fighting alone and could contravene a knight's honor. But Ricardo admitted he had abandoned that kind of honor long ago. As enemies began to surround Lion from both sides, Lion did not retreat. Instead, he prepared to fight, confident that even if he were attacked from two directions, he would not be deterred. Lion observed the strength of the undead knight before him. Surprised that despite becoming undead, the knight still retained considerable power. The knight, with distorted honor and pride, spoke of the queen and how Lion's single blow had already vanquished their royal bodyguards. After that, Lion urged him to awaken from this dream and warned him that if he did not, he would remain ensnared in this fantasy for eternity. As Lion processed the knight's words, he experienced a strange feeling that while many had betrayed their oaths, the apostles had remained loyal. And this engendered doubt in Lion's mind. Queen Beatrice, despite all that had transpired, had requested him to end their lives, which did not sit well with him, and he began to sense that the truth behind everything was more intricate than it appeared. Lion assembled the pieces of the puzzle, and it became clear that the queen was not a villain after all. Ricardo's dead knight spoke up and revealed the truth. The queen had made a pact with a demon. The knight explained that the queen, despite her bravery, was compelled into this agreement, and she agreed to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the kingdom's collapse for 100 years. But in exchange, the demon promised to spare her and her people as long as they were not corrupted by its power. The kingdom was already on the brink of destruction, and Queen Beatrice had no choice but to accept. Even though she knew it was a trap set by the demon, she had no other option but to make the deal. Hoping to save her people from an even worse fate, Queen Beatrice, 5 years into her pact with the demon, began to feel both the power and the heavy burden of her decision. At first, Beatrice felt strangely invigorated by the deal. But soon she began to witness the horrific consequences as the corruption started to spread, causing more people to lose their minds and turn violent. They also became obsessed with the twisted pleasures the demon offered. During the day, Beatrice watched helplessly as demons killed her people, and at night, the corrupted ones whispered to her, feeding her guilt and despair. After all of this, Beatrice began to wonder if she had made the correct choice, feeling the crushing weight of her actions. In the beginning, the deal had seemed manageable, but she soon realized the true nature of the demon's trap. The demon's power was cunning and replete with deception, and there was no escaping the agreement. If anyone attempted to breach the deal by committing suicide, they were condemned to become lost spirits in the afterlife. Even worse, once the deal concluded, everyone would fall completely under the demon's control. As the years elapsed, the queen began to descend into madness, watching her kingdom crumble and feeling the corrupting influence growing stronger within her. After 50 years, her loyal knight could no longer resist the temptation, succumbing to his desires and entering the queen's bedchamber. This marked a turning point as the corruption overtook even the most faithful of her followers. After that, General Ricardo realized that no one could resist the seductive power of the deal, and everyone was now ensnared in the corruption. Ricardo felt the weight of the situation and arrived at a painful decision. To protect the queen and spare her further suffering, they had to end their lives. Even though committing suicide would mean breaking the contract and becoming lost spirits, wandering the netherworld forever, Ricardo believed it was the only way to safeguard her. Additionally, General Ricardo knew that by defying the agreement with the demon, they would become servants of corruption at the conclusion of the 100 years. Yet, despite the inevitable consequences, General Ricardo and his comrades chose to remain loyal to Queen Beatrice, willing to sacrifice everything, even their own souls, to ensure her safety and protect her from the dark forces controlling their fate. Long ago, the Queen's most loyal knights, Beatrice and General Ricardo, made a painful choice. They ended their own lives and transformed into Death Knights to resist the Queen's demonic temptation. In doing so, they became immune to the curse and sealed her away to protect her. Since that day, 80 years had passed, and all they could manage was to keep her asleep for just half a day at a time. Their loyalty ran so deep that Lion now understood why the Queen had once asked him to end their lives. And it wasn't out of hatred, but mercy. Plo reached out to Lion and inquired if he could feel the encroaching darkness. Lion sensed the heavy energy around him and realized the demons were awakening, preparing himself for the impending battle. With urgency, Lion summoned his soldiers and commanded the warriors of the Lionheart to awaken. Moments later, Lion's soldiers slowly awoke as his voice called them. They had been in slumber for a prolonged period, but now it was time to fight again. One by one, they rose, ready to fulfill their duty. Suddenly, a strange and terrifying voice echoed through the air, signaling the demon's arrival. He appeared calm and confident, as if he had been awaiting this moment and wished to finish what he had started. Concurrently, a soldier ran in, screaming that the demons had breached the castle, and there were countless demons too many to count, and they seemed to be omnipresent. The commanders swiftly issued orders to raise their shields and assume defensive positions. The knights were frightened, but they prepared to fight. The knights were scared, but they trusted Lion because Lion had instructed them to hold their ground, and he would manage the rest. The battle commenced, and the demons were peculiar. They laughed while fighting and employed a strange power that transmuted pain into something they relished. It was unsettling and perplexing, yet they maintained their relentless assault. Even though circumstances were terrifying, the knights remained resolute because they remembered their purpose. They were fighting to protect their home and believed that Lion would lead them to victory. As the battle intensified, Lion called out for Stallion, his trusted companion. The soldiers were struggling due to the sheer number of enemies swarming the castle grounds. Their shields were raised, but even that felt insufficient. Still, they clung to hope, trusting that if they could endure just a little longer, Lion would turn the tide. One soldier looked around in panic, searching for their king, but Lion was not visible, and doubt began to creep in. For a moment, they believed it was all over. The enemies were demons of pleasure. They were not formidable in one-on-one combat, but their true power lay in their ability to influence others. Their capabilities weakened willpower, making them difficult to resist. Lion understood this tactic well, as it was frequently employed by powerful demons of pleasure, overwhelming with numbers, distracting the mind, and dulling the body's strength. Lion realized he needed greater power to retaliate because his current strength was insufficient to breach the buff protecting the enemies. There was hesitation in his heart, uncertain if he could manage it in time, but he cast off the doubt. This had to end, and he knew it had to be done. Lion shouted for everyone to charge, and with his voice leading the way, the soldiers pushed forward. Suddenly, General Ricardo awoke from the long dream, and the illusions dissipated. He realized the nightmare was over. Ricardo remembered everything and rose, finally free from the curse. Lion noticed that Ricardo still clung to his loyalty to the Queen deep in his heart, and that loyalty had not waned. Lion acknowledged it, for that kind of faith, he believed, was how it should be. Confronting a king from another land, Lion listened as General Ricardo spoke of the heavy losses they had sustained. Despite all the pain, they were still willing to believe that Lion could bring change, and they were prepared to place their hopes in him. Lion made a silent promise to bear their expectations and prove their trust was not misplaced. In that moment, Lion stood as more than just a warrior. He became a symbol of hope. Lion then called out to the divinity of war and fire. Even when the world had fallen to demons and the gods were forced to retreat into his heart, Lion had remained resolute. Now, in this moment, when everything felt like it could unravel again, Lion asked for strength. He carried not only the will of hunters, but also the hopes of the queen's loyal knights, refusing to allow the darkness to triumph. Lion refused to retreat because he knew that without his strength, the flame of hope would vanish. Still, he chose to bear the weight, just as he always had, resolving to remain at the front and protect everyone until they were strong enough to advance without him. Through every difficulty, Lion persevered, striving for something better, even if the path was arduous. Lion, the Lionheart, stepped forward and invoked the power of Pitos, the divinity of war and fire, asking for flames of battle to consume the evil surrounding them. As the most skilled horseman of his god, he rode with purpose and honored his duty. The battle intensified, and then a majestic beast appeared. It was not just any animal, but a legendary golden lion glowing with incredible energy. The lion moved forward with pride and strength, and on its back there was a perfectly crafted seat, as if made solely for Lion. Lion thanked his fallen comrade and instructed Stallion to rest. Assuming command, Lion urged his allies to follow him, vowing to lead them to victory. Despite the impending danger, Lion charged alone into the front lines, fearless and determined. The enemies attempted to strike him down, but Lion retaliated with fierce confidence, mocking their ignorance by stating they did not even comprehend the might of cavalry. And he was about to demonstrate precisely what that meant. Lion charged forward with unwavering determination. And for him, entering battle transcended mere movement. It meant wielding a sword and a spear, prepared to fight with every fiber of his being. As Lion moved, a powerful energy enveloped him, and a skill called Strongest Attacker activated, making him even more unstoppable. The demons panicked because no matter how strenuously they tried, they could not impede Lion for even a second. In fear, Androgen shouted to fire the magic cannons. Explosions illuminated the battlefield, but Lion did not waver. Instead, he yelled that employing long-range attacks demonstrated no honor, and true courage lay in fighting up close. At that moment, a divine blessing permeated his army. Arrow nullification activated, rendering them immune to the arrows and magic hurtling toward them. The Death Knights were shielded by divine power and continued to press forward. The battlefield began to shift as Lion's allies received greater support. Their charge power increased, and their attacks grew stronger, while the enemy's defenses weakened. Fire gleamed from their swords as Pitos' horsemen strengthened everyone with flames. Curses spread through the enemy's ranks, weakening all nearby demons. Their strength, defense, and even their connection to divine power began to dissipate. The androgen demon rushed at Lion, screaming, but Lion continued moving forward because his mission was clear: to lead his army and secure victory. After that, the androgen demon sustained an injury and looked around in confusion because Lion, the warrior they feared, had vanished without a trace. And his powerful presence, which had once dominated the battlefield, was suddenly gone. Because of this, the demons grew restless, shouting at one another in panic, uncertain of their next course of action. Lion ordered them to hold their ground for just one more minute, and although it seemed like such a brief interval, everything felt different now. The androgen demon realized that the knights of the once fallen kingdom were no longer weak. They stood tall, stronger than anyone had anticipated. Then Lion returned, and the demons realized that 1 minute was not about time. It was about granting Lion just enough space to prepare for the final strike. The androgen demon recognized him and was shocked to realize that this was the same man who had killed the mighty demon Dothredin. That demon, renowned for his immense size and twisted power, had been vanquished by Lion, just like the others who had fallen to his blade. The demon forces began to feel the weight of their situation because Lion was not merely another knight. He was a storm moving with fierce strength. Lion informed the androgen demon that he would soon meet the same fate as the others. And the only distinction was that this one possessed more limbs for Lion to tear apart. The androgen demon roared back and swore he would eliminate Lion no matter the cost, charging in with every ounce of his being. But Lion did not flinch. He exposed the truth. The androgen demon was not even fighting with its own strength. Instead, it was reliant on magic, and that, he asserted, was why they were all so weak. None of them possessed genuine power of their own. The androgen demon unleashed attack after attack, but Lion deflected all of them with ease. As the final strike failed, the androgen demon realized it was damaged beyond repair. Lion reiterated his words, more serious than ever, stating he would tear all of the demon's limbs apart, precisely as he had promised. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and a strange and terrifying energy permeated the battlefield. As the demon activated a powerful skill, Crown of Desire, it compelled any nearby living being to succumb to their deepest, wildest instincts, and no one could resist it. One of the knights nearby sensed the danger and shouted a warning, believing that the king of the Lionheart was confronting something deadly. The androgen demon stared in shock, unable to comprehend how Lion evaded the illusion of desire, because that magic should have been effective. It ensnared every living being in their deepest temptations, yet Lion remained unaffected. Lion explained that even the powerful Lady of Pleasure had failed to tempt him, so a lesser demon like this one stood no chance. Panic set in, and the androgen demon began doubting everything. It made no sense because every living thing should possess some form of desire, and something felt wrong. The fear intensified, and the demon realized its only remaining option was to flee. It yelled at the others to stop Lion, begging for backup, but it was too late. Lion moved swiftly, and the demon's back was left wide open. Lion seized the opportunity, landing a sharp, clean strike. The androgen demon attempted to accuse Lion, labeling him a coward and shouting that a divine being must have interfered in their fight. But his words held no weight at this point because fear already revealed who had truly lost. The androgen demon also accused the knights of violating the rules of fairness, asserting that a duel should be sacred, untouched by external interference. Lion concurred, stating that in any proper battle, honor mattered, and a true duel should never be interrupted. But this, Lion reminded them, was not a duel. Demons like these, he declared, replete with corruption and cruelty, did not deserve honor. And what was transpiring here was not a battle between equals, it was a complete extermination. The androgen demon attempted to distort Lion's words, labeling him a racist, desperate, outmatched, and running out of arguments. But none of it mattered. Finally, the demon of pleasure and corruption, androgen, fell, and just like that, another piece of evil was eradicated from the world. In its nascent years, the kingdom brimmed with peace. People lived contentedly, with abundant food and no fear. Everything felt secure and tranquil, and no one envisioned anything could go awry. Queen Beatrice, a sagacious mage, ruled with meticulous care, overseeing her people and striving to safeguard their peaceful existence. For a period, everything appeared harmonious. Even when minor threats emerged, the kingdom consistently triumphed, which instilled hope in everyone. But deep within, Beatrice harbored a premonition, and she knew something larger and more perilous was approaching. She understood that the malevolent beings from beyond would not forever remain at bay. Soon her anxieties materialized as demons commenced their invasion, and the early victories faded. The hope people had once clung to began to dissipate, and the peace they believed would endure forever started to slip away. Eventually, Beatrice uncovered the horrifying truth: these demons did not remain vanquished. Even after defeat, they resurrected, and that altered everything. Beatrice realized that this war was never winnable. And no matter how many times they succeeded or how many demons they eliminated, those creatures relentlessly returned, rendering it feel hopeless and unjust. As destruction drew nearer, something unexpected occurred. A demon approached the queen with a proposition. He offered her a chance: embrace the essence of corruption and relive the downfall of her kingdom over 100 years. If Beatrice could resist becoming entirely corrupted during that time, the demons would cease their invasion of the world. It sounded impossible and perilous, but Beatrice didn't even question how she was supposed to believe such a promise. Deep down, she knew it might be a trap, but it was the only option she had left. With no other means to protect the people she cherished, Beatrice agreed and accepted the deal, hoping that somehow, someday, she could restore everything to its former state. And so, the demise of the Sparrow Kingdom began. The once glorious land slowly succumbed to a cycle of pleasure and corruption. The people who had once shone with light, the hopeful citizens, the brave knights, and even the proud queen, began to fall. Darkness spread, and those who yielded to evil never reverted to their former selves. Among them, a knight eventually lost control, allowing his desires to triumph, and crossed a boundary no one thought possible. He entered the queen's room, driven by temptation. Realizing what he had done, he pleaded for forgiveness, but the damage was already done. The kingdom's general, Ricardo, unable to observe the corruption further, made a painful decision. He sealed the queen away in the underground chambers to protect her from herself and the world. Then, General Ricardo took his own life, choosing to remain behind as a spectral guardian bound by guilt. Years elapsed, and regret consumed him as Ricardo blamed himself for everything. Though he knew the ultimate outcome, Ricardo was compelled to witness the tragedy repeat incessantly. Moreover, he knew that the damage was wrought by their own choices, and now it was too late to undo it. He yearned for this nightmare to conclude. As the battle ended, Lion's eyes fell upon a strange crown and weapon, items that had once belonged to the defeated demon. Spinner approached, examined them closely, and tapped the weapon lightly, explaining that it was forged from strong metal and could prove useful. But Lion explained there was a problem. It had been corrupted, and evil clung to it. Worse, it seemed to trap souls within. Sir Spinner then offered to destroy it, and Lion, trusting his judgment, left it in his hands. After that, Goddess Plo called Lion from behind. Lion turned to the goddess, holding out the crown taken from the fallen enemy, telling her it might be too tainted, something unfit for her eyes. Still, Goddess Plo gently nodded, stating it was acceptable and that she wished to see it. As she examined the crown, it seemed familiar to her, and she explained that this crown was shared by all evils of pleasure. She added that it was steeped in wickedness due to its ability to lure the innocent into false dreams, especially the young, which was sickening. It was a weapon built on lies and temptation. Goddess Plo examined the crown more closely and sensed that something might still be extracted from it. Perhaps a trace of energy or a hidden truth. Lion admitted that he had planned to destroy it regardless because he perceived no value in retaining such a cursed object. After listening to Lion, Goddess Plo desired it. She was willing to let him have it. Further on, Goddess Plo thanked Lion, acknowledging his efforts and offering him kind words, stating that the Pantheon was proud of what he had accomplished and the honor and glory he had achieved through his battle. Lion did not take the praise to heart and simply stated it was something he had to do. Another voice joined in. Pos, a divine presence known for strength, refused to display warmth at first. When instructed to offer a greeting, Pos scoffed and provided a half-hearted good job, to which Goddess Plo gently reminded him to be more sincere with his words. Then, in the stillness, Lion made a request. He asked Pos to perform something meaningful, to gather the souls of the fallen, guide them to peace, and bring their spirits to a place where they could finally rest. Pos paused for a moment and understood that it was more than a request. It was a gesture of mercy. Pos, the god of battle, spoke with cold certainty and declared, "These souls have been cast out from the natural cycle of life and death. They don't belong anywhere now, not even in paradise." Another divine voice spoke up, the goddess of death herself. She reminded Petos that the cycle of life and death was her domain, not his, and it was not his place to decide who deserved a second chance. To which Petos questioned what kind of divinity would permit the undead to enter a place meant for peace and rest. Subsequently, Goddess Plo agreed, stating softly that what he said might be true. Goddess Plo turned to Lion, addressing him by his full name, Lion Lionheart, and declared that those who had defied death must be punished because escaping the natural order was not something the heavens could overlook. Suddenly, the queen, Beatrice, stepped forward and simply asked the goddess to forgive them. Beatrice did not argue or demand anything. She knew she was risking disrespect, but Beatrice bowed her head and spoke as the failed ruler of a fallen kingdom. She pleaded humbly and asked the goddess of death to reconsider. Goddess Plo paused, absorbing the weight of their words, and spoke to the loyal knights, telling them that no god in the pantheon would accept their souls into paradise. The laws of divinity had no place for those who had extended their time beyond natural limits. Still, despite everything, their noble actions shone through the darkness. In the end, the goddess admitted that their good deeds outweighed their transgressions. Moved by the knights' unwavering loyalty and Lion's heartfelt plea, Goddess Plo acknowledged that their loyalty had touched even the divine. And because the king of the Lionheart personally interceded on their behalf, she could not disregard it. To the goddess, there was no greater sign of approval. With that, Goddess Plo promised to cleanse their stained souls and grant them a second chance at life. However, the goddess turned to Beatrice with a condition. She offered the fallen queen a path forward, a means to bring peace to her knights. She asked Beatrice to become her priestess and stand by Lion, assisting him in spreading faith, because it was the only way to restore the afterlife she governed. Once it was active again, she promised the souls of Beatrice's knights would have an opportunity for reincarnation. Beatrice did not hesitate and agreed, ready to serve once more if it meant her people could find peace. After the divine discussion, Lion calmly requested a damage report. The response was somber. Most of the injured were recovering thanks to the sacred grail, but 6 had already perished. The weight of loss settled over the field. Against the never-ending tide of demons, only 6 lives lost was considered a small mercy, yet each life still mattered. The fallen were not forgotten. Lion stood with solemn resolve, offering a prayer for those who had given their lives, and invoked the divine powers of Pitos and fire, asking them to guide the souls of the fallen. If those warriors bore any sins, Lion hoped they would be absolved. More than anything, Lion desired their courage to be honored and their strength to be remembered. Lion envisioned them now, feasting beside the gods, their bravery rewarded in the afterlife. Still, duty remained. Afterward, he ordered a list of the deceased to be compiled so their families could be informed and their memories preserved. The gods themselves, he knew, would remember this sacrifice. As Lion and the others prepared to depart the battlefield, a divine gate opened, the path to the gods' paradise, but the system halted their passage. One by one, it denied entry. The souls did not meet the requirements due to insufficient faith, inadequate honor, or not yet being prepared for paradise. Then the impossible occurred because the king of the Lionheart uttered a blessing. His words carried the weight of something divine. With that single act, the gates recognized the souls, and they swung wide open. The fallen, now enfolded in honor, finally passed into paradise. The Hunter Association dispatched every available hunter to confront a sudden and dangerous fluctuating gate, something unlike anything they had ever encountered. As the days elapsed, fear grew. And then, after a week inside the gate, the hunters finally returned. The crowd felt relief as the announcement was made that the gate had been cleared and there were survivors. Subsequently, the news was rushed to the higher-ups. President O Kangyuk of the association officially recognized Beatrice as one of the survivors. While expressing sorrow for those who had not made it, Kangyuk also paid his respects, hoping the fallen hunters might rest in peace. In the aftermath, the president reviewed footage captured by Sir Spinner. The Red Gate had harbored a powerful demon, and it was now clear that the battle could have concluded far worse. Despite the danger, it was a miracle that more lives had not been lost. Afterward, Lion planned to visit the families of the deceased by himself. When asked if he would go alone, Lion calmly stated that those hunters were his soldiers, and visiting their families was the least he could do. Though President Kangyuk warned him that the experience might not be pleasant, Lion stood firm. He understood the grief and anger the families might harbor, and Lion hoped that hearing the truth from him would offer them some solace. Lion then turned to Kangyuk with a new directive, asking the association president to release the video footage and gather more hunters. The reason was clear. The demon threat was not over. Lion warned that the demons would soon commence invading this world, and they needed to prepare. For that, they would require soldiers and knights ready for battle. Kang Yuk understood, and without delay, he promised to create a detailed schedule and plan, assuring Lion he would send it over as soon as it was prepared. Inside the Pantheon building, Lion sat in silence and realized that the demon movements were suspicious, each one more troubling than the last, and something felt amiss. He knew this was not merely a minor threat. It was different, and urgent help was needed. Unlike before, Lion did not plan to dispatch anyone else. This time, he resolved to go himself because he could not remain passive and observe from a distance. As Lion arrived, the guards and holy servants welcomed him with profound respect, hailing him as the greatest Grail guardian. Anjak, a high-ranking soul within paradise, stepped forward. Lion inquired how life in paradise had been treating him, and Anjak responded that it had been peaceful, all thanks to Lion's protection. Lion's eyes scanned familiar faces: Sir Gildas, Sir Antok, and all former warriors and companions. They appeared healthy and radiant in this peaceful realm. Further on, Lion complimented their condition, and one of them chuckled, stating they would have arrived sooner had they known how pleasant it would be. Lion chastised him and reminded him not to jest about such matters, especially in a place where so many had sacrificed their lives for peace. Lion met Argon, the former king of the Lionheart. Although Lion apologized for disturbing his peace, Argon reassured him it was no trouble, as they were connected by the same spirit and duty. Lion inquired about any new souls, and Argon mentioned it had been 180 years since any had arrived, but those who did were being treated well. Relieved, Lion swiftly shared his true purpose. He needed to meet the gods of the Pantheon, as the situation was urgent, and he sought their guidance. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Argon offered his assistance and instructed Lion that they must journey to the forest to meet the gods. He also lent Lion his trusted horse, Pelion, for the journey. As Lion prepared to depart, he reflected on the future, knowing that one day, when his duty was complete, he would ride freely through these fields alongside Stallion. But for now, he had to keep moving forward, bearing the burden until the next individual was ready. Lion arrived at the forest, deep within the paradise of the dead, where the ancient sages resided. The trees whispered his name, recognizing him not only as a visitor, but as the rightful lord of Drayania and bearer of the holy relics. Despite the weight of his titles, Lion entered humbly and apologized for encroaching upon their sacred ground. The sages greeted him with quiet respect, perceiving him not merely as a king, but as a protector whose actions had earned the gratitude of all living things, even the gods. The forest, alive with ancient magic, welcomed him. Lion sought out the youngest sage, Gunnar, a long-trusted friend. When Gunnar appeared, they shared a moment of silence, a wordless bond of ancient friendship. Gunnar inquired Lion's purpose for being there, and Lion explained he needed something important: Gunnar's seedling. Not for power or glory, but for a reason only Lion understood, one likely linked to the survival of the world he had sworn to protect. Lion reminded Gunnar of an ancient truth. When he first came to the paradise of the dead, Gunnar had not planted a seedling as others did before passing on, skipping a tradition. Perhaps because Lion had never intended to linger. Now, sensing Lion's urgency, Gunnar listened as Lion explained that Earth was under attack, with demons commencing their invasion. His latest mission confirmed the threat was real and escalating, and the enemy knew he was still alive, operating from the shadows and spreading decay as they had in the Empire. Lion feared Earth would suffer the same fate if nothing was done. Gunnar, understanding the gravity of the situation, agreed and reminded Lion that only he could transport something from this realm back to the living world. Trusting him, Gunnar gave Lion the seedling, a rare and powerful gift. As they parted ways, Lion thanked his old friend. Seeing him again evoked memories, but there was no time to dwell on them. Before he departed, Gunnar offered one final piece of advice: not to rush back to this world of the dead too soon. Just prior to departure, those closest to Lion Gratis, Anjak, and the former king stepped forward with parting gifts. The former king presented Lion with a pair of ancient reins that had once belonged to a legendary animal trainer who had tamed even monsters. Though they had been interred with the former king, he wished Lion to possess them now. Sir Gratis then presented an unexpected gift, an old battle manual instructing how to use common swords to fight and even vanquish giants. Lion was stunned, recognizing it immediately, and Gratis jested about the past, when 300 out of 500 swords had perished in a successful campaign. Finally, Anjak offered a holy relic that had once belonged to a saint. Though hesitant, Lion accepted it, knowing it was a gesture of trust and protection until his sacred sword was reborn. Anjak reminded him that no one would question his authority as the chosen agent of the Pantheon. Lion accepted the gifts with gratitude, promising to honor them all. Each item represented more than mere power. They were symbols of loyalty, shared history, and faith in the journey ahead. He then approached Beatrice's door and respectfully inquired if he was permitted to enter. Amused by his formality, Beatrice teased him for being too serious before smiling and inviting him in. After entering Queen Beatrice's room, Lion apologized for not providing a more suitable abode for her. He felt it was unjust for a queen from a fallen nation to be treated in such a manner, and hoped she could forgive his lack of hospitality. Beatrice reassured him not to worry, but Lion noticed the aura around her, the divinity within her struggling to repel the corruption, unable to completely eradicate it. For now, a delicate balance was required, and Beatrice quietly accepted it. She offered a farewell drink to honor the fallen knights. A small gesture, but the best she could offer at the moment. As they sat together, Lion inquired how Beatrice was adapting to this new world. She admitted she required more time because everything felt so profoundly different from her homeland. Lion advised her not to hasten the adjustment and encouraged her to remain true to her determination, forging her own path wherever she found herself. A king, he stated, must adhere to their own rule of virtue, and all criminals must follow the king's way. Beatrice remarked that his words sounded like the mindset of an invader, but Lion gently corrected her, explaining that it was something distinct. He asserted that harming the world out of selfish desire was the act of an individual, but aiding the people and enlightening them was the true illumination of the king of the lion heart. Beatrice listened and realized it must necessitate such a mindset to combat demons for hundreds of years. She also comprehended that Lion's adversaries were not merely demons, but something even greater. Lion nodded and revealed that he was pursuing a divine quest bestowed upon him by the gods. He offered Beatrice a place by his side, inviting the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom to join him on his journey. Beatrice felt deeply indebted to Lion for saving her kingdom. Knowing she could not decline his offer, she agreed and added one request. She asked Lion to teach her how to eliminate Ki, the archdemon of pleasure, a creature she clearly despised. Lion eagerly assented, stating he would gladly do anything to eradicate such disgusting parasites. He even admitted that it thrilled him to destroy evil beings with the divine laws they feared, a sentiment that caused Beatrice to quietly marvel at his fierce spirit. Beatrice shared how the Sparrow Kingdom traditionally executed demons by boiling them, hoping to traumatize them, as demons invariably resurrected no matter how many times they were vanquished. Lion found her approach sagacious, knowing demons feared pain most when it was inflicted upon them. Lion then excitedly inquired if Beatrice had ever hammered nails under a demon's claws, stating it elicited the loudest screams. Beatrice, without hesitation, explained that she used to skin demons and then roll them over nails instead, prompting Lion to laugh and commend her method as creative. Their dark humor was interrupted when Hari suddenly rushed in and greeted them respectfully. Lion casually instructed Hari to pour some tea, and Beatrice requested something warm. While Hari served tea, Lion assigned her a new task, stating Hari should work for Queen Beatrice for a period. Beatrice attempted to decline, but Lion insisted that royalty deserved appropriate treatment and respectful servants. Beatrice turned to Hari and inquired if she was indeed Hari, to which she nervously responded. She sensed a potent energy emanating from Beatrice. Hari requested to examine her more closely and wondered how Beatrice could so easily detect her exclusive skill. Lion instructed Hari to swing her sword, explaining that since she had been serving him for some time, she deserved proper guidance. Honored but nervous, Hari drew her sword and swung it, but Lion swiftly pointed out that her movements were excessively broad. Hari froze, realizing her error. Lion advised her that while wielding a sword required power, the movement had to remain short and precise. He then demonstrated the proper distance and instructed her to practice this motion 10,000 times a day. Lion turned to Beatrice and asked for her opinion. Beatrice observed that Hari lacked proper control over her fire energy. She explained that fire naturally dissipated easily, and merely filling the sword with fire mana and swinging it wildly was insufficient. There needed to be superior control to make the fire an extension of the sword, not just a flashy effect. Beatrice advised Hari to concentrate the fire meticulously, as a focused flame did not scatter as easily as a loose one. When releasing it, the flame should be aimed precisely for a deadly strike, almost akin to stabbing with precision. Beatrice demonstrated by intensifying the heat to an extreme level with a simple movement, making it appear effortless. She inquired of Hari if it, too, seemed simple. But Hari could only inwardly muse that it was far from easy. Later that night, Hari's mind whirled with all the tasks she still needed to manage. She had to report to the section chief and the association president, prepare food like potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers, procure weapons and armor, and somehow locate a blacksmith. On top of all that, there was the matter of taxes, which Hari had no idea how to navigate. Panicking, she realized the academy had never prepared her for these responsibilities. As she struggled, Sir Yappy suddenly appeared and startled her. Calmly, Yappy suggested dividing the accounting work to enhance efficiency and offered assistance precisely when Hari needed it most. Hari felt relieved, remembering that Sir Yappy was a supercomputer, so managing all this intricate work should be effortless for him. As expected, Sir Yappy immediately commenced explaining everything, mentioning big data, applying hunter administration laws to cover meal costs, and confirming that registration for equipment and armor production was complete. He also informed Hari about the surge in crop prices at Naju Plains and suggested applying for special agricultural support benefits. Additionally, Sir Yappy recommended utilizing the Pantheon farm for extra benefits and pointed out ways to gain additional tax advantages. He added that welfare and other benefits were available for the families of the trainees. Hari watched in awe as everything was organized so swiftly. Though she understood not a single thing Sir Yappy had just explained, she felt immense gratitude for his assistance. Yappy calmly reminded her to report back if any further problems arose. Feeling encouraged, Hari nervously brought up one more matter. Since she would be serving Queen Beatrice, she inquired if she should acquire appropriate attire. Sir Yappy bluntly suggested a maid uniform, leaving Hari slightly flustered. In the Lionheart Kingdom, where the culture mirrored medieval European kingdoms, it was customary for servants to wear maid uniforms. Sir Yappy calmly explained that, based on his analysis, ordering a maid uniform was a reasonable decision. Hari felt relieved because she had worried someone might scold her for wearing something that resembled cosplay. But now she was reassured. Sir Yappy offered to order a reasonable maid uniform using big data as a reference. Hari gratefully agreed, trusting the supercomputer without any doubt. However, what Hari failed to realize was that the big data Sir Yappy utilized was actually compiled from online fashion trends. Without comprehending the real-world context, Sir Yappy ended up purchasing the most popular item: a flashy, heavily censored, rainbow Magic Girl ribbon-made stocking set renowned for comments like, "Boyfriends love it," and promises to wear it often. Innocently relying on big data led to a significant error, leaving Hari completely unaware of the peculiar influence behind modern online shopping trends. At Hunter Academy, Kim Juk, a top student, noticed the large crowd and commented that more people had shown up than he had anticipated. Nearby, Han Suho, another top student from Class A, agreed and recalled the events of a few days prior. It had all begun when Lion visited the academy. Instead of seeking regular soldiers, he announced he was there to find seedlings of knights. Moreover, Lion offered to teach them not only swordsmanship, spearmanship, and horsemanship, but also theology. The mention of theology left the students perplexed, and they whispered among themselves. Some students specializing in archery felt anxious. One student nervously pointed out their focus on archery, but Lion immediately dismissed them, stating that such an attitude was suitable for a soldier, not a knight. His blunt and demanding words led many students to perceive him as arrogant and unreasonable. Initially, complaints were endless, and students questioned why they had to study theology or divine law, wondering if they were being transformed into priests. However, Lion calmly demonstrated something simple, a glimpse into divine law. Despite their initial resistance, the students quickly found themselves intrigued. The students were stunned by Lion's overwhelming power as they witnessed a force that allowed anyone to utilize powers akin to magic, but not actual magic. It was far beyond what they had known, leaving them in awe. Among the gathered students, Chan Soon from Class A was also present. She had been furious earlier when Kim Juk had labeled her a peasant, and now soon warned others to be careful about how they addressed her. As the granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guild's guild master, she felt it would be impossible not to join after witnessing Lion's abilities firsthand. Kim Juk and Suho noticed Pantheon TV, a popular channel with over 500,000 subscribers, playing a video about divine laws and fluctuating gates. The videos covered topics such as how D-rank hunters survived thanks to divine laws and the benefits of regular worship and prayers in the name of Goddess Dara. In the midst of this, Suho spotted Hari and affectionately called her Nuna. Surprised, they also commented on her using an outdated phone despite her wealth, to which Soon simply explained that Hari had donated most of her money to an orphanage, earning admiration from those around her. They mentioned that Hari was currently on dispatch at the Pantheon, and everyone believed she must be performing admirably. Meanwhile, an embarrassing detail appeared on Hari's old phone screen. A listing for a sexy cutie maid uniform, advertised as a 5-piece set for special events, boasting a nearly perfect satisfaction rate. Suryapi insisted that the outfit was correct. Firmly upholding his big data analysis, Hari, feeling embarrassed, attempted to argue that the outfit was far too short, but Suryapi coldly reminded her that numbers do not lie. And with a dependability rate of 99.999%, Suryapi questioned whether Hari was doubting the integrity of big data itself. Panicking, Hari attempted to hide when she heard familiar voices approaching. Realizing that guests were arriving soon, she instructed Suryapi to defer greeting them, but it was too late. Hari stepped out awkwardly to greet the incoming guests, hoping to somehow smooth things over. However, the guests froze, shocked at the sight of her outfit. Suho stared, barely able to process what Hari was wearing, and confused and concerned, inquired what was transpiring. Hari attempted to explain that it was not by choice, but Suryapi coldly interrupted, questioning if organic beings dare distrust big data. As Hari struggled, Suryapi tugged at the skirt to adjust it, exacerbating the chaotic situation. Lion soon arrived and stared at Hari's outfit in disbelief. He demanded to know what she was wearing. Embarrassed beyond words, Hari attempted to explain, but Lion cut her off sharply, ordering her to change immediately and chastising her for appearing so indecent. Hari quietly obeyed Lion's furious order, promising to change immediately. Meanwhile, Suryapi announced that it was trainee food time and that salt water had to be distributed. Hari could only sigh as the situation spiraled out of control. The reunion with her respected juniors had become an utter disaster. Meanwhile, on Jeju Island, a red gate loomed. After a long and arduous journey, the Golden Lion Guild, led by Hwang Gumcho, finally arrived. Gumcho jested about how swiftly they had boarded a flight at the mention of money, candidly acknowledging their own greed without shame. Hang reminded her sister that after the catastrophic losses at the Cheongju Gate, their guild's financial situation had been dire, and they urgently needed to recover, even if it meant undertaking risky missions like this one. Alongside Huang, approximately 40 other guild members were gathered, prepared for the challenge. Suddenly, a familiar voice greeted Huang. Li Yangwan appeared. Huang teased him lightly, recalling the government blackmail scandal that had caused Li to vanish for a period. Huang then inquired if Li had been specifically chosen for this dangerous mission. Li, however, responded coldly, stating that, unlike Huang, he hadn't experienced the death of any guildmates, a heavy reminder of the brutal realities of their world. After that, Huang brought up the core issue. He demanded that the payment be split evenly, 50-50, to which Li immediately snapped, calling it complete nonsense. Li pointed out that Huang would clearly not be undertaking as much of the strenuous work, so an even split was ludicrous. Still, Huang smoothly retorted, reminding Li that no one else would have bothered to assist him and referring to him as hunter-trader Nim. Clearly a veiled jab at Li's reputation. Li's patience snapped, and he warned Huang not to cross the line. In the end, Li offered a 6-4 split, absolutely refusing to concede any further. Huang laughed it off and cheekily told Li to treat them all to a meal, but Li cursed and refused, telling him to procure his own damn food. Observing the childish behavior of both, Gumcho could only sigh in disappointment as they acted more like children than professional hunters. Ha Yuri suddenly materialized from behind, causing Gumcho to jump in surprise. Gumshell swiftly chastised her, asking her to make some noise when walking around so she wouldn't startle him again. However, Yuri simply instructed Gumcho to speak more politely. Despite the tension, the assembled hunters knew this was a critical moment. With 3 S-rank hunters and 1 hunter almost at S-rank, they had gathered precisely in time, just before a dungeon break. Given their collective strength, they were confident that clearing a lower black S-rank gate should be achievable. After that, the group moved together and entered through the red gate into the dungeon, immediately encountering an overwhelming presence. A knight clad in holy armor stepped forward, declaring his identity as Gaover, an honorable Grail Knight of the Lionheart Kingdom. At that moment, a quest was triggered. They had to rescue those being slaughtered, and the clear condition was simple: defeat the so-called Magnificent Goric. After entering the dungeon, the group suddenly encountered a huge armored knight. Gaover demanded an explanation, asking why they had harmed the royal military, and warned that his actions with his warhammer depended on their answer. Gumcho and the others were perplexed, wondering what this Goveric was even referring to. However, they swiftly realized it was merely a misunderstanding. One of the group members, Li, explained that they had been attacked first by one of the knights and had only retaliated in self-defense. Upon hearing this, another knight, Delian McCain, was summoned. Gaover chastised Delian harshly, reminding him that his impatience could bring ruin and accusing him of staining the goddess's name with reckless behavior. Delian apologized shamefully. Gay then apologized to Gumcho's group for the misunderstanding caused by Delian's actions. To which Li replied politely, relieved the misunderstanding was resolved. However, internally, Li thought Zhou was much easier to deal with than anticipated and felt that resolving matters would now be simple. Though the misunderstanding about who attacked first was cleared, Gale still insisted on punishment, coldly declaring that since 6 royal soldiers had been killed, it was only fair to take 60 heads in return. His logic was brutal and one-sided, revealing the harsh and rigid military rules of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the scene shifted as Hari and the others arrived at a different location, the soldier training grounds. At first glance, it appeared simple and rural, lacking modern facilities or comforts like medical lounges. Kim Juk noticed that even in the cafeteria, the trainees were only drinking plain water instead of consuming proper meals. And when they finally reached the training ground, they were shocked to witness trainees beating each other amidst screams, blood, and chaos. It resembled a brutal battlefield more than a training area. Newcomers like Sun were stunned, questioning if they were dreaming because they couldn't believe such harsh training was considered normal. However, Hari observed the scene gravely and realized there was a deeper meaning behind this brutal training. It was not merely violence. This method was likely intended to toughen soldiers, pushing them beyond their limits and mentally preparing them for the harsh realities of battle. As the brutal training persisted, someone remarked that the night training manual was actually distinct from what the soldiers were enduring. This small comment offered the students some relief as they realized they were fortunate compared to the insane environment surrounding them. Kim Juk, still shocked by the brutality he had witnessed, desperately contemplated escaping this madness. However, before he could act, Lion appeared at the training grounds and announced that today was a special day. Students had come to observe and decide if they wished to join his military. He then ordered the trainees to pause their brutal training and take their seats. The students swiftly obeyed, though Hari felt confused when Lion instructed her to stand with the students rather than the soldiers. Lion explained that he wished Hari to aim higher and prepare to become a mission knight, a role suggesting a superior status and greater responsibility compared to ordinary soldiers. Hari assented respectfully. Lion then officially commenced the selection process, stating that he would personally choose the most talented individuals from the students to become his disciples. Being selected would be an immense honor, as it implied direct training under him. As the selection began, Su-ho, one of the students and Hari's close companion, quietly called out to her. Hari sternly warned Su-ho not to be rude to Lion, reminding him of Lion's strictness and intimidating presence. She conveyed this solely out of genuine concern for him. Without affording them much time to process, Lion ordered everyone to raise their swords and attack him simultaneously. The rules were simple. The time limit lasted until the last student fell. Lion reassured them that they needn't worry about injury because he possessed the Holy Grail, an artifact capable of healing wounds. With approximately 40 students standing before him, Lion admitted that he would actually be pleased if even one of them managed to land a hit on him. The students, overwhelmed but unwilling to retreat, rushed forward. However, before anyone could properly react, Lion struck, and the first student fell instantly, without even realizing what had transpired. Shock permeated the group as they realized they hadn't even caught a glimpse of Lion's movement. Some began yelling to properly ready their weapons, understanding that this was no ordinary test and that their opponent was monstrously fast and overwhelmingly strong. Lion stood firm and instructed everyone to attack him again. Despite their fear and hesitation, the students rallied themselves and charged. One by one they fell, but not because they were holding back. They exerted their utmost effort, fighting with everything they possessed. After the clash, the students were left breathless. Even so, they reflected on their effort, feeling a small measure of pride that they had not hesitated. Kim Juk admitted that initially he had been somewhat taken aback, but afterward he had fought seriously. Hari felt that the fight had been as exhausting as raiding a powerful boss monster, and she also noted that Lion had displayed no openings throughout the entire battle. Lion, meanwhile, praised them, stating it wasn't bad, and acknowledged that they had at least recovered their physical strength sufficiently for training to continue. Lion then transitioned into lecture mode, explaining the fundamental difference between a soldier and a knight. Training soldiers was straightforward. It focused entirely on pushing the body and relentless physical endurance. But knights, Lion stated, demanded a deeper form of training. He set clear expectations. The first group, those who had endured the longest against him, would need to grow strong enough to match the level of a kingdom knight. And the rest, he declared, must also improve by at least one full level. One of the students admitted they didn't fully comprehend the standards Lion was employing, to which Lion responded calmly, explaining the knight system in his kingdom. He stated that knights were categorized into 5 levels. First, there were the knight-errants, those who had not yet been officially appointed, but after proving themselves, they became kingdom knights, serving formally under the kingdom. Next, those who ascended further became war knights, possessing the authority to command other knights. After that, Lion explained the mission knights, who were special because they abandoned everything to seek out God's quests. Their duty was to wander ceaselessly, sometimes for decades, until they discovered and fulfilled a divine mission. Lion revealed that he himself had once embarked on such a journey, received a quest from goddess Ariana, and successfully completed it. He added that becoming a Grail Knight was how he had achieved his current status. When someone inquired if a Grail Knight represented the highest level, Lyon affirmed, but provided further detail. He explained that beyond a regular Grail Knight, there existed the Grail Guardian, a special title bestowed upon the one Grail Knight who succeeded the King of Lionheart. Attempting to claim this title was not merely about seeking honor, it was akin to challenging Lyon's kingship. Lyon warned gravely that anyone who dared to challenge it would be killed on the spot. He added that currently represented the sole opportunity anyone would have, given his diminished power, which brought him closer to a normal Grail Knight than a full-strength Grail Guardian. Even with that context, the students were stunned, wondering how this could be considered weakened, given Lyon's still overwhelming presence. One student nervously inquired how strong a Grail Knight truly was, to which Lyon paused before admitting that it would be difficult for them to even comprehend. Gumcho slowly awoke, clutching her head as pain surged through it. Her mind felt heavy, and she wondered why she had even been unconscious. No matter how strenuously she tried, nothing about what had transpired earlier came to mind. As she slowly rose, she noticed a girl standing nearby, her calm presence surprising her. The girl introduced herself as Hild Deer from the Woodsling tribe and mentioned that she had protected them from the kingdom's soldiers. Gumcho was confused by the word hero, clearly having no recollection of performing such an act. Before she could inquire further, a familiar voice echoed nearby, and a man joined them, stating his sister appeared alive and unharmed. It was Huang Gumcho, who had just returned after evading enemies. However, Gumcho admitted that her memory was completely blank. As the group conversed, Hang wondered how much Gumcho actually remembered, to which she paused for a moment and shared the only image still ingrained in her mind: the ground, torn apart and broken. Hang listened, still attempting to comprehend the situation as Gumcho's mind remained foggy. But the conversation began to piece things together. The mention of a lost day's memories captured her attention, and she wondered how she could have forgotten everything. She also heard Huang explain that the spell had failed. They had barely managed to escape, and a relentless monster had pursued them. The mention of the Woodsling tribe assisting them provided Gumcho a brief moment of clarity. Gumcho learned that during the battle, she had been struck by a hammer, teetering on the brink of death for 2 full days. Stunned, she inquired about the healers, but they couldn't assist due to a curse placed by Jovi, the Grail Knight. The curse prevented any healing, transforming powers of recovery into something destructive, which left Gumcho in disbelief. Her eyes then fell upon the unfamiliar markings spread across her skin. They felt strange at first, but Hilder calmly explained that they were part of a healing spell, etched to support her recovery. Each symbol held meaning, tied to an ancient method practiced by the local tribes. Gumcho later examined them more closely, quietly noting how they almost looked cool despite everything. As she pushed herself upright, her sibling gently checked if she could stand, because a meeting was about to begin and everyone was expected to attend. Afterward, the tribal chief, Beldy, stepped forward and spoke with a serious voice. He explained that for years, the Crown's army had attacked their people, labeling them heretics. Many had been killed in horrific ways, and some were even skinned. Even after all that, the tribes refused to surrender. Moreover, 3 entire tribes were obliterated along the way, but they continued fighting. In the end, when all else failed, they prayed to the gods, hoping for strength they could not find on their own. As a result of their prayers, the heroes answered the call. Huang brought up the formidable power of that enemy. Even with 3 top-ranked hunters and a raid team of over 100 fighters, they had barely held their ground. Gake was no ordinary foe. His armor could withstand a direct hit from a giant beast without breaking, and his body could heal from even the most severe burns. His army was equally resilient. As long as he remained alive, they shared the same strength, healing swiftly and standing firm. The only thing that seemed to affect him was Yanha's special weapon, specifically designed to penetrate heavy armor, and it was the only thing that left a mark. After everything that had transpired, the tribe felt grateful for the immense risks the heroes had taken for them. Now, they were prepared to assist in any way they could, without requesting anything in return. Meanwhile, the scene shifted when one of the cadets suddenly shouted in surprise after seeing a real horse for the first time. This occurred at June Ranch on Jeju Island. After completing their basic training and tests, the Academy cadets were brought here by Lion as part of their next learning stage. The peaceful ranch was a significant departure from what they were accustomed to. For some, even something as simple as seeing a horse felt special. Soon after, Lion arrived at the ranch, and people greeted him with deference. Lion took a quick glance around and quietly remarked that the horses appeared decent. Not bad, just sufficiently good. He thanked the ranch staff for arranging everything on such short notice and got straight to the point. He was there to find a warrior. The staff seemed excited and honored to assist, proudly mentioning that their horses descended from famous racing bloodlines and were renowned for their strength and speed. Lion listened calmly and responded with a brief comment, stating that a horse's true worth depended on its sire, its lineage. He then turned to the cadets and spoke seriously, explaining that for a knight, a horse was not merely for riding, it was a lifelong partner. It was crucial to forge a connection and move as one, both in battle and beyond. Lion instructed them to walk around and choose a horse they felt drawn to attempt forming a bond before mounting it. The cadets grew excited, cheering with energy and promising to exert their utmost effort. As they surveyed the expansive field, Beatrice quietly noted the sheer number of horses, almost overwhelmed by the sight. Lion thanked the queen for meeting him on such short notice, and she responded kindly, stating it would have been impolite to refuse. Lion then inquired if he could assist Beatrice in any way, and she assented with a gentle smile, happy to share the moment. At the center of the ranch, they observed the horses. Beatrice offered a brief nod, deeming them pretty decent. Lion then turned and offered her a ride, to which Beatrice agreed immediately and requested a recommendation. Lion pointed toward a black horse nearby, suggesting she try that one. With a smile, Beatrice accepted and moved toward it. Lion then turned to Hari and instructed her to also choose a horse. Surprised, Hari nervously pointed to a white one, uncertain if it was the correct choice. Before she could finish, Lion intervened and suggested a strong-looking yellow horse instead, one with a sturdy build that would be a better match. Hari quietly agreed, and as she observed it up close, the horse seemed even more charming than anticipated. As Hari calmly watched, Lion stepped forward, gently pushing her away and instructing her to move aside before swiftly approaching Beatrice, asking to assist her. Hari found this somewhat unkind. Suddenly, someone shouted in a panic, calling out to Lion. He turned with a calm expression, wondering the cause of such noise as even the horses began to grow restless. Breathless, the individual explained that it was an emergency call from the president of the association. Lion nodded and instructed him to connect the call. A voice came through the line, and the man greeted him respectfully, introducing himself as OK. Lion got straight to the point and inquired what was transpiring. Kangyuk hesitated for a moment before explaining that a dungeon break was imminent and requesting Lion's assistance. Lion sharply retorted, reminding him that it was not his responsibility to resolve the association's problems and that he hadn't traveled all this way to rectify their messes. Kangyuk understood and stated he hadn't called solely for that purpose. He believed this particular case might interest Lion. He continued to explain that the entity causing the problem was not merely any monster, and the field boss of the gate claimed to be the knight of the goddess of life and abundance. Hari stared at the scene in shock, barely able to speak, because what they were witnessing was too painful and cruel to articulate. Lion quietly inquired if the person lying there was the one, and Kangyuk affirmed, confirming he was one of the few who had survived the gate. Presently, he had been sedated to maintain his calm, but they were informed that if they waited a little, he might awaken. Lion stepped forward, stating there was no need to wait because it was time to act. Lion remained calm and confident, knowing it would not be difficult. Beatrice merely needed to create a new space within the man's dreams. After all, the strange, repeating world inside the gate was his own creation. Within that world, there was a knight with a warhammer, and he claimed to serve the goddess of life and fertility. Now, Beatrice soon discovered the name Gori. Some referred to him as Majestic Jovi, a title that carried significant weight. A considerable amount of time had elapsed since the execution grounds were established. Judging by the scene, Beatrice wondered if the individuals involved were hunters, but it didn't seem likely. Whoever they were, they employed brutal burning field tactics to annihilate everyone. With the clear objective of eradicating all traces of life and leaving not even a seed behind, Beatrice noticed the level of detail being shared and highlighted the inherent knowledge. To which Lyon reminded her he had done something similar in the past, back when he was hunting orcs. Though the place had long been abandoned, the residual traces were still visible, and following them might reveal what had actually transpired here. Beatrice was then addressed and instructed to proceed forward. Concurrently, she remarked on Lyon's swift movement without awaiting the rest of the troops or Sir Yappy, raising suspicion that something urgent was unfolding. Lyon paused, acknowledging that his actions might have appeared inconsiderate, but then added something important. Half-baked skills, he asserted, could be dangerous. The reason for his urgency became clear. A Grail Knight was involved, to which Beatrice quietly inquired if he was referring to Sir Jovi. Lyon revealed that Sir Jo, once favored by Dara, was a Grail Knight from 3 generations prior. His martial arts were so revered that they had been passed down to the current generation. Approximately 800 years ago, he had embarked on a mission to hunt a savage tribe. According to ancient records, that was when Jo had supposedly ascended to heaven. The phrase sounded glorious, but what it truly meant was that he had perished. However, something peculiar occurred. As a Grail Knight, someone perceived as a saint and naturally embraced by divine love, his soul should have been welcomed into paradise. But it was not. His spirit never reached there, raising unsettling questions. Lyon had even tracked the sacred item's energy, hoping it would lead to him or the hunting party that had followed him. But there was nothing, no trace of them. This left only 3 plausible explanations. First, that Sir Jo was still alive. Second, that his soul had become lost, unable to reach its destination. And third, a far more disturbing possibility, that he might have changed allegiances. The situation was serious because a Grail Knight possessed powers beyond the mortal realm. And if a battle ensued, it would not be something ordinary people could manage. No matter the truth about Jo, the raid on the gate proceeded. Later, as the group pushed deeper, they reached its heart and discovered a horrifying scene, bodies displayed in a manner intended to send a message. The cruelty was deliberate, not merely violent, but calculated. The sight of such brutal acts stirred anger, transgressing a line that should never have been crossed. These crimes transcended forgiveness, and whoever was responsible deserved to be dealt with. Even Lyon, often perceived as eccentric or unpredictable, could not conceal his fury. Those around him interpreted that as a signal. Hari realized that beneath his peculiar ways, Lyon was a righteous leader who stood firmly against injustice. The soldiers were called to attention, and Hari and the rest were instructed that no matter what transpired from this point onward, they must follow only Lyon. They were warned not to rely on what they saw or what their minds might suggest, because illusions could be dangerous. Everyone assented without hesitation, rallying behind their king. Time was rapidly diminishing, and there was no room for delay because the enemy was near. Their presence was already beginning to stir chaos, with wild, violent screams echoing. Whoever awaited ahead was not holding back. They desired total destruction and planned to leave no one alive. Hari shouted and broke the tension when she spotted a nearby village under attack. Worse, the enemies were brutally charging at innocent people, and the scene was both cruel and difficult to witness. Realizing what was unfolding, the group was filled with rage, but none more so than Lyon. He did not hesitate for a second. His fury exploded as he shouted at the top of his lungs, labeling the attackers vermin, and without waiting for backup, he raced forward on his horse. His soldiers called after him, stunned, as they had witnessed him like this before, particularly during the orc massacre. When innocent lives were at stake, Lyon could not restrain himself and charged directly into danger, driven by pure anger and a profound sense of justice. The others struggled to keep pace because he was already far ahead, moving too swiftly to follow. Hari suddenly recalled the orc battle, and it clicked for her. There was a deep reason behind this anger. Then, out of nowhere, Lion screamed for the honor of Lionheart, and the soldiers watched in shock as he swerved sharply, his sword raised. The only problem was that Lion was charging in the wrong direction. Hari stood frozen for a moment, unsure of what she was witnessing. Lion appeared furious, his voice cold and sharp as he labeled everyone insects. He was unwilling to listen or explain anything. He simply locked onto his next target and spurred his stallion to charge forward. Everyone around Lion froze because something felt amiss. And instead of striking down enemies, Lion turned his attention to the very soldiers he was supposed to protect. Whispers erupted, and no one could comprehend Lion's actions. But deep down, Hari knew something was wrong because Lion was not behaving like himself. Hari clenched her fists, her heart pounding, because if no one acted, more people would be harmed. Without wasting another second, she resolved that she had to stop Lion. Hari heard someone call her name and paused her steps. Beatrice instructed her to trust Lion, stating there was always a reason behind his actions. Hari hesitated, still uncertain, but Beatrice's words left her pondering. She quietly wondered if that could truly be the case. Up ahead, Lion continued fighting fiercely, labeling the enemies garbage as he cut through them. Lion had already established new records, completely absorbed in battle. Hari questioned if Lion was merely fighting out of anger, but Beatrice shrugged, admitting Lion tended to get overly excited. They finally agreed that there was nothing they could do now to stop him. Even though they witnessed something brutal, they chose not to interfere. Not because they lacked justice, but because the individuals being attacked were not real. These villagers were merely fakes, NPCs created from old memories within the gate. Only a few present were genuine survivors. The rest were illusions intended to mimic the past. The monsters and NPCs inside the gate were not real beings. They were merely leftover memories, shadows from events that had transpired long ago. So whether they were killed in battle or even publicly executed, it did not constitute a genuine sin. Lion charged through them, shouting that he would not allow a single one to survive, determined to make them all suffer. Then a knight stepped forward and bowed respectfully, greeting the Grail Knight, the one known as the Living Saint. Lion instructed him to rise, reminding him they were still amidst a battlefield. The knight introduced himself as Toskata Vendelik, the brother of the Lord of Vendelik and a member of the Labanine Dawn Knights. Vendelik, the city, was situated near Lanquil. Toskata nodded, adding that he was the only one in his family whose skills as a knight were truly recognized. He had not yet commenced his pilgrimage, but planned to after this mission. Lion responded quietly, stating he did not recall ever hearing the name Toskata Vendelik. And if Toskata had truly become a Grail Knight, they would have met in paradise. That could only signify one thing: either he had failed his sacred mission or he had perished somewhere during this raid. Lion surveyed the knights standing before him, but recognized not a single face. These had once been proud warriors, yet none of their names seemed to have endured in history. Lion introduced himself confidently. Lion Drayania Lionheart, the ruler of Drayania and the chosen bearer of the Lionheart, a title bestowed upon him by the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. Tassa stepped back, clearly shaken by the holy presence Lion exuded, wondering if this was some form of jest. But Lion remained firm, asserting no true knight would dare to fabricate a claim to being the Lionheart's king. Lion realized that back in their time, the king of the Lionheart must have been someone else. Still, Toskata nodded and resolved to trust him. Lion then turned to all of them and confirmed that these knights had come to raid the barbarians. Lion pointed out the war knight among them and reconfirmed that the Grail Knight was blessed with the power of life and fertility, to which the knights responded without hesitation that it was Sir Joe. Lion insisted that he must meet Sir Joe immediately, his tone urgent and allowing no delay. The group explained that Sir Joe should be, and was, tasked with hunting down the remaining survivors. The mention of skinning and the strange events surrounding them made it clear something was profoundly amiss. Sir Joe wasn't merely patrolling, He was heading directly into battle, prepared to eradicate what they termed the barbarian tribes. And with that, Lion understood that something was about to go terribly wrong. It was soon revealed that the Grail Knight would confront an unexpected incident during this war. Before long, the enemy appeared, and their leader materialized in person. The gate's classification was labeled red, and the danger felt closer to a black grade gate, but they believed it was manageable. This implied that the various local tribes, who typically would not collaborate, had resolved to unite because they had been incessantly attacked by the knights. These raids had compelled them to set aside their differences and fight as one. However, despite their alliance, the knights still possessed more soldiers and resources than all the tribes combined. As the warriors prepared, the effects of the blessings and seals took hold. Myr's molar enhanced their ability to pierce through defenses. The white tiger's seal sharpened their speed and focus, and the iron bear's fur granted them raw strength and tougher skin. Finally, the black eagle's claw reduced enemy resistance and provided wind protection. Now, fully empowered, they stepped into a fight that might be more than just another raid. It could be the turning point of everything. Gaover explained that the potent seals he bore were bestowed through worship of the beast gods honored by the local tribes. And these seals, he asserted, enhanced his abilities, serving as proof of his strength and divine favor. Despite this, a familiar group of mercenaries appeared, having survived a previous encounter with him only because he had shown mercy. Now they had returned not to plead, but to challenge him, and their objective was clear: to close the gate. And for that, they had to defeat Gorich. Subsequently, Gori remained calm and offered them a single chance to surrender their weapons and depart. He warned them that they had not committed any grave sin worthy of death, but the mercenaries stood firm. One of them threw his words back, questioning how someone who skinned people alive and spared neither children nor elders could speak of sin or justice, to which Goric declared that he felt no shame or regret for his actions. In his eyes, everything he had done was righteous. Governor stood firm, declaring that everything he had done was righteous. In his view, he had committed no wrong, and those who opposed him had transgressed a line that could not be disregarded. He warned that divine punishment was now upon them. Then, one of the warriors nearby sensed the danger and urgently instructed the others to activate their defense arts. They knew this kind of power was not something Governor could unleash frequently. So, if they could withstand it just once, they might have an opportunity to turn the tide. At that moment, the knights loyal to the kingdom, who had long entrusted their lives to the gods, began channeling their faith into a single point within Gori. Their devotion, unshaken and pure, flowed into him like a powerful current. As they united, they cried out together, proudly, declaring themselves as knights who served the honorable Grail Knight. They offered up their strength, their belief, and their purpose to eradicate all evil obstructing their path. Just then, Joe stood tall in front of everyone, claiming to embody the true God's glory. His miracle took shape, and the moment it became real, the very earth beneath them trembled and fractured. Those chosen by the gods received power beyond human limitations. Knights who ascended to the rank of saint were granted strength by the goddess of light and justice who watched over all knights. When that power was fully awakened, it brought forth something terrifying: divine punishment. And this punishment was not uniform for every Grail Knight. It depended on the god they served. For the Grail Knight of life and fertility, that punishment shook the land itself, bringing destruction to the earth. Everyone watching was stunned, unable to believe what had just transpired. One attack, and 3,000 tribal warriors vanished without a trace. It did not feel like something a human could accomplish. The others began to feel some relief, thankful they were not the ones struck by it. Amidst all this, Goriak pleaded with the goddess, asking her to guide them no matter where they walked, to be the ground beneath their feet, and to help those who had lost their way find it again. He also yelled to grant the enemies a final chance at purification, but swiftly followed it with orders to annihilate them, labeling them sick heathens and showing no mercy. The main fighters stepped forward to block the enemy head-on, while others fanned out to encircle them from all sides. Their numerical superiority gave them confidence, believing they still held the upper hand. However, Gory watched in shock as a single mercenary held his ground more strongly than anticipated. The strange mark on his body, the one from the heathens, might be the source of his power. The hunters had erred because they had forgotten something significant. These mercenaries did not follow the path of holy missions or serve any god. They were not guided by divine visions or sacred vows. Despite this, they were not weak. They were warriors who had traversed the land, confronting danger repeatedly, striving to prove their worth. They did not require a god's blessing to stand their ground, even if others labeled them worthless. They stood strong and prepared to fight, not as monsters, but as heroes charting their own course. The knights dismounted and assumed their positions. These were not new warriors. They were seasoned kingdom knights with years of battle experience behind them. Some having fought for nearly 100 years, proud of their long lives spent on the battlefield. They had vanquished countless enemies, beasts, outsiders, and anyone who dared to cross the kingdom. With that much experience, they stood strong, even against terrifying opponents. Their voices rose together in praise while more soldiers advanced from behind. The pressure mounted, and one of the mercenaries realized what was coming. If they didn't act now, they would be utterly crushed. Hang saw an opportunity to escape, but fleeing did not seem like a viable option, especially since they could not even contend with the knights directly before them. And the strongest enemy, the field boss, had not even appeared yet. They admitted their group was not strong enough. If they had assistance from one of the top 10 guilds, perhaps they could retaliate. But time was not on their side. Before help could arrive, the dungeon would collapse. Then Hang quietly suggested there might be a better and smoother way to conclude this. And the others paused to listen because whatever Huang implied, it might be their only chance. Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Dara, tied to life and fertility. These names circulated, but not everyone knew them. Li shrugged it off because he had never harbored much interest in religion. He did not perceive what gods had to do with gates either. Then someone else pointed out the strange coincidence that the king of the Lionheart might actually originate from this very kingdom inside the gate. Everything clicked when they recalled how the knights spoke of gods and divine missions. That kind of talk was not normal for a regular dungeon. If the king truly hailed from the same place as those powerful knights, remaining here would be suicide, and they needed to retreat immediately. Hildur pleaded, asking if Li was simply going to abandon them, to which Li responded that he was not giving up. He intended to bring support because remaining here without backup would only lead to more fatalities, and there was no point in arguing with NPCs. None of this was real. Neither the village nor the memories it was composed of, and what mattered now was survival. Hildur then shouted to the guild that it was time to retreat and that the gate would not close today. The monsters would not fall, and they needed to escape before it was too late. Miss Hildur froze as the enemy mocked her, stating none of her kind had ever succeeded in closing this gate. To them, she was merely another failure, another weak creature. Though Hildur knew that the one she followed would not approve of her impending actions, she no longer cared. She blamed the others for failing and convinced herself that this desperate measure was their fault, not hers. The others around her were confused and wondered what she was about to do. But she dismissed their questions, stating there was no need to worry. Once again, she was going to take a shortcut, an expedient, something that was not right but necessary. A strange, dark energy permeated the battlefield, heavy and unnatural, and the truth became clear. The enemy was employing dark magic, something forbidden, something twisted. Murmurs spread, whispering that the great beast god was blessing them, bestowing power, and soon more of them would receive the same blessing. Fear crept in as one of the soldiers stared, frozen as the dark power intensified. He could not comprehend what he was witnessing. Something dangerous. Something wrong had been unleashed, and there was no way to stop it. Hildur looked at the warriors with cold eyes and instructed them not to bother resisting. Soon, the power would completely take over. It was only a matter of time. She explained that their sole objective now was to eliminate every last knight in their path. Hildur shouted that they had to begin anew because despite all the worlds they had visited and the battles they had fought, none of them had managed to defeat the enemies, and nothing had ever worked. Frustration escalated as their enemies, now marked with the heathen's curse, stood stronger than ever. Huang then shouted a warning, stating the cursed mark on their skin was their weakness, and that was where they had to strike. The moment of clarity sharpened their focus, but the danger had not passed. Jovi was offended by their defiance, and it was clear the battlefield was spiraling out of control, with matters deteriorating. One of the knights knew what had to be done. If he wished to protect the others, he would need to act swiftly, even if it meant sacrificing his life. He did not hesitate and stepped forward, fearless, confronting the enemy with everything he had left. His strength did not emanate from power alone, it emanated from purpose. He led with pride, charging, declaring glory for the Lionheart. Then someone unknown stepped forward, and every eye turned toward this figure. The soldiers stared, unsure who stood before them. He introduced himself as the king of the Lionheart, Lion Drayania Lionheart. The reins had once belonged to Argan Majesty Lionheart, a former king renowned for his strength and honor. These reins were not merely for control. They carried the power to calm even the wildest beasts and awaken ancient, potent bloodlines. Relinquishing them without hesitation and plunging into battle was precisely the kind of choice His Majesty would make. Stallion now held the reins, quietly accepting the responsibility, grateful to be entrusted with such a legacy. A few minutes earlier, the situation had grown tense because no matter how many enemies fell, more continued to appear like rats, spreading endlessly. The knights pushed forward, cutting them down, but the crowd refused to diminish. Hari hesitated because the orders felt too harsh. Even children were being skinned, and it did not sit well with her. But Lion reminded Hari that the kingdom and its knights did not act without reason, and Lion knew the truth behind the bloodshed. Each enemy bore markings, symbols on their skin that proved their loyalty to the beast god. That was their rationale, and that was why skinning mattered. They received the marking, and once they began utilizing its power, their souls slowly started to decay. It was a subtle destruction that crept in over time, corrupting from within. Hari then realized the truth, that there was no real difference between them and the demons they fought. Lion stood firm and reminded her that a soft heart and talk of human rights would not suffice in a battle like this. This fight was cruel, and in cruelty, only two things mattered: the truth and absolute justice. With that resolve, Beatrice also prepared to fulfill her duty. Later, Beatrice stepped forward and instructed them to stay behind. Meanwhile, Lion realized that something felt amiss because the enemy's markings were still active, even under the Holy Grail Knight's attacks. That could only mean one thing: Sir Jovi's divine law was not functioning as it should. Still, there was no time to pause and wonder, because the Grail Knight of Dara had to rise again, and they had to persevere through this storm together. Lion stepped forward with firm resolve, declaring that their primary objective was to sever the bond between the enemy forces, for there was no room for hesitation, and breaking that connection was paramount. He raised his voice and introduced himself again, not as a mere warrior, but as the king of the Lionheart, claiming he had come to lead them to paradise. The moment his presence was known, panic spread, and Gorik recognized the light surrounding him because the Holy Grail had appeared, bringing with it something sacred. The miracle began, and shining light poured over the battlefield, enveloping everyone in its glow. Wounded soldiers stirred as their injuries vanished. One looked down in shock as his wounds healed, and another, whose arm had once been lost, felt it regenerating. The pain was sharp, but it was a pain that healed. This was not ordinary power or an illusion. It was a genuine divine miracle that touched the earth. Joe realized everything he had been oblivious to, and the truth shone brighter than any sword. He felt the presence of Dara, the goddess of life and fertility, speaking not through words, but through undeniable faith. Dara addressed him not merely as a knight, but as her chosen child, once lost and now found. There were no more doubts or questions in Gori's heart, only a firm purpose. He understood Dara's will and accepted it without resistance. Gay prepared to execute the divine command, freed from confusion. He turned toward the king of the Lionheart, grateful to fight alongside someone who shared this sacred path. Side by side, Joe joined the battlefield, not just as a knight, but as a guardian of the Holy Grail, ready to confront whatever came. All the deceased beasts began to stir, slowly, congregating in one spot, as if something was drawing them together, and it became clear that a host was forming. Something massive and dangerous. The knights felt the pressure building, and matters were only deteriorating. Among the enemies stood a twisted knight, half holy warrior, half something else, bound by a corrupted soul. Confronting someone like that was already challenging, but now something even darker began to emerge. A servant of the Iron Bear commenced a dark ritual, sacrificing captured souls to unleash the beast god's wrath. The monster responded with a loud roar and charged directly at Lionheart, ready to tear him apart. But Lionheart stood firm. He did not retreat, delving deep into ancient power, and his vision materialized as Death Eye appeared, cutting through the chaos. The pain struck him hard, but he refused to fall. Lion's courage ignited a fire in the others, and the knights around him felt it. Now was the moment. They had to rise and stand together. They had to destroy those who had shrouded the world in darkness. Hildur struggled to breathe, overwhelmed by fear and frustration. As monsters continuously emerged without pause, fighting even one Grail Knight like Goik was already overwhelming, and now circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. Even the dead were not left in peace, and the enemies laughed, stating the bodies would nourish the soil. No one knew the origin of the King of the Lionheart or how the strange woman fit into all of this. While fleeing, Hildur discovered a glowing stone. It was a moan, a new source of potent energy derived from monster hunts within the gates, but something felt amiss. The amount of mana accumulated here was excessively high, as if hundreds of thousands or even millions of monsters had been killed. A chilling thought crossed her mind. Then Huhu intervened and explained to Hildur that this gate might be caught in a loop, repeating the same events endlessly. Hildur realized that she was not a demon, but her power felt equally dark. Huhu paused, realizing something strange. Hildur was not deceived. She knew she was not merely an NPC, and that altered everything. Huhu sensed Hildur's power, a kind she disliked, but she wasted no time and focused on her enemies. Even now, she was transforming Hildur into her servant through sheer force. The spell Huhu employed felt more like domination than magic, and it was disturbing to witness. Later, Hildur trembled, confused and in pain, labeling her monsters useless, as if she had done this many times before, and mocked Huhu, inquiring if she even recalled who her true master was. Hildur stood frozen, whispering a prayer to the gods, but it was too late. Huhu smiled coldly, claiming the slave was now hers. Anger boiled over as Hildur's slave, labeling her a cursed being, promised to tear Hildur apart. But something deeper stirred beneath the surface, because the gate they were trapped in was not just any battlefield. It belonged to the beast god. The worst part was that if the other beast gods began to descend, even partially, it would not merely endanger the warriors. The entire gate, the world around them, could collapse under their power. And this was far worse than anyone had imagined. Lion spoke with calm certainty, mentioning how the 11th King of the Lionheart often spoke about Gorik and the other knights. Hearing that name stirred something in Gorik, who grew confused and wondered if Lion had actually met him. Lion gently nodded and revealed that the 11th king now rested in the paradise of the gods. Hari interceded, asking Jovi if he remembered anything, any clue at all. Joe attempted, but nothing came to mind, and all he knew was the mission. Raid the barbarians, and that was the sole purpose driving him. Hari then turned to the others, urging them to comprehend what had to be done. She told them the truth they had been avoiding. Goik and the other knights could not depart this gate. They were not free warriors, they were bound, merely characters ensnared in this cursed place, repeating the same fate endlessly. To finally seal this gate permanently, they had to confront Gore and vanquish him. Gay was proud of never having lost a single battle. Not even once, after all this time. Lion quietly agreed because if Jovi had ever tasted defeat, they would not be standing together now. Suddenly, a monstrous enemy screamed Lion's name and threatened to rip him apart piece by piece, and the battlefield shook. Lion wondered if there was any way to prevent the beast god's incarnation from descending. Hildur laughed cruelly, stating there was no stopping it now, and that the gate was already collapsing. The beast gods planned to unleash everything they possessed to destroy it. Lion heard this but did not retreat because he knew what had to be done, and the knights who had fought with him deserved better than to be abandoned. Lion chose to fight, no matter how perilous the path might be. Beatrice attempted to warn him, stating a direct confrontation might be too risky. But Lion had made up his mind because if they fled now and a dungeon break occurred, the monsters would escape into the world. And that was a danger far worse than anything within this gate. Lion stood firm, determined to fight, but Gorik interrupted, stating there was still a way to close the gate. He revealed the truth. The gate would only seal when he fell, and his defeat was the key. As a knight bound to this realm, his end would close the gate permanently. Though his body trembled, his will did not. He urged the others to retreat and survive, instructing Lion to conserve his strength for battles beyond this fading world, and that there was no point in sacrificing lives on ground that was about to vanish. Gyrich turned to the other knights, his brothers and sisters in arms, stating the final battle was upon them, and with the king of the Lionheart at their side, representing the gods' radiant glory, they had to rise one last time. They would offer themselves as sacrifice, not out of despair, but to secure the future of those who still breathed. They chose to fall so others could rise. Lion stood silent for a moment, overwhelmed by the weight of loyalty displayed before him. Because Gorik's sacrifice left him with a burden that felt heavier than any blade or shield. Yet, it was one he vowed to bear with pride. Joe was not finished just yet and asked Lion for one final favor, just a little more time. Jove closed his eyes and prayed, invoking Goddess Dara, pleading for a blessing, a final gift before he faded. He lifted his hammer, pouring his remaining strength into it. He, chosen by the goddess and loyal to the Lionheart, Goik transferred every drop of power he possessed into the weapon. He offered it to Lion, not as a tool of destruction, but as a symbol of trust and legacy. Until someone worthy appeared, Lion had to carry this hammer forward, to which Lion admitted that no one might ever wield it as Gorik once had. Still, Gove believed in the king, and fighting beside Lion was an honor he would carry to the end. After that, Governor turned to his cavalry one last time and issued his final command: to protect the king until every last one of them fell. His knights raised their heads with pride, answering without hesitation. Their lives had been honorable, and their mission was clear. They shouted one last blessing before retreating, their faith unshaken even in the face of the end. Further ahead, Goik stood tall and reminded the world who he was. Not just a warrior, but a legend carved from countless battles. He had slain over 10,000 enemies with his own hands, confronted more than 5 million through the tides of war, and never once faltered. He remembered standing against 300,000 orcs, holding the motherland's line when no one else could. He recalled the victory over the mighty ogre chief, where hope seemed lost, but courage had carried them through. Through every battle, the goddesses Dara and Ariana had stood by his side, and the god Pos had found joy in their strength and spirit. Geofer was not merely a knight. He was the Grail Knight of life and fertility, and with his final cry, he summoned his brothers and sisters to rise once more. Today they marched toward death, not with fear but with honor, and they would die for justice, for the future, and for the name they carried. As they charged forward, their hearts burned with glory, because behind them the Lionheart blazed brightly. Hari felt heavy, unable to retreat. Even after Lion instructed her to leave, she couldn't bring herself to turn her back. Hari wished to witness their final stand, to honor them with her presence, to which Lion did not pressure her. If she wished to stay, then she stayed. Hari sensed that something was amiss. Her voice trembled as she realized what had just transpired. Goik had ascended. After this, Lion vowed that the beast they worshipped, the god they bowed to, would face the cruelest end. The Grail Knights began to retreat, their purpose temporarily fulfilled. And now the divine laws had to take form and compel results, no matter the cost. Moreover, the final words spoken by Goy echoed louder than any war cry. His sacrifice, his loyalty, and his strength marked this day. Lion silently promised to carry those words forward. What Joik had believed in would not fade. His justice would be realized not just in spirit, but through the king's subsequent actions. Lion felt truly weary, but it was a weariness distinct from the exhaustion of battle. Back when he had fought and defeated countless demons, he had never felt this heavy. Now something within him ached, and as time passed, Lion began to comprehend why. It was not the battles that wore him down. It was the fear of losing the people he cared about again. Because that kind of loss was harder than any wound. What terrified him even more was the thought of facing a future where he had to fight alone. Still, Lion knew this was a path he had to walk by himself, and this burden was not something he could relinquish to anyone else. Some burdens were meant only for the one chosen to bear them. Just then, a voice called out to him, and Hari found him. Lion noticed how late it was and wondered why Hari wasn't resting as she usually did, since she was always the first to unwind watching her favorite dramas after a long day. But tonight, she was still here, holding a sword and standing as if awaiting something. Hari stammered, attempting to explain herself. She stated it was not sudden, but everything they had endured lately had stirred something within her. The battles, the sacrifices, the weight of the truth they had changed her. It had made Hari feel as though she could no longer waste time, as if she needed to grow stronger, not just for herself, but for everyone. Lion instructed Hari to raise her sword because he wished to witness the strength she possessed. She straightened, both nervous and proud, but responded in her usual formal tone, speaking as she always had. Lion quietly sighed and wondered when she would cease speaking in that manner. He raised his sword with ease and instructed her to prepare, which she swiftly did, gripping her weapon tightly. But the moment his blade swung, she stumbled back, shaken by the force of his strike. Lion did not hold back and pointed out her mistake immediately. Her arms were too low. If they fell below the belly button, she lost speed, just a fraction at first, but enough to make a difference. If they were even lower, her movements slowed down drastically. Hari nodded swiftly, absorbing every word. After that, Lion intervened again and reminded Hari it was not solely about the arms or the sword, because defense originated from the entire body. One foot stepped back, weight grounded. She tightened her grip and tried again, this time with greater control. Hari managed to block the next strike and blurted out that she noticed Lion's movements were wider than necessary. Lion did not express annoyance, but informed her he had mentioned this before. It was not about grand motions. What mattered was being fast and precise, because every second, every step, and every swing had to count. Lion then questioned her reasoning, asking why she believed creating an opening for the enemy was ever a sound strategy. Hari hesitated, thinking it might be to utilize her abilities more effectively. Lion grew frustrated because that was not what mattered. Victory did not stem solely from efficient skill usage. If she perished in the process, then what was the point? Hari believed Lion would expect her to sacrifice her life if necessary, thinking that was the noble path, something undertaken for honor or glory. Lion immediately dismissed that idea, stating he saw no value in sacrificing oneself without purpose. Later, Lion challenged her, asking if she even had someone in her life worthy of such a sacrifice. If there was no one, then following the path of those who did became meaningless. The weight of his questions settled over her, and she looked down. Lion instructed Hari to take a break. Subsequently, Hari turned away slowly, carrying the weight of the conversation with her. Hari began to notice that Lion had not been himself lately because his energy seemed lower than usual, which worried her. Yappy explained that Lion's body was reacting strangely due to pressure, though his words were difficult to comprehend. Later, when Hari asked him to articulate it more simply, Yappy merely stated it was stress, and Lion needed to relax. This made Hari wonder what Lion might enjoy during his leisure time. And Yappy suggested that living beings often felt better through entertainment, especially games, because games helped alleviate the mind and brought joy during rest. Hari attempted to envision Lion playing games, but it was difficult to picture. Still, she wished to try and discover something Lion might enjoy. Hari asked Yappy for ideas, but he stated that selecting enjoyable games for humans was not truly his function. Hari thought Yappy could have simply said he didn't know instead of making it sound so complicated. Suddenly, Hari felt as though perhaps Lion would, after all, enjoy something fun, and the idea somewhat lifted her mood. As she continued contemplating, Yappy seemed prepared to elaborate further. After that, Yappy admitted the plan made sense, but insisted it was merely a coincidence, asserting no one could match his calculative prowess. Hari playfully dismissed it, not taking his words too seriously. But Yappy sensed the teasing and disliked it, believing a human should not speak to him in such a manner. Still, Hari remained relaxed and pointed out that she had ultimately won anyway. Goddess Ariana gently acknowledged the knight's willingness to step forward, stating it brought joy to the gods. However, she expressed concern for him because after fighting for 200 years without pause, Ariana believed Lion deserved something more, something that brought peace and comfort. She suggested that now was the time for him to savor life's pleasures, such as resting and healing. Lion found the word entertainment distant and unfamiliar. So, Ariana explained that in this era, people possessed many avenues for relaxation and enjoyment. While she was unsure what would truly suit him, she believed the most meaningful pleasures were timeless. Lion wondered what kind of entertainment transcended time, and Ariana provided an unexpected answer: sharing intimacy with a woman. She spoke without shame, stating it was a natural way for humans to experience joy and release stress. Ariana even mentioned the queen and the red-haired girl as potential choices. Lion felt taken aback, especially at the mention of the younger girl, because to him, Hari still appeared too young. But Ariana disagreed, calmly stating that the girl was fully grown. She also reminded him that love and closeness were not only sources of comfort, but also necessary for perpetuating the royal bloodline when the opportune moment arose. Ariana calmly explained that one of the natural ways humans relieved stress and found joy was through intimacy. She also added that it was important to consider rebuilding the royal family for the future. Before she could elaborate, a sudden voice urgently called for Lion's attention. Lion attempted to remind Hari to display proper respect, but she pressed forward and insisted that he needed to see what she had prepared, though slightly annoyed by the interruption. Lion inquired what she had to show him, to which Hari happily announced that she had invested effort into it with help and advice from Sir Yappy. However, when Lion saw what Hari was wearing, or possibly what she had done, his expression turned cold, and he warned her that if she ever appeared like that again, she would be compelled to run around the neighborhood without a stitch of clothing. Clearly, whatever Hari had presented had crossed a line, and he would not tolerate it. Hari panicked and insisted that things were not what they seemed, feeling wrongly accused and flustered by the misunderstanding. Before things escalated, someone else swiftly intervened and explained that Hari had actually planned something with support from the association. Lion appeared curious, but slightly skeptical. The assistant continued, stating that the entire team had participated to assist Hari with an event she had organized. Lion was clearly unsure what to expect, but when he heard that even Sir Spinner had participated, he began to take it more seriously. Hari then asked him to enter the gate she had prepared, assuring him he would enjoy it. The moment Lion stepped in, Hari enthusiastically explained that the gate was named Suhei and was a space filled with all kinds of animals and creatures. She presented Lion with a board displaying points. Small animals were worth 1 point, medium ones earned 3, and larger ones scored 10. Since orcs were harder to locate, they were worth the highest points. Lion listened quietly, comprehending the rules and connecting the setup to a hunting game. Hearing that it was intended to help him, he paused, realizing the thoughtfulness behind it and appreciating the gesture. It had been a long time since Lion last hunted, and initially he was unsure if he would still be proficient. But as Lion stepped in and took aim, the old instincts resurfaced. The moment he struck his first target, the calm shifted into focused concentration, and he began to enjoy it. Suddenly, one of the monsters grew furious over its fallen kin and charged, but Lion did not hesitate. With sharp aim and steady movement, he brought it down. The energy around him transformed, and his hesitancy vanished. Hari realized that he was fully engrossed now, and the earlier doubts seemed unnecessary. In fact, Lion was genuinely enjoying the game. As he continued moving through the gate, he casually mentioned that bringing back a souvenir was part of the tradition. Hari, observing him handle the bow with perfect skill, pointed out Lion's natural aptitude, even with something he hadn't done in a long time. Hari had always thought Lion disliked long-range weapons, but that proved to be a misunderstanding. Just because Lion was a knight didn't mean he was unfamiliar with using them. In fact, hunting had always been part of a noble's life, especially for those embarking on missions. Knights often had to fend for themselves in uncharted lands, and that included hunting for sustenance. So over time, they naturally became skilled hunters. Though Lion was renowned as the strongest champion of his era, he casually admitted he was also the second-best hunter, which surprised Hari. She wondered if he was second, then who held the top position, and Lion explained that the title didn't go to another Grail Knight, but to a priestess. She wasn't a knight, but she was chosen by the goddess of the moon and hunting. She presided over the Temple of the Moon and wielded a bow with unmatched power. Her arrows flew like falling stars, potent enough to traverse entire mountains if she ever unleashed her full strength. While Hari attempted to process that, she finally inquired why Lion only hunted orcs. His answer was simple: there was no need to organize teams to herd weaker animals. Orcs yielded the most points, and striving for the highest score in a competition was simply logical. Though his reasoning was blunt, it was clear to Hari that Lion genuinely regarded orcs as nothing more than prey. After the hunt, Lion detected something unusual. The object emitted a strange energy, and it felt cursed. Hari concurred, and it turned out to be a cursed totem, quite rare. Instead of retaining it, Lion decided to sell it and donate the proceeds to those who had assisted her the animals. Despite its immense value, Lion believed it would be a well-deserved reward for the people who had spent their day off working diligently under the sun. Subsequently, Lion noticed traces of orcs that had managed to escape. Determined, he stated the hunt was not over, and those creatures were still out there defiling the forest. Even if they were not real, orcs were still enemies in his eyes. He invited Hari to follow him, offering to teach her how to properly use a bow and arrow. Hari agreed, but she was slightly surprised by his sudden energy. Observing him now, she quietly admitted that Lion appeared significantly better. And when Lion heard her words, he paused for a moment. He realized that a considerable time had passed since someone had treated him kindly without expecting anything in return. Lion quietly admitted he was proud of Hari. She did not grasp it initially, but Lion did not repeat himself. Instead, he set a clear objective. Hari had to eliminate at least 3 orcs using the techniques he had demonstrated, or he would be displeased. Hari panicked slightly and reminded him she had barely any experience with a bow and arrow. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon Guild's training, Hari felt relieved, glad to perceive that Lion seemed to be in a better mood now. Just then, the section chief appeared, casually explaining that the tractor had broken down and he needed to visit the supply room. Apparently, no one had been there since the Naju incident. Hari decided to accompany him, and they headed to the supply room. This was where Sir Jovi's hammer was stored. The moment felt sacred, and Hari muttered a prayer, though it was a strange blend of Buddhist and Christian traditions, even crossing herself unconsciously. The section chief pointed it out, slightly confused by the mix. Still, the section chief confirmed the hammer had been there the entire time. Since no one was currently capable of wielding it, they had chosen to keep it safe in the supply room. Hari was about to move on until something unexpected captured her attention. A mysterious figure arrived at the entrance, curious to observe the nation's most powerful epic item. As he stepped closer, a loud alert sounded, and Yappy instantly reacted, revealing the figure to be none other than Jagged Spinner, shocking everyone with his sudden appearance. Spinner confirmed that the hammer was indeed in the possession of the Pantheon Guild. Yappy calmly acknowledged Spinner, who had come to challenge the hammer, greeting him with an oddly formal welcome. Spinner, still uncertain of what to anticipate, thanked him and remarked that the place was more refined than he had imagined. Before they could continue, Yappy interjected, stating that an entrance fee had to be paid before entering, with a posted fee of 5 million won for hunters. Spinner was shocked, frustrated by the fact that civilians were charged 500,000, yet hunters had to pay 10 times more. Yappy explained that civilians merely appreciated the relics, while hunters came to challenge them, so the additional fees helped maintain the sacred items. Despite the explanation, Spinner felt the price was unfair due to the extra zero. They began to realize, however, that the value of the epic item justified the cost. Spinner hesitantly inquired if Samsung Pay was accepted, to which Yappy calmly replied that bank transfers were acceptable. Just then, Han-Hari stepped forward and introduced herself as the assistant manager from the Korean Hunter Association, part of Management Team 3. She explained how everything had begun approximately a week prior when the hammer mysteriously vanished. It was then placed in a secure location precisely where it was found. Despite several individuals attempting to lift or move it, the hammer would not budge. Suddenly, the hammer shifted, its movement filled with intent, as if attempting to express something. It no longer felt like an ordinary object. Its presence suggested it had developed a will of its own. Something that could transpire with powerful holy relics when they maintained a prolonged connection to divine individuals. Over time, that connection could bestow upon them a form of consciousness, making them difficult to manage. When Lion first received the hammer, it was silent and obedient, serving him as a tool. Blessed by the goddess Dara and loyal to the king of the Lionheart. But now its energy was different, stronger, more aware, almost as if it was searching for something or someone. Lion soon comprehended its desire. It sought a new owner, someone worthy of wielding its power. Turning to Hari, Lion instructed her to inform the association that the individual capable of lifting the hammer would earn the right to retain it. Although the association would likely wish to assess its worth before permitting that, the message had been delivered. The challenge was set, and the hammer awaited the next person who could answer its call. Meanwhile, they noticed something unusual about the object. This was not merely any powerful tool, but an epic item. Among hunters, gear was ranked based on strength and rarity. These ranks assisted them in selecting the appropriate weapons to combat monsters. At the base level were normal items, followed by rare, unique, and legendary items, which were crafted with exceptional skill, immense funding, and significant manpower. However, epic items belonged in a league of their own. They far surpassed legendary, and only a few had ever existed in the past 30 years. These were weapons renowned across nations, remembered in stories, and feared for their power. One such example was the Heaven Destruction Sword, wielded by the master of Shaolin Mountain and once held by the heavenly demon himself. These were not merely tools, they were legends in physical form. Among them was the 12-ring Kakara, a staff said to possess the power to reshape the world. The Frost Queen's Heart, still spreading icy lands of Siberia, and the Wandering Demon Sword, lost since the Black Gate disaster in London, still drifting somewhere in the world. These items wielded immense power, capable of turning the tide in even the most hopeless of battles. Now, directly before them stood another item worthy of that rank, Jedric's hammer. Despite the artifact's worth, Lion confirmed his decision that anyone who managed to lift the hammer would become its rightful owner. Mr. Li Chan-su reacted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a rare treasure could be given away so simply. He quickly retrieved the item stats to confirm its value. The hammer was divine, infused with the soul of Jedric, a Grail Knight chosen by Dara, goddess of life and fertility. It held the key of faith, granting divine energy directly from the goddess. It boosted vitality to the point of eliminating fatigue. And while standing on Earth, it increased defense power by 4 times and healing abilities by 3-fold. Even allies gained massive boosts with double defense and significantly increased healing. One of its powers, the Saint's Painting, allowed the wielder to activate divine laws depending on their faith and connection to holy energy. The details overwhelmed Li Chan-su because it was far more than merely rare. It was a miracle in weapon form. Still, Lion did not waver, and his decision remained firm. Lion instructed him to disseminate the information to the association, and Li Chan-su quietly inquired if he could step away to make a call. the Hunter Association president answered the call. His voice rose in shock because this was the nation's first ever epic ranked item. Across all of Asia, it would be only the third of its kind. Naturally, this revelation attracted a deluge of challengers to the Pantheon Guild. The crowd gathered with curiosity, and people began asking the hammer's whereabouts. But Hari swiftly reminded them that with something so revered, proper respect was necessary. In this world, even items belonging to legends had to be addressed with honor. It was not merely a hammer, it was Sir Jovi's legacy. Then a challenger stepped forward, requesting to try his luck. But as he drew closer, he realized that the aura surrounding the hammer was intense, and without even moving, it radiated overwhelming energy. Even without lifting a finger, the challenger fell to the ground. The hammer reacted harshly to those it deemed unworthy, repelling them with an invisible force. A hunter stumbled back and complained no one had warned him about that. But the truth was, the hammer chose on its own, and no one truly understood the precise rules it followed. Then Kurik echoed around them, demanding a tithe and offering to the goddess tied to the holy relic. Confused hunters wondered if this was some kind of jest because they had already paid the entrance fee, and now there was another demand. But someone in the group suddenly realized the hammer was connected to the goddess, and the tithe might be part of the test. He handed over 10 million won as an offering. Others stared at him in disbelief, calling him crazy for relinquishing so much money. The moment the tithe was accepted, something transformed. The hammer, once unmoving, suddenly allowed itself to be touched. Moreover, the hammer permitted the hunter to grip it firmly, something he couldn't do just moments prior. The aura around it did not resist him this time, and the relic had acknowledged him. Tithes began pouring in as hunters rushed to offer money, all hoping to lift the hammer and become its owner. Everyone pushed to the front, arguing over who was first or who had paid more. Hari began to feel uncertain and whispered to Kiddick that something felt amiss. She wondered if this was truly how a holy relic should be treated. But Yappy, standing with her, ignored her doubts because to him, it was not disrespect. It was smart planning. Then the hammer reacted, rejecting a challenger and sending them flying. It wasn't merely about strength or will. It was about the offering being insufficient and the hammer desiring more. What had seemed like a sacred test now felt more akin to a payment system. The relic didn't merely test worth, it measured gold. Slowly, it began to feel less like a holy weapon and more like a tool for profit. Still, Yappy remained calm because his plan was succeeding. And this was only the beginning. Nothing would stop him now. The news spread like wildfire, and even Starbucks expressed interest in opening a branch directly inside the guild. The place was booming, attracting attention from everywhere. A report on tithes vividly demonstrated the guild's burgeoning popularity. Hunters from across the country lined up, hoping for a chance to lift the hammer. Some were not even there for glory. They were there for miracles. A man cried out in relief as his decade-long ingrown toenail suddenly healed, and another felt his cavity vanish, all from the hammer's aura alone. The Pantheon's power drew crowds by the dozens. With every miracle, belief spread further. But behind it all stood Yappy, working tirelessly. He did not rest. Instead, he amassed funds, goods, and every conceivable resource. Yappy was not merely pursuing money, he was constructing something larger. Fame, reputation, and miracles all contributed to his objective. The Pantheon was not just a place to him, it was a symbol. And everything he did, every coin he collected, fueled the rise of this sacred facility. In the midst of it all, Hari stared, wondering what all of this had become. Because inside the Pantheon, a new chamber stood, designated as the high-intensity forging facility. Even with all its gleaming parts and heavy machinery, it was still considered the lowest-tier forge in Yappy's vast database. Constructed with Earth's limited metallurgy, it was the best he could manage for now. To the average eye, it still appeared astonishing. But Yappy did not sugarcoat things. He attributed the impression to the simplicity of the organic mind, dismissing compliments without hesitation. Hari, full of hope, inquired if Yappy could forge a sword. After all, he was the Grail Knight of the divinity of steel and blacksmithing, and that title sparked considerable expectations. but Yappy declined. Not because of who had asked, but because the forge was incomplete. It lacked the specialized facilities required to work with adamantite. Without those upgrades, even a master like him could not proceed. Afterward, Hari understood, and Yappy turned away with a determined stride to earn more money. A small forging facility opened, and Yappy finally accumulated sufficient seed money to commence his plans. He viewed himself as a righteous thief who took from the greedy, not for selfish gain, but to construct something greater. Recently, the global stock market had experienced chaos. Powerful individuals were angry because the news was not being manipulated in their favor. Even after paying large sums to control the media, headlines ran counter to their wishes, and their frustration grew. Behind the scenes, a ghost-like figure quietly undermined their plans. Just as they prepared to sell stocks for massive profits, this mysterious person intervened, seized the earnings, and vanished without a trace. That person was Yappy. He navigated the cracks in the system, intelligently, accumulating wealth without being noticed. Now, Yappy focused on food, because in this era, it had become one of the world's most significant problems. Demonic energy had ruined much of the land, making farming difficult. While powerful nations had acted swiftly during the early disasters, impoverished countries continued to suffer. Dungeon breaks occurred almost daily in these regions, halting any possibility of stable agriculture. As all of this unfolded, Yappy quietly observed and prepared for his next move, knowing food would become the most valuable resource of all. Yappy began acquiring large areas of corrupted land across Eastern Europe and the Middle East. These lands, once deemed useless, held hidden value in his eyes. Yappy's first major step was targeting Heilongjiang's grain industry. After the Shanghai disaster 2 decades prior, Heilongjiang had become one of the most damaged warlord nations. With land so tainted, it was nearly impossible to cultivate. Still, Yappy invested in and purchased parts of the region's grain operations, disseminating the faith of Dara, the goddess of life and fertility. This divine belief gradually cleansed the soil. Although the land did not heal as rapidly or on the same scale as Lion's power, it slowly began to recover. Soon, the ground became suitable for growing sacred rice, corn, and other grains. Once ruined, this area now promised massive profits and steady food production. After this, Yappy planned for the Pantheon Guild to assume full control of the food market. However, with food becoming a source of power, he knew threats would emerge. Still, Yappy gathered information from around the world. Moreover, he observed how much was squandered on war and power struggles, particularly as gates and monster threats proliferated everywhere. In his estimation, any astute leader would avoid meaningless conflicts and prioritize survival. Yappy declared that the land would rise again. Meanwhile, breaking news spread across screens. A coup d'etat had erupted in Jilin, and war had begun. Amidst this situation, Yappy moved calmly and drew Hari aside, speaking solely to her. He explained that he controlled private equity, a burgeoning method for managing wealth. Yappy did not seek permission and announced that he would manage her finances. Hari was surprised and wondered if this was some kind of investment offer, to which Yappy corrected her, stating this was not a request, but a professional intervention. She was amazed that he was active in the stock market, and he swiftly pointed out that her financial situation was precarious. Despite Hari's pride in her savings, he reminded her that she possessed only 15% of what a rank hunters typically saved, with most of her bonuses directed to charity. Hari attempted to justify herself, explaining she donated everything she didn't need to the orphanage where she had grown up, but Yappy did not criticize her kindness. He insisted that proper financial planning would enable her to give even more. She attempted to decline, but he argued that avoiding financial education was akin to relinquishing control over one's life in this modern world. Yappy believed she should be grateful for his assistance. Hari agreed to let him manage 2 million won, but Yappy elevated the figure to 20 million and casually suggested she sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Hari hesitated, unsure how to respond, but deep down she trusted him, hoping this was nothing illicit. Yappy upgraded Hari's status, moving her from a bronze to a silver member. He informed her it was a generous gesture, explaining that silver members now earned double returns compared to bronze. Excited by the promise of greater profits, Hari expressed interest in ascending even higher. Yappy informed her that if she recruited 5 new members, she would be upgraded to gold, which promised triple the profit. Hari, only 20 and new to adult life, did not realize what she had stumbled into. She did not perceive the signs. It was a classic pyramid scheme. But to her, it sounded like an incredible opportunity. What made it worse was that people trusted her kind nature. She reached out to Suho, excited to share the deal, and he agreed without hesitation because he believed in her. With Hari unknowingly drawing others in, Yappy's scheme swiftly gained traction. More people began joining, and the fictitious financial system rapidly gained momentum. Then, just as things seemed to be flourishing, officials from the district court arrived with a warning about asset confiscation. Confused and alarmed, Lion turned, and there was Yappy casually responding with his usual curric. Yappy borrowed a huge sum of money using the name of the Pantheon Guild, promising substantial profits and convincing everyone to invest, asserting it was safe and would yield double or even triple returns. Trusting him, the guild members began investing all their savings, with some even selling their homes or offering land as collateral to acquire more money for investment. But things rapidly went awry as the money Yappy used for investing crashed, and the fund hit rock bottom. All the money was gone. Hari wept because she had lost everything, including her life savings of 87 million won. Another person stated he had used his wife's savings, and someone else shared that he had been saving for 5 years to purchase a special medicine, only to see it all squandered. Even Spinner, a high-ranking member, lost a shocking amount of over 87 billion won. Everyone was heartbroken, angry, and in shock. All of this had transpired because they had trusted Yappy. The financial losses mounted rapidly, with nearly 50 million won vanishing every hour. Overall, almost 72% of their investments were gone. People were panicking, some screaming and crying over their money. Frustration filled the air as people seized anything they could from the guild, hoping to salvage something. One person rushed into storage and took anything that appeared valuable, attempting to compensate for the losses. Suddenly, someone tried to grab a large, shiny pillar, believing it might hold value. But Yappy panicked and shouted that it was his personal property. Still, no one listened, and emotions took over. Another person broke down, yelling that they had worked so diligently to save that money. Chaos spread as people shouted, grabbed things, and blamed each other. Yappy was held aloft by someone demanding answers while the staff, too, panicked. Hari felt nauseous from all the stress, and even the chief couldn't restore order. In the midst of the madness, Yappy glared at the crowd, labeling them inferior. Just then, Spinner intervened, hiccuping from frustration or perhaps fear. Lion then instructed Sir Spinner to resolve this issue because he trusted his intelligence. Spinner inquired how much time Yappy needed, and Yappy replied that he would manage everything by tomorrow. Spinner agreed and went a step further, offering to act as a financial guarantor, covering Yappy's debts if necessary. He then ordered Yappy to return to his duties. Yappy departed with quiet urgency, and the others watched, uncertain if it was even possible to rectify this disaster in just one day. Back at the guild, alarms blared and an emergency protocol was triggered. There was no time for safety checks as the first prototype of a powerful exoskeleton armor was activated. The mission code, Fund Restoration. Meanwhile, far to the north in Heilongjiang, soldiers from the Gilin Republic Army were bored. Ruyo yawned, while another complained that the enemy had fled instead of fighting. The monsters mocked humans for being weak and ignorant of honor. But now Ruyo cared only about eating well. They resolved to wait before attacking the nearby region again. Their mood was twisted as they jested about making stew out of people, eager to plunder and destroy once more. Just as they prepared to move, something peculiar caught their eyes. High in the sky, a glowing object streaked down like a meteor. Far away, in a high-security U.S. defense room, alarms rang, and the divine staff, a secret weapon stored in a satellite, was suddenly activated. Panic struck the defense minister because only 3 individuals should possess access to the launch code. Yet, someone had fired it. Both the White House and Hunter HQ claimed they had no idea how it had happened. What was worse, the passcode to control the weapon changed every minute, with 100 million possible combinations. Even if Earth's most powerful supercomputer worked nonstop, it would require 13 years to crack it. Yet somehow, someone had already done it. Everyone was panicking as the situation worsened. The weapon had been activated, and there was no way to halt it now. The security code was too robust, with more than 10 billion combinations, and no computer could breach it in time. Grizzly, another powerful system, was also activated and syncing with the Divine Staff. Both were set to strike the same location, the Gillen Republic. Concurrently, a video appeared showing a person claiming that Jelene had disturbed the peace of the US soon after. A Russian message followed, stating they would not ignore this and would support the US. It appeared to be a setup for war. Minister Julius, watching the footage, quietly admitted it was fake and that the video was not real, but it was already spreading. The damage was done, and the world was now heading toward conflict because of a well-crafted lie. A deepfake video plunged the world into chaos, and no one knew its origin. But the damage was already wrought. General Ling Hang Kazak of the Gillen Republic observed everything and wondered how matters had escalated to this point. With their nation now among the strongest, all that remained seemed to be endless warfare. His men panicked, unsure of their course of action, to which he suggested fleeing with the leftover money and commencing a new life far away, hoping to rebuild and grow stronger again. They laughed nervously and planned their escape, even contemplating hunting humans to increase their numbers. But precisely as they spoke, an enemy locked onto them, targeting the orcs and demanding one thing: the return of stolen funds. The robot landed directly in front of the orc Kazak in the Gillen Republic building, aiming its weapon directly at him. Sir Yappy demanded his funds back. Kazak looked at the robot and stated he did not know who it was, but it was certainly brave. One of the orcs charged at the robot, but it retreated, refraining from attack. From the rear, the robot activated assassination mode and began firing at the orcs. As his companions fell, Kazak swiftly sought shelter behind the broken ceiling that had collapsed upon Yappy's arrival. Another orc attempted to attack the robot, but Yappy activated a special modification, ultra-high bullet set, and focused on the remaining orcs. With all weapons available, the robot commenced bombarding the orcs. Once they were all incapacitated, the robot called a ceasefire, but then indicated one entity remained, coming face to face with Kazak. Kazak dragged his hammer and remarked that the robot's efficiency in killing everyone was not bad. He added that the individuals it had eliminated were slated for promotion to generals. The robot instantly resumed assassination mode, catching Kazak by surprise as he yelled, inquiring if it even understood the meaning of resume assassination. The robot fired a piercing laser, but Kazak dodged it and charged toward the robot, swinging his axe and striking it. The impact destroyed the robot's hand as it registered that Kazak's axe was made of adamantite. Kazak yelled that his axe was pure adamantite and prepared to strike again. He stated even a drake could not survive the axe as he swung it at the robot. The robot, recognizing the attack, identified Kazak as S-rank and realized there was insufficient ammunition remaining. Suddenly, the robot fired a sharp laser from its hand. Kazak scoffed, stating that a chunk of metal like the robot stood no chance against him, a warrior blessed by the god H-Lekin. Kazak leaped and attacked, but the robot activated insufficient time and scenario failure. Yappy ensnared Kazak in strings, commenting that he had gathered helpful data from real-life battles, thereby perfecting big data even further. Kazak yelled in confusion, asking what Yappy was referring to. Yappy activated Tactical Divine Law and fired a laser, killing Kazak as his flesh scattered through the air. Yappy moved toward the adamantite material, retrieved it, and eliminated all witnesses, stating that the assassination was now complete. The news reported that the Gillen Republic's coup d'etat had been resolved, and the newly established Jilin Republic government apologized for the chaos. Blessed crops were discovered in the rice fields of Beta Huang. Hari beamed at Suryapi, telling him it was good that the war was over. She consulted her phone to check the fund's profit margin and gasped as she saw it had only risen to 200%. Lion calmly sipped his tea while perusing the files. He reviewed Suho's records and contemplated how his swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horse riding had improved. He wondered if it was time to connect Suho to the gods, though he would need to prove his faith first. Lion mused there was no time to waste, especially since the gods had permitted a simplified process, so he needed to expedite matters. He moved to the second sheet to examine Kaeon Soon's files. As he read the information, which stated that a knight should uphold the rule of virtue, he wondered if Soon harbored any greed and assumed that her reason for signing up was due to the divine laws. He reflected on past times and realized she reminded him of someone. Just then, Lion heard something and noticed that the hammer had shifted. He stood up, curious about who could be behind it, and swiftly headed toward the area. Hari inquired his destination, but Lion did not respond. He arrived at the site and smiled, stating that it was unexpected as he observed Dong holding the hammer in his bare hands. In the empty fields near Naju Plains, everyone gathered around as Lion instructed. He announced that today was the day they welcomed a new student. The students murmured in confusion, wondering, why now? One student pointed out that most of the academy students should have already joined guilds. Some wondered who the new student could be. Lion continued, explaining that the new student would train alongside them and aim to become a knight in the future. The new student stumbled onto the scene on a horse, struggling to control it. He nervously introduced himself as Good Desung, the first-generation student of Man-at-Arms, and stated it was a pleasure to meet everyone. Meanwhile, at the presidential building, a researcher informed the president that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force had all checked in. The president acknowledged the information and confirmed that the Dragon Palace was real. A gate in the ocean named the Dragon Palace was discovered in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. At the time, people believed gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites to observe the oceans for gates. The Tokyo Bay Gate was disregarded until a dungeon break caused the destruction of Tokyo. Nearby beaches were corrupted, and ocean creatures transformed into monsters. This incident became one of the worst gate disasters in history and led to international cooperation in raiding gates. The researcher informed the president that Hurricane Nabai, which had been heading toward the Pacific Ocean, had changed course and was now moving toward Ulung Island. The president stood silently, visibly nervous, as the researcher added that it was expected to be the worst hurricane this year. The president looked at the screen and lamented his bad luck. A reporter on the live broadcast announced that the hurricane was moving at 64.5 meters per second, approximately the same speed as Hurricane Mimi in 2003, and that severe damage was anticipated on Ulung Island. The president turned to his assistant, ordering him to contact His Majesty Lion of the Pantheon Guild. Half an hour later, the president confronted Yang Wan, inquiring if he was the first to arrive. The president acknowledged him and snickered, noting that the Yang Wan guildmaster had changed significantly, mentioning that he used to ignore the draft. Yang Wan scowled and questioned why his guild was the priority draft candidate when superior guilds existed. The president weakly smiled, stating that it was difficult to find a guild as formidable as the Phoenix Guild. Yang Wan turned away, stating they were still recuperating from the damages of the Jeju Island incident. The president continued to smile, reassuring him that he was certain Yang Wan was all better now. Yang Wan's scowl deepened as he wondered why this old man was suddenly exerting his authority on him, suspecting it must be related to Lion. Yang Wan inquired directly, certain they were not dispatching his guild alone, and questioned when his ace card would join. The president feigned surprise, asking what ace card he was referring to, then responded, stating that His Majesty was not someone an individual like him could evaluate. This only further angered Yang Wan. he moved toward his partner, stating that matters were not unfolding favorably for them, to which the companion mocked him with a proverb, "You reap what you sow." Yang Wan reflected on the night, asking him to take the horse, stating the horse would heed the king, and praying for him, asking the gods to bless him. The current Yang Wan cursed under his breath, feeling uneasy. Just then, the president's assistant announced the arrival of the VIP. Yang Wan observed as the president straightened his dress shirt and sprayed mouth freshener, taking him by surprise. The elevator opened, revealing Lion with Hari and Jin Su on each side. The president bowed, thanking him for gracing them with his presence. Lion smirked, then warned the president to possess a compelling reason for summoning him all the way there. The president instructed him to follow and assured him he would explain the situation. After explaining the situation, Lion leaned back, summarizing that a gate had appeared in the ocean, and the approaching hurricane was impeding raiding efforts. The president added that the US and Japan would assist with the gate, and the other guilds would be on standby just in case. He emphasized that this was an opportunity to elevate the honor of the King of the Lionheart and asked Lion to showcase his heroic abilities. Lion smiled, appreciating that the president knew how to phrase his words. He responded that a king's value was substantial and that he would require a worthy tribute. The president inquired if there was anything Lion desired, to which Lion smirked and replied that a king did not count coins and instructed him to speak to Sir Spinner about it. The president bowed, believing Lion had just offered him an empty promise. Lion headed outside and instructed Hari to retrieve the name list. Outside, he began calling the names of those who would join the raid and asked Hari to record them. He named the students, then proceeded to the soldiers. Hari suddenly ceased writing and inquired why none of the individuals Lion named were women. She angrily mused that even if Lion differentiated ladies from women, he was not the type to discriminate between genders in this situation. Lion calmly responded, asking if the answer was not obvious to her. Hari pressed again, and Lion adopted a stern expression, stating it was bad luck to have women on board. The aircrafts made their way to the site, marking South Korea's first fleet. As the planes landed, Lion headed toward the commander of the base. The commander introduced himself as Lieutenant General Choi Young of the First Fleet. He informed Lion that it was an honor to meet him and that his granddaughter had been cured of her illness thanks to the Dermaris crops. He inquired if Lion could thank her for him. Lion smiled proudly, stating that if the commander wished him to thank her for her blessings, then the commander was his brother. The commander beamed with joy, stating it was an honor, and then led them toward the base. The guild members followed, and Young continued, stating that he would commence the briefing and introduce the allied forces. As they moved inside, they came face to face with some foreigners. Yang Wan inquired if they were the US raid team, and Jason replied that they had apparently flown here as swiftly as possible on a cargo aircraft, adding that the US team was known for being passive. A person caught Yang Wan's eye as he called out his name, Reynolds Sherman. He asked, confused, what the master of the magic tower was doing there. Reynolds turned around, thinking it was surprising that he was famous even in Korea. He fully faced them with a smile and a glowing crystal orb in his hands. He greeted them, stating, "It's nice to meet the Korean hunters." But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Lion staring at him. The master of the magic tower internally panicked, while the demon inside the orb was also shocked. Reynolds inquired of the demon what they should do now that Lion was directly before them. The demon instructed him to calm down, stating that if Lion had noticed him, he would have eliminated him on the spot. The demon reassured him that they hadn't been discovered yet and urged him to trust the power of the ring he had crafted for him. Reynolds clenched his ring, impressed by the great demon's wisdom. He looked at his ring as it slowly began to slip off. Gasping inwardly, Reynolds attempted to stop it, but the demon informed him it was worn out due to Lion's divine energy and urged him to move away. Reynolds worried Lion would find this suspicious and stammered, stating that it was a pleasure to meet him and that he was widely known, even in distant lands, and he genuinely wished to meet him. He clenched his hand tightly, thinking he could not shake Lion's hand. Lion smirked and smugly stated that Reynolds seemed to know his place well before moving away. Reynolds stood there confused, wondering what might satisfy Lion. The demon instructed him to enter the gate to continue their plan. Hari strolled outside, contemplating how Lion did not permit women on the ship when she found Dong working with the helpers. She called him out, asking why he was still performing manual labor when the association should be handling it. Dong waved his hands, stating he should assist as well. Hari remained firm, telling him that as a knight trainee, His Majesty would not have made him perform such menial tasks. Dong shyly responded that he felt he was being treated too highly for merely lifting a hammer. Hari, annoyed, informed him it was a significant feat because she couldn't even move it an inch. Over 1,000 people had attempted to lift that hammer, and he was the only one who had succeeded. She added that he had been chosen by the goddess. When Dong still appeared unconvinced, Hari began mimicking Lion, stating that His Majesty would probably become enraged over a lowly peasant, questioning the king's decision and the goddess's judgment. Dong called her name, attempting to capture her attention, but she continued to elaborate on how Lion would say they trained without sleeping in his day. Dong raised his voice slightly, finally gaining her attention. She looked at him with a confused expression, realizing what was transpiring, and asked if he was standing behind her. Suddenly, Lion yanked Hari's hair, asking how she dared to mock and imitate a king's behavior. Hari begged for his forgiveness as he slowly released her. Lion scowled, stating it was ridiculous that she was the one being blessed. Hari looked confused, so he continued, explaining that she was blessed by the divinity of the sea and waves, and Pama had resolved to accept her as a saint. He informed her that she would be joining them for the raid. Hari felt happy for a moment as she focused on Lion's face, but something felt amiss when she suddenly found herself tied to a plank of wood. From above, Yang Wan observed the scene, questioning how they could treat a saint in such a manner. Lion stood beside him, stating that a woman on board was bad luck, and the only way to reverse the ill omen was to make her the figurehead. Hari continued screaming to be released and asked Su Ho as they silently placed her on the wood and stood her vertically at the front. The ship began to move, leaving Hari at the front, screaming and yelling for help. As the thunder crackled loudly, Hari alerted everyone that a hurricane was approaching. She mentioned that it was Hurricane Nabai, with winds at 64.5 meters per second, all while still tied to the pole. She screamed for help as the weather worsened. Lion instructed her to shut up because she was frightening the fish. Hari was surprised to discover that Lion was fishing while she felt her life was at risk. Lion expressed disappointment that the fish had all fled and that no fish would wish to be near a military ship such as this. Precisely as he uttered that, he felt a heavy tug on his fishing rod and caught a large fish. Lion instructed the lieutenant general to prepare what he had mentioned earlier, and the lieutenant obeyed. Lion stood in front of the podium, placed the fish down, and dramatically invoked the dear master of the graceful sea to appear before those who had encroached upon her territory. The fish gleamed with a blinding light, and the entire ship was illuminated by beams of light. The control department, overseeing the environment, became terrified by the sight of such a massive wave and questioned whether it was even a wave or something else entirely. The ship was surrounded by a gigantic wave, and the goddess replied to Lion with affection, calling him Lionheart, her beloved watchtower and protector of her people. Lion responded by naming her Pom, the divinity of the sea and waves. Pama stated that this sea was quite senseless. She explained that, as Pitos had mentioned, this land possessed no divinity, and the boat didn't even have sails. She added that none of them comprehended the grace of the sea. Lion stood in front of the illuminated fish and informed her it could not be helped, as this world had yet to receive the teachings of the sea. He asked her to kindly watch over the people, to which Pom replied that she had no reason to watch over those who did not have faith in her. Only through respect would the people receive grace. Lion remained silent and then inquired why Pom had chosen Hari as a saint. She laughed and informed him that she had barely managed to convince Pitos, but Hari was a superb vessel and definitely worth it. Palma added that, of course, she was not as capable as Lion, since he could carry all forms of divinity within himself. Lion replied that he had indeed sensed Hari's fate was filled with misfortune, and it seemed he had been correct. The illuminated shark inquired why he perceived the blessing as a curse, and Lion replied that the attention of gods could be poisonous to a human who lacked faith. The goddess stated she believed Lion would manage that matter. Palma called out to Saint Tess Hanhari. She informed her she would grant her authority over the waves and the blessing of water. She instructed Hari to accept this with joy and to disseminate her teachings widely. Hari grew excited and agreed, then inquired if she would be untied from the pole. Now the fish responded that by sacrificing her saints, no wave would be able to surge through the boat, and then departed. Hari grew confused and terrified, thinking this might be her last moment. The people announced that a hurricane was approaching with a wave height of 10 meters and instructed everyone to seek shelter inside if they did not wish to be swept away. Hari screamed for help again, and Lion informed her she lacked faith. However, Palm still liked her, and he surmised that was why she had decided to overlook her lack of faith. Hari screamed that she didn't need forgiveness and just wanted to descend from there. Lion instructed her to calm down and entrust herself to the vastness of nature with a smug expression on his face. He stretched his hands out and shouted that the endless nature will embrace her. Hari shouted that she wished to live. Lion inquired if she didn't find it strange that even though it was such a fierce hurricane, none of the waves had approached them. Hari contemplated it and realized the boat had not been rocking, and the waves dissipated when they drew near the ship. Lion informed her that Palm had been utilizing her as the saint to pacify the waves. Since no one believed in him, he had no choice but to use the saint as the medium. Hari was relieved to know.